confident than this stat would believe you to believe. But this tells you right here that traditionally, when the playstyles question that you asked me earlier, how do they clash? Well, apparently SSG rolls when speed goes up against a slower force. Like, absolutely, SSG speed has given Sentinels so much trouble in the past with a 16-1 map count. Can the new Sentinels change the storylines, the question going into this series?
Do you think precision does enough in terms of a change to the way that a team can play? And for example, you know, I really do think that sometimes, even with one roster change, it does just completely put the whole team in a different balance, in a different cadence. So does precision do that here, do you think?
I think it can. I think it's a possibility. You have a better chance of it happening now than ever. So I'm excited to get this match underway, but it's a lot to ask. And you're playing against the reigning champs, who we know to be the most dominant team right now at this point in Halo Infinite in 2024. So it's a big, tall ask from a very young kid. It's going to have to be an absolute team effort, and honestly, they're going to have to take a little bit more risks. But I'm not counting Sentinels out like the stats would show you to believe from that graphic.
Indeed. Now, I've got to ask you, Tony, about the two in comparison. I know we talked about the series layout being quite a big factor sometimes for some of these teams. How are you feeling about the chances of Sentinels here? They have been tested. They're not bulletproof. We've seen the map count not quite in the favor, the way that SSG have that clean record. But do you think that's actually going to come into kind of an advantage for them, that they know what they need to work on, they know what has been tested and tried and what didn't work, change things up, and coming up against Space Station Gaming, they would be ready for them?
Well, I think it's going to be tough. I think like there's certain maps and there's certain game types that Sentinels just don't want to see SSG on. So I wish I had the map layout in front of me, because, for example, like a Strongholds, I wouldn't want to see SSG on Strongholds if I'm Sentinels. But if I'm playing them in an Oddball or a King of the Hill, well, they were very good yesterday in both of those game types. And even though SSG are a darn good Oddball team, that's what I would want to see in a game number one, like we do right here on the streets.
There you go, map one, which screams a lot to me in terms of Sentinels, in terms of their map count, currently on map ones as well. Anything else that this is now telling you about this matchup potentially and the way it could kind of have its journey unfold?
Game 3 is where you got to look. This is the first time on the broadcast. We didn't see interference at all yesterday, and this is the first time it's going to be featured. Sentinels will have their best chance to create an upset against SSG because of the new map mode, because there's a little mystery. Maybe they have an opportunity to create some meta developing plays in that game specifically that keeps them in this series a little bit longer, because right now, that's where you're looking for Sentinels. Can we get to this game 5? Can we figure out a way to push this series farther? Because once it gets to a game 5, it's anybody's game. I love the fact that they have an opportunity with that map 3, with interference, not only just getting to showcase it to the world on a big opportunity against two titans right here, but that gives Sentinels so much more of a chance.
It does indeed, and it also, with some problems happening right now that we're working through, gives us a chance to have a look at other matches that are happening elsewhere. Wes, Tony, let's red zone.
Tony, you know the drill. We did this all day yesterday. Let's turn it back on, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe are in the winner's bracket playing against Native Gaming, and it looks like they have a 20-point lead here in round 1 of game 1.
Native Gaming came into London thinking they would have to compete in the open bracket, end up going into pool play, and you know what? They did darn good. They made it out, but now you're here against a very good FaZe roster, 51-36. You kept it close so far in this round number 1, but don't allow FaZe to run away with it.
Micklin getting a lot of pressure towards Commando. Frosty gonna win the 1v1. A big kill for Frosty to flush out the rest of Tram right there. Snakebite pushing up the spike stairs, able to find another kill. So numbers advantages heavily in the favor of FaZe. Snakebite makes his way right to the ball, as he typically does. One last player towards that Commando is gonna force him to drop that ball. And actually, Native, the reinforcements are here. They're gonna get the slays, and that ball being at Commando, where Snakebite brought it right to the setup of Native Gaming now.
I feel like FaZe thought it was a 2v1 right there, but it quickly turned into a 2v2, one the Native were clearly ready for, so we almost gifted that ball to them along with the slaves. But it's Renegade that somehow gets away with that camouflage. Some easy damage comes in, and they clean up on some Mickwin. APG, the final player alive across the map. Thought he was going to get 5 right there, but gets out with his life. Not for long.
Staggered respawners and FaZe have all the information they need. They should know Native Gamers are going to be coming from this downhill area. Gilkey did do the jump towards Commando, so he is going to be behind enemy lines. Renegade knows he's there, though. Gets some decent shots as he forces him towards the trash location. respawners from Native all the way across the map. FaZe are doing such a good job right now, Tony, of staggering the respawners at Native. Look how aggressive Renegade is continuing to be.
Joki really wanted to stay alive over towards that B side. Look at what they were able to create off of that first step, off of the staggered steps. And now it's a double kill out of World 2 that puts a nail in the coffin, at least in that engagement, which might be the nail in the coffin in this round, because there's no one to be found. Round 1 goes to FaZe.
The first nail of the series goes in round 1 towards FaZe right now. Renegade 14, 5, and 6 with 30 seconds of ball time. A good distribution between all of FaZe, something we traditionally don't see in oddball. It's usually one man doing the job. We know who that is. So a good job by FaZe to work on their oddball over this past tournament, talking to those guys in between tournaments. Oddball was the specific mode they wanted to get better at, and I really do think it's going to be a group effort in order to carry more points forward. So a good job by them to showcase that here early in this game.
I don't know how APG was able to stay alive for so long right there. Great job buying time, and look at all that time that Barcode and Native Gaming are able to accumulate because of it. World 2 sits back with that Stalker, trying to do as much damage as possible, but with Frosty going down, and so is the rest of his team. That's a 3 down for FaZe. That should mean more ball time for Native.
Royal 2 was absolutely slaying out of his mind yesterday, continuing that at 15, 5, and 5, and now better stat line than even Renegade at this point. They were trying to compete for camo, but APG able to sneak away with it. The big question is, what can he do? He has the Bulldog in his back pocket, and that's massive. He's able to spot Roll 2, deal some decent damage, and now he knows that the rest of FaZe is coming from the off-ball spawn.
Gotta love that play by APG right there. Do the damage. You know that player's going to back down and play their life. No need to stay looking at that angle. Take the other route. Look over toward the other cutoff. Be an influence on the map everywhere. Love that play by APG. It looks like it's going to work out for them. Momentary numbers advantage will favor Native Gaming as Gilkey brings that ball back to the A-side setup. A 28-0-1 Native Gaming.
Yeah, but here come FaZe. You're seeing Gilkey as the last player alive towards this side of the map. He's trying to play his life. He's going to get swarmed and collapsed on. Renegade getting the kill, getting the off-ball back into FaZe's hands. Let's see what they can do with this PD setup.
Renegade with the ball at the moment. Meanwhile, World 2 staring down the barrel of a 1v2, which quickly turned to a 1v3 and back-to-back kills go in favor of Native as they're running through FaZe's setup at the moment, leaving Snakebite the only player alive here. Native back on the ball.
Snakebite is going to be behind enemy lines as this camo comes up. Split spawners for Native Gaming as they're going to be towards purple. Mikwin does not know that Snakebite's here. He gets the jump onto Mikwin, able to take down that ball carrier. APG with the second camo of round 2 so far, able to sneak away with it, get his shield back. It's a big question of what he can do because he's down numbers and positioning and map control right now. He's got to be forced to make a play.
We saw Renegade get so much value out of that camouflage in the previous round. Now we need to see APG do the same at the moment here. Renegade off the screen was able to take down one. Barcode goes right after Frosty, and now a rotation being attempted by FaZe, but shut down right there as that ball sits towards the B Street side, and Barcode's gonna steal it away.
A great camo play from APG once again rewards his team back with the ball in hand. They're gonna bring it back towards the PD location, continue to build this lead in round 2. Over 30 points is what it should be by the time FaZe have an opportunity to push.
That player crossing the street without looking both ways right there. APG gonna make you pay for that every single time, but that's World 2 with a big pick onto McQuinn. A lane now being open for the rest of FaZe to push through. A double kill by Frosty. Was that a bit of a cluster luck?
Yeah, that was a double kill with a spike, something you rarely ever see, if ever, honestly. And a big nade by Frosty gets the ball out of Native Gaming's hands, and more importantly, keeps this round 2 at a 10-point game.
With Native Gaming that were holding on to a lead for so long, but now FaZe are quickly starting to get into rhythm here and may just take the lead. Frosty, that nade, a little dangerous.
He stuck his team.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, a little dangerous. Yeah, you just killed me, bro.
2-point advantage going in favor of Native at the moment. Gilkey wants to make his way toward the bottom mid side. And that Snakebite being chased away, and Gilkey trying to advance that ball forward, but without the kills, they cannot commit to this setup. They cannot commit to this ball time, and that's World 2. From window to window, big kills across the board, but not clean just yet. There's the 3 down they're looking for, but then a quick cleanup for FaZe.
APG going for his 3rd camo of the round. Frosty trying to compete for it. I think APG might have gotten out of dodge with that camo. Frosty going to play his life with the red gun here on B stairs. knows that players are going to be spawning towards his PD, but the Flowers spot is not where he has his reticle placed, and because of it, he's going to get the jump from Barcode, and Barcode able to rip that red gun out of his hand, put it to use immediately. All 4 go down for FaZe. Camo is in Gilkey's hands, and they have another setup to extend this lead.
Native, who struggled early on this season, have really been stepping it up over the last week or so when it matters most. They had great swim results against the Shopify Rebellion, and now are going toe-to-toe with FaZe in an oddball at 52-40, but as I say, that 3 down go Native.
Dude, FaZe just read the camo play from Gilkey like a children's coloring book right there. Unbelievable pre-nades, reveal where Gilkey is, knock him to half shield. That camo shoddy should have been devastating for FaZe in this round. It's negated immediately by their game sense.
Shotgun is out here for World 2. And there's 2 players of Native towards the back C side that are trying to infiltrate the Ivy. APG is there, but he's gonna catch a Bulldog to the dome. Multiple go down for Native Gaming. The only player alive will be Gilkey.
He's gonna be able to get his shield back, but Renegade's actually doing a little bit of the optics track, grabbing the ball and rotating it away from where Gilkey is. Getting outplayed Gilkey is right now because of the heads-up play and rotation from Renegade. Now Native Gaming are looking to try and push up this cafe spot. They're able to get a couple of kills, but they still have work to do as FaZe are still near the ball. Gilkey doing that work, however, with a double.
Just a 7-point game at the moment as Gilkey with the interception will keep this ball toward the A side of the map, but FaZe still surrounding at the moment. That's until APG takes down Snakebite and Renegade in a 1v1. He wins those hits.
Renegade pressed the melee button and still won the fight against Mikwin right there. Somehow, some way, Renegade doing Renegade things. That's going to destroy the setup from Native Gaming. You see they threw the ball out in the middle trying to play it, but FaZe had the numbers and the space to be able to get this ball into a safe location and get the lead right back in their favor.
You notice the moment that FaZe put Native 2 down, they start to widen their influence on the map. They start to take space immediately, limiting the options of Native Gaming, and I thought World 2 was going to win that one, but some quick strafes coming out of Barco.
Yeah, Barco with the special movement right there. Left, right is all he did. But Roll 2 getting a little thrown off right there. Not often you see him back down from a fight, but his life he viewed more important than the kill in that moment. And because he stays alive, this FaZe setup is going to be a little bit more difficult.
83-64 lead. FaZe are in their final phase of this game. This is the final push that we're going to see from Native Gaming. If they don't break, this could be a win here for FaZe, and round 2 means game 1.
Renegade shooting like that's going to be good things for FaZe fans to see early on this Saturday. A perfect shots with the Stalker rifle there. He's going to be out of ammo, so he's going to switch over to the Bandit. Still has the Bulldog in his back pocket. That ball neutralized with a FaZe 24-point lead. 47 seconds on the clock, I'm sorry. And Native Gaming is going to start to feel the pressure of not just the FaZe Clan members, but the time as well.
But a huge 3 down for Native Gaming allows them to grab a hold of that ball, and you're not that far behind. One more round of slays may be huge for Native as Gilkey goes right after Frosty, then repulses right up to catch a new angle. I'm not sure Roll 2 is ready for it, but clearly Snakebite was.
Snakebite always has Roll 2's back, has for about 10 years now, and that was a big kill to eliminate the setup of Native Gaming. APG trying to rotate this ball potentially towards where his team is going to spawn. One player does spawn in PD, and APG outshoots Renegade right there to keep his life a lot longer alive. That odd ball is now in a very difficult spot for either team to get, but that's going to favor FaZe as there's 16 seconds on the clock.
88-81 at the moment. FaZe have a slight lead here, and Native need to hop on that ball. It's the final 10 seconds, and McWin with the camouflage is going to be huge as they advance the ball forward. Puts the AR to work, but Frosty's going to win that one, and that ball's in no man's land. That's FaZe taking game 1.
A questionable decision by McWin to not use the Bandit, but chose to use the AR. Misses just a couple of bullets from the spray, and because of it, Native Gaming will lose that game 1 of that series. Jumping now into the next series, Optic Gaming versus Proton. The action don't stop here on Saturday, and we're seeing the same map mode combination, but a much different team in Optic Gaming. Their oddball has been so impressive to me so far throughout this tournament. It's no surprise they're already up 1 round and 30 points in round 2.
It's over a 30-point advantage coming in for Optic Gaming. Like you said, already done with round number 1, but Proton quick to attack this PD side set. Trippy right back towards there, but it's not going to win that battle. Talik having the advantage, takes Trippy down, and then continues to put down damage. One shot, No problem.
A lot of damage not being able to be capitalized there from Proton. You saw so many members of Optic knocked to no shield, but they all play their lives so specially that only one player goes down. They're going to get another chance at this opportunity to set up here. But here come the reinforcements for Proton. Quickly into the back of PD. Lucid gets 1.5 players. You have to think it gives Optic the opportunity to flush this player out and get the oddball back in hand.
Optic almost halfway done with this round right now. Meanwhile, Proton Gaming literally have 1 point so far. Something is going to have to change for this Proton Gaming roster, and it may start with that camouflage that's coming up, and a kill on dead zone might create an avenue towards it.
And you got to worry for Proton Gaming because when you see this map layout here, oddball being game 1, you know Optic were smiling at that, knowing that their first round in winner's bracket was going to go in their favor very early on. Unless Proton figure out a way to completely flip the script here in this second round, you know Optic are feeling confident about their position so far in game 1. Up 1 round and 40 points here in round 2. The Slays, not too big of a differential right now between Optic and Proton, but the score in the oddball itself is what's important to pay attention to. Optic dominating the rotations in the ball time so far.
Newbie of the lobby, last shot gonna...
Ready. Enemy team took the hit.
4 go down.
It's almost 70 points here for Optic Gaming, only 10 for Proton, a 4 down. A squad wipe is not what Proton needed at the moment. Now you are in a must-push situation. You have to win this next engagement, otherwise game 1 goes to Optic.
Penguin dropping the ball, sorry, dead zone with the rename. Finding himself not just a kill, but some damage onto a second. And once again, 3 go down. Camo in the hands of the ball carrier. Lucid just wants to end this game 1 as quick as possible.
Drug takes to the skies over toward the commando side of the map, but I'm not even sure he can make it here in time. It's the final 6 seconds that Optic are trying to put on the board. The nade goes down, nobody home just yet, but that's it. Optic take game 1.
No surprise there. Optic Gaming taking the oddball in game 1 in a tough game type to see, but we'll see if Proton can answer back in the Slayers. They have been so good online. We're going right back to the other series, ladies and gentlemen. FaZe versus Native Gaming, game 2, just kicked off 2-2. Barco with a big double kill on the Snakebite. The snipe is down, but look who's found it.
We saw Native Gaming put up a really good fight in that oddball street, so we're going to see if they can do the same, as they do have a 1-point lead at the moment, and McWin was able to take down Frosty. Now we see a push right through the cut side, right through the camo side, and Renegade shuts down immediately.
Renegade, let's see if he can stay alive here. A player that really started to shoot well in the oddball game of game 1. A player you know can heat up on Saturday and carry that momentum to an MVP performance here this weekend. Let's see if he's able to get things going continuously. Barcode, however, able to take down Frosty and find himself the S7. We've seen highlight clips from this kid when he picks it up. He needs to make a highlight clip happen if he wants to get Native Gaming back in this series.
Barcode and Native Gaming really want the game to slow down at the moment. You already have the lead, you have the sniper toward the tower side. You want to put FaZe in a position where you can get some easy headshots, and FaZe, they bust right through the front door, right through the green side, and Barcode gets spotted out by Royal 2, who gets spotted out by McWin.
Good nade to take down Royal 2. FaZe not able to play their lives as well as we traditionally see. A great job by Native Gaming to get an early lead here in game 2. 13-8, you're up 5. Barcode, 2 bullets in the snipe still to play with. And I like the fact that he's anchoring this tower. I don't want him to overextend too far. If I'm Native Gaming, I'm not trying to pressure these players that are spawning in-house. but let's see if it pays off for this decision.
Time and time again towards late season 2, we talked about FaZe being one of the best Slayer teams in the league. And in fact, they were the only team to hand Shopify Rebellion a loss on Slayer back in Arlington. But right now, it is Native Gaming, 17-10, playing absolutely lights out, and largely because this man on screen, of course, Barcode has only died one time this game.
That was a great collapse and a great quick shot. Double kill. Barcode starting to pop off a killing spree with the snipe, making it triple as Barcode focuses onto the player at green. And with Camo coming up here shortly, Barcode has given his team complete map control.
A and Z stand up. You got Mind Freak over here in bracket play. You got Barcode going off. 9-1 at the moment, and nothing slowing him down.
Woo! Gets 2. He is a menace on the map right now. 11-2 and creates so much space for the rest of Native Gaming to be able to compete for this camo. It forces Renegade to back up. Renegade actually focusing on top mid. That camo still up, I believe, as Native Gaming actually have given it up. Frosty makes his way away with camo, but a questionable challenge there on a very open-sided part of the map on bridge. Will lose camo for FaZe, and that's a massive opportunity squandered as the lead is now up to 13.
29-15 lead at the moment, and Native get another sniper in the hands of Barcode, but this time he's shut down right away. Barcode went off with that S7 before, so really big play for Frosty and FaZe to get it out of his hands immediately.
Frosty can't hit the no-scope or the quick-scope attempt onto APG there. Frosty needs to take over this game if FaZe want to come back. He's got the responsibility of the S7, and unfortunately, Frosty gets focused once again on bridge. They are doing such a good job of prioritizing Frosty as he goes onto that bridge. It's a double kill for Barcode in the kill feed, making another triple for Barcode, popping off here at 15-3.
The man has 15 kills. The entirety of FaZe at the moment has 18. He is almost keeping up with the slays of FaZe by himself at the moment. Barcode has been activated. Native are here.
33-20 now. Native Gaming's game to lose. They should be able to tie this series up. If they can find ways to trade from here on out, they will be very happy. 34-21. The game gets neutralized right now. Roll 2. Trying to be aggressive on cuts. He spots Skilky, not able to hit the spike or the repulse, and he takes Skilky's nade to the face.
It's APG chasing down that player toward the net side, then even active listening goes right in to take down the one-shot snake bite. Now the awareness that Frosty's trying to push tower. Native has eyes on every single angle on the map. 37-23, they are moving into their end.
Such a dominant performance here from Native in game 2 to get back into the series. Up 14 now. Everybody putting in some work. 9 assists from Gilkey. Make it 10 assists as he's been a part of a lot of Barcode's damage. But Barcode is really the stat to watch. 18-5. How far is this kid gonna go?
9 more kills needed here for Native to tie up the series against your reigning world champions. Native playing so well on the live fire. But a very sneaky Frosty pushing the low ground towards tower side. Now it's roll 2 going right through C. Native go 2 down and FaZe push up. But McWinston want to get away with camo.
Yeah, 42-29, still the game not over, but Native Gaming in such a favorable position right now. The win conditions for FaZe are out the window. Mikwin sneaking away with this camo is trying to get behind enemy lines. He's going to try and get top tower, but Frosty reads him like a book again and takes him down. These camos, maybe not the most effective, but you know what has been is the teamwork for Native so far. Their assists are out of this world. They got 6 kills to go. You have to find ways to close this game because you can't keep giving up lives to make this game reasonably close and give FaZe an opportunity.
It was another 3 down for Native Gaming, but APG smartly is going to back down and try to play his life. While that happens, though, the spawning players from Native all get punished. That's back-to-back 3 downs. APG gives his team the A-side spawners. I wonder if they can bounce back from that.
The room for error is so little for FaZe, and the double kill from Native Gaming is going to make that even less right now. 46-37. It's a 9-kill game, and a trade is everything you want to see as a Native fan as they approach the 50-kill mark even closer.
Snipe in the hands of Renegade. Only 3 more for Native, and a missed body shot forces Renegade to back down and retreat towards his teammates. He won't be pushed. Meanwhile, McWin does get back smacked off the screen. A body shot from Renegade. A challenge from Gilkey. There's the final kill. Native have tied up the series.
An unbelievable 21 kills from Barcode to tie that series up. And if you like Live Fire Slayer, well, ladies and gentlemen, we got another one going on. It's the Optic Proton series. You saw how dominant Optic were in the oddball. This Slayer, obviously a much closer contest here at 21-19.
Double push from Proton Gaming right through the mid-map, and its last shot that ends up being the first one to go down. They were trying to get an advantage onto Optic, and all that happened was Trippy getting away with the sniper, and now they're gonna work a 1-2 combo with Lucid. A 4-kill advantage, make it 3 as Collect puts his first kill on the board.
Collect gets his first, and last shot gets his 11th kill of the game right now. Make it 12 as he pushes the player back tower, reach-outs the player towards the dummy ramp here, as he is a special talent to watch. If Proton want to get back in the series, if they want to create this upset against Optic, it will be on the back of Last Shot stepping up his game, and it looks like he's brought that to game 2.
They've got a welcome back here for Drunk, but also a welcome to the league for Last Shot right now.
I like that.
Here for Proton, and if you didn't know his name, you better learn it. 12-4, and a large reason why Proton are only down by 2 against a very good Optic Gaming, one of the best teams in the world, because of that man on screen right now.
12-2-4, but getting back down by one of the best to ever do it in Formal towards that training. Lucid's going to find the first kill that could force the Optic push here. House is not where you want to be stuck, but Collect reads the push, hits the snipe, and gets the double kill onto Lucid to relieve all that pressure Optic had planned for Proton Gaming. It's a 2-kill game, snipe in the hands of Collect. As we continue to rotate towards the bottom middle from It's the Last Shot's point of view, he picks up another kill to make it just a 1-kill game.
Over that last minute or so, the game did slow down just a bit, but the moment Optic get that damage, they play through it. And the first 2 kills of that engagement go towards Optic, and that widens their lead as a player portals out for Proton, and Trippy backs down, playing his life.
We joined this game at 2 kills. It is still a 2-kill differential. Make it 1. These two continuing to trade their damage, continuing to find their picks. It could go down to the very last kill. At this point, they've crossed the 30-kill mark, 33-31.
Last Shot wants to keep Formal and Optic away from this A-side corner and winning a pivotal battle against Formal.
Guess who?
That's what you want to see. It's Last Shot bringing them back within 1 kill when a camouflage coming up. This is an important point of the map. Watch out for this engagement. It could decide the game.
Having a Barcode-esque performance here over on the other station is Last Shot, 15-3-5, but the camo up right now is as all eyes are focused towards it. Tall is forced to read the flank. He finds himself a double, but he's going to have to relinquish that space that they were creating towards camo. Not quite sure what's still happening with that camo. 3 members of Optic are bottom middle, and somewhere on this map, there's a camo player.
1 kill lead once again here for Optic. Lucid taking a different route to get over toward the sandbag side of the map. Not sure exactly what happened to that camouflage, but I do know that a sniper will be coming up. I also know that Talik has been having one heck of a game as well. 12 kills, 10 assists, but a Hail Mary out of Lucid.
A good job to stay alive, keeping this game tied, 39-39. Lucid backs up, relocates front A. He's got Formal next to him. Snipe is going to be coming up, and you know both those players are so deadly with the snipe that they're going to try and take some space.
We've already seen Tommy Brady-like nade already. Now we're going to see some shots with the sniper out of Lucid.
Just call him Tommy Brady.
What? No? The Hail Mary, Tommy Brady? Come on, I try to do a thing. Don't make fun of me. Want to go 42-40. Optic still have the lead, and now it's Lucid back towards the tower side. A killing spree out of Lucid.
43-41 Optic with the snipe in hands of Lucid. Take the lead by 2 once again. It's been a 2-kill game this entire time, but I feel like it's about to change with the snipe in the hands of Lucid. Traditionally, things do. Make it 3 now. As the body shot connects, the kill comes through.
Repulses up high to try to catch the enemy team off guard. Nobody home just yet. Back green side of the map and Collect. You better watch your skull. But it's Talik the one that gets a few shots onto Lucid, forcing the back down. Now tries to play. He knows that the rest of his team are pushing right through the mid side. Formal did take down Collect, who was Lucid's threat towards that top mid, and that's alleviating some of the pressure. 4 kills needed, but 4 kills between them.
Lucid not able to be a part of the combat loop going on right now, but he's got a flank on the Collect. That's a free kill for him, making it the 47th kill. You think it's free, but Collect somehow gets out of there. Lucid can't finish the kill, and that's going to be a frustrating moment. 46-44, a big kill opportunity missed. A body shot on the Last Shot's great, but no one on Optic is in a position to trade. Trippy is at green, however. Proton had no idea Trippy was crouching behind green, and because of it, he is able to finish that damage from from Lucid there, able to capitalize it, making it 48-46 with the trades in house.
Will that missed headshot cost them the game here, or will they be able to adapt? 50-46, Optic take.
Shopify Cloud9, they got a series going on as well. It's 1-0 Shopify, and this is the team we asked to see more of, the team that we asked to pick it up. And right now, with a one-game lead in the series, camo in hands, 20-13, it looks like they are starting to find their groove here early in the winners bracket.
Mental always finds a way to have amazing starts in the game. He will often start off 5-0, 6-0, and this is no exception. And of course, the curse as he makes his way toward the top mid-side of the map. His first death of the game, but it's still Shopify with the lead.
Everybody on Shopify doing their part right now, 6-4, 6-6 as far as the kills are concerned, and the assists are pretty good to match. 23-17, however, a 6-kill game, starting to get closer and closer. As Tusk with the snipe, gonna relocate bottom middle, 2 players going down on each side. As he's gonna repulse back to top middle, try and relocate. Tusk not really finding any window of opportunity, but here comes Cycle across the screen.
There he goes down.
Cycle gets a double there.
Victory.
Has to trade out his life in order to get that double, and Shopify Rebellion will keep the lead because of that, and Tusk will also keep a hold of this sniper at the moment for Cloud9.
Still no really window of opportunity from Tusk. You want to see him relocate, maybe try and find a better spot to snipe from. He does hit a body shot front tower, but the damage he receives is going to be capitalized on from another push towards screen, right back on screen. Now, Mental and Cycle were able to push screens once again coming off respawn. You can see it's the clear strategy of theirs to try and break that house setup, and they broke it themselves. Now 30-21 in the score, and snipe in hand.
This guy 2 times right now as Mental, meanwhile suppressed on the other end, putting down damage. 7 kills and 7 assists to his name. Normally the damage dealer for this team. Suspector caught in between 2 members of Shopify Rebellion, and it looks like he may go down or may use that height advantage.
Chose not to quantum back, naded himself, and that's going to be a life suppressed one's back. 2 kills going straight towards Cloud9, making it a 9-kill game. Game's still not over because it's only 33-25, but you have to find ways to get kills without trading several more times if Cloud9 wants to come back in this series and tie it up.
With less than 20 seconds here for this active camouflage, watch how both of these teams are going to try to gravitate toward this C and toward this A side of the map, more towards sandbags and dummies. It's going to be so important to play your life, obviously, but also to get the kills to earn camo.
A couple of kills not traded. Cloud9 starting to come back in this game. Suspector picks up this camo, and it's all of a sudden a 4-kill game with camo in hand.
35-31. And a sneaky Suspector looking to eat away at this lead. And it looks like Soul Snipe and Psycho have no idea Suspector's right behind them, but if it's melee, it's going to cost them. Has to shoot in order to make sure that that player goes down, and Suppressed will make him pay. Camouflage down for Cloud9.
It could have been so good for Cloud9 right there, and it went so bad. Unfortunate for Suspector. I thought we were playing the Jaws music in my head as he tries to approach that player with the backsmack, misses the backsmack, gets revealed, and because of it, it looks like that was a missed opportunity. And when you're Cloud9 trying to beat Shopify Rebellion, those mistakes cannot happen.
Phenomenal job, lads. Absolutely amazing.
Live action
You know,
for you.
just a little warm-up for you guys. It was a little warm-up. Our main stage action is ready to go. Let's get the show on the road, shall we?
Say so.
Your championship bracket starts right now.
Ain't no way to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't no way to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't no way to hide when the sky fall, when the sky fall.
Well, welcome back to the main stage, everyone, and it's time to get some more action underway, and that is the kind of response we were hoping to hear from the room in here, Andy. What a game we have. On Sam Bravo here with I would say the great fortune of bringing you this series, because what a series it's going to be. As you can see on our main stage now, we have the reigning champions, Space Station Gaming, their first time on the main stage today, and they're going up against a hot-looking Sentinels.
Yeah, right now SSG, of course, overall looking the strongest of your big three based on the Friday performances alone. But let's not forget, Sentinels also looking strong. Second in their pool, they took down Quadrant, and also let's not forget, they took Optic to a Game 5 yesterday, proving that they are here to play as well.
They certainly are indeed, and the conversation we were having before this tournament got underway was the top three of the top three. Everybody has kind of established that as fact at the moment, right? And SSG are at the pinnacle of that, the reigning champions. But where is the chasing pack? How close are the rest of the teams to that top three? Well, like you said, Sentinels had some pretty good performances yesterday, and this is an opportunity for them to prove that it's a lot closer than some people think.
It really is, and they're going to want to shake off the cobwebs of last season, just in case you weren't aware of the record of these two teams overall. I think they talked about it on the desk just a little bit, but 16-1 in favor of Space Station Gaming in this exact matchup last season. So Sentinels know that they have their work cut out for them. However, as we said, their Friday performance might indicate that they are on a very different path.
Now let's talk about SSG a little bit to start this off, and why wouldn't we? We haven't seen them on the main stage yet, but they have been cruising through the tournament up until this point, and they have an opportunity to do something that not many teams have done so far in the Halo Championship Series. There's been teams that have managed to lift that trophy, to call themselves champions, but going back to back is a lot more difficult.
It really is, and let's also remember that SSG has a huge opportunity in terms of their trajectory, in terms of the legacy that they're starting to write. If they're able to close it out again here at this event, you get the feeling that 2024 has a very, very specific feel, right? However, if SSG falls here, I think everything's kind of wiped, right? Everyone's like, okay, we're back to the drawing board. The big three are still in contention with each other. SSG with a big chance this weekend to really send a message across the bow to say, listen, this year's ours.
And as you can see, the player cams there, there's a gentleman in the bottom right that some people who are here in this room will probably know quite well. It is, of course, Legend, the man who was added to this lineup. And let me tell you, as you can hear in the room right now, he has some fans, understandably the Frenchman back in Europe and looking to lift a trophy here on home soil too.
Yeah, Legend on your screen here, taking a look at some objective leadership between the two. Oddball at HCS London, specifically between Legend and Boo Boo. Very good numbers on both sides. However, we'll focus on Legend on the left side of your screen first. 1.58 KD. As well as 1.67 kills per minute.
I mean, that kills per minute is exceptional, right? I mean, it just shows that he is such a proactive player, and there's been discussion coming into this tournament that really kind of shows what esteem he's being held in, right, in the Halo Championship Series. Not between, you know, just fans and talent, but also players as well. Elamite was saying he believes he's the best player in the game at the moment, which is such a monumental title to hold as a player, especially with someone who's only been in one grand final.
Right, and I think we should also remind everyone, we got to talk to Bound last event, and he said there was no team change that we were making aside from picking up Legend. He is the only player in the world that we wanted on this Space Station Gaming roster. And as evidenced by their result at Arlington, it was the right decision.
He also added a lot to their Slayer performances as well, which is something that I know you were putting a lot of focus on, looking back at the games, looking back at the series from Arlington, and we're now getting to the point it feels like Slayers win tournaments, right? And we are seeing that series after series, final after final, and SSG have one of the best records in Arlington when it came to those Slayers.
They really did. Slayers won them not only their series, winners bracket final series against Optic, it also won them the grand final against Optic, and with 3 straight wins to close that one out. Let's take a look at the games in this series. You might not have caught it in the pregame. Oddball Streets is your game number 1. Traditionally, a very, very strong Space Station game type. We then move over to Slayer on Live Fire, which is going to be a big key game type, as we said, if Sentinels wants to steal. But things get interesting, Mark, when we get to that game 3. Strongholds Interference, the debut for us on the main stage with that map.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting, this series layout. Like you say, SSG you would favor in game number 1. Game number 2, with the expectation on Space Station from their Slayer performances, you may be slightly leaning that way, but we've also seen Sentinels winning some Slayers already here in London, especially when it really does matter. But that kind of question mark is game 3, right? Because we have so little data. Teams wouldn't have played each other a lot on this game type in the build-up. They would have, of course, done as much practice as they can, but when you put it in the grand scheme of how many times they've played these other game types, it is going to be exceptionally low in comparison.
It is, and one thing I want to focus on for that game 2 Slayer, despite the fact that, as I said, 16-1 overall, SSG over Sentinels, last year. Also 5-0 in Slayers. We take a look at the KD leaderboard. One thing I want to specifically mention is that we did have a few 50-49s last season between these two teams, so they could be very close in that game number 2.
They could be indeed. And a lot of talk, understandably, about Legend and what he achieved, but we actually want to kind of take a step back and recognize that this isn't just Legend, right? This is SSG, a team who no strangers to the grand final. It's where they spend most of their time, and I think one player who had just as an impressive performance as he did is the man who's top of the KD leaderboard right now here in London. It's Stellar. He, in my personal opinion, I've been saying this since the first bullet was fired on Halo Infinite, I think if you're having a discussion about best player in the game, Stellar's name, it simply has to be there.
It has to be, and how scary for other players, right? Keep in mind, there's other players in this venue right now, and they're going to be forced to look at this KD leaderboard and think, how unfortunate for us that we have Stellar and Legend, of course, leading the KD leaderboard, unsurprisingly up top with a 1.48 and a 1.44, coming in a big, big way after Friday's matches, and very, very impressive numbers for them. And they're going to be ready to go here in this series as well.
So we discussed SSG. It's only right that we look at the other side of the stage, right? And Sentinels, we mentioned how they are one of the teams that is chasing the top 3. They want to break in. They want to establish themselves as a grand final competitor. And they have made that team change. They have made the replacement, and Precision is now on this lineup. And when we saw this move made, we had a conversation and both of us reacted in the same way. It's like, this is the player. This is perfect for the chemistry of this team.
It really is, and I think you brought up a really great point about specifically his natural tendencies, right? The way that he plays the game seems like it really fits in well chemistry-wise.
Yeah, 100%. You're looking at Precision, and you compare him to a player like Falcated. Falcated is usually the back guy, right? He's going to be cleaning up a lot of damage, picking up multi-kills, but Precision, he puts up similar numbers, but it's in a way that he's taking space on the map. He's always looking to move forward, puts himself in such good positions to get the first advantage in a 1v1, which just completely opens the map up. And I'm very excited to see how that man on your screen right there, Lethal, works alongside Precision, because I feel that there's a real budding duo in their natural tendencies and the way that they see Halo Infinite.
Yeah, it does feel like this team needed some new blood, right? Some new energy, a younger player. That's exactly what Precision brings, and based on Friday results alone, there's a lot of things to be optimistic about, especially taking a team like Optic to game number 5. And really, they can put those memories to bed for Arlington, right? Write that off as a one-off event, and they can look forward to the rest of their season. And really, we could call this the first look properly at Sentinels this year.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. This is the first opportunity for Sentinels to show what we can expect, not just here in London, but for the rest of the season as well. And one player on Sentinels, of course, who has, I was going to say fond memories of traveling to London, but the man hates flying, so it's probably not as fond as we want to say, is Lethal, right? Doesn't like flying, but last time he was in London, I'm pretty sure that he lifted a trophy.
Yeah. Man is no stranger to main stages. Man is no stranger to trophy lifting, and he wants to do a little bit of more of that this year, of course. As a reminder, that Oddball Street's really going to be the first one we get to see these teams face off against each other, but also, specifically, if Sentinels could steal that Oddball, then things get even more interesting, right? That's when we start to say, okay, wait a minute, this series can go a very different direction. I think statistically, a lot of folks are going to be thinking SSG probably has that game number 1. Not necessarily easily, but certainly statistically has the likelihood of taking that game number 1. Then it might be Sentinel's opportunity to bounce back in 2 and 3. However, if they take game number 1, then all of that's out the window, and this thing will be even more interesting than we anticipated. By the way, shout out to 2 legends on the stage coaching. Icons of the game, coaching these two, especially if you look at the Halo 3 era. Huge achievements for both of these players. Chig on your left, coaching Sentinels, and of course Elamite Warrior, fresh off the back of a tournament win, coaching Space Station Gaming.
I think this is going to be a fascinating series. You know, we talked about how Sentinels took Optic to that game 5 a little bit earlier in the tournament. Well, if they can do something similar, or maybe just get over the line against SSG, then the conversation has to be not just getting into a grand finals, but is this a team who might be lifting a trophy here in London? A lot of talk to be done, a lot of games to be played before we get to that point. But speaking of games to play, you can see the players look like they're loaded in, Andy. It's time for us to get underway here.
Cannot wait. As we said, SSG's debut on the main stage here in London. They've traveled a long way. A lot of fans in the room have traveled a long way as well to see this team and what they might bring this weekend here. Game number 1, Oddball on Street, Space Station up against Sentinels.
Well, let's see who gets out of the hot start here. Opening strategy, always important, of course, on any map and mode, but especially when you have teams that are so evenly matched. This is going to be the perfect play setter, I feel. The perfect pace setter for this series. Oddball's going to give everyone a chance to get into this game. Let's see who can make the big plays.
It really will. Keep in mind, yeah, this is not an Argyle CTF. This is not a slow burn here. We're right into game number 1 on your main stage. Welcome to day number 2 at the HCS London Major. First kills being exchanged here. Bound is your first to fall. We'll see if Sentinels can continue the damage off the back, and they do. It's an early 3 dead here for the side of Sentinels.
Yeah, it looked like Space Station were trying to get an early grab on that oddball as well, just get it back towards that tower, but weren't able to quite do so. And by winning that early fight, you're going to see that Sentinels now have a good position on the map to fight for that camo, which is, of course, on that delayed spawn.
Precision manages to stay alive in the L as well. That'll be more continuous kills coming in. By the way, 5-0 is the side of Sentinels in kills off the opening break, and they're going to be quite happy about that.
Camo's still up, by the way. You can see the respect that's being shown for both teams. They want to make sure they get the kills previous to picking that camo up. Precision, that would have been a big 1v1 win early on against Stellar, but hey, it's Stellar. It's a lot more difficult to do than any other player you go up against.
Brings up a great point that you and I were talking about, Mark, and you kind of highlighted the fact that it feels like for Sentinels to take this series, they're going to need to really have some key individual performances coming out. If you take these 8 players in a straight 4v4, a lot of people are going to be betting on Space Station to take those 4v4 wins. We're going to need to see big individual efforts out of the players on Sentinels if they want to take this series.
Well, the Shroud screen is keeping Eco alive for a little bit longer than he would have wanted if you're on the Sentinel side, but Lethal still putting down good damage here as he works in and around the cafe towards that oddball. And it seems like they're winning the majority of these fights on the pink street. Flanker's going to come in. He'll be dealt with as well. That was a momentary 3 dead here, although one player is still alive to deal with. Precision does exactly that. And there's an opportunity here, a strong opportunity for Sentinels early to set up around that tower.
Sentinels picking up where they left off yesterday without a doubt. By the way, continuing to outslay. They're now outslaying 16-6 in the game.
Yeah, fantastic start for them here on the main stage. And they'll hope that momentum can keep going, not just at the start of this first game, but when they're in those final moments of the series that might decide which way it goes. Speaking of which way it goes, the camo is up bottom middle once again. Booby's away with that ball, and you can see the nades are flying down, but it's Stellar who gets away with it.
Stellar needs to make a play here, as we said, being heavily outslayed and also now heavily outscored. It's 41-4 in the game. We'll see if Stellar can make a play here for SSG.
2 dead here for Sentinels. In the meantime, they're trying to flush out Falcated as well before trying to pick that oddball up. And the oddball is still being contested here. Even though the kills are going in the favor of Space Station, that oddball is in a little bit of a precarious place to try and scoop up and bring back towards that tower.
Camo will dissipate in the end. Not a huge factor, to be honest. They're going to try to make plays off of it, but it won't be easy. Precision with another kill as well. That will be 3 dead for SSG, and more damage coming in on Legend. He's not going to have any hope at bottom A. He gets taken down 22-12 in the kills category, and it's 49-7 in favor of Sentinels. Falcated also opening up with a killing spree of his own, and this is a hell of a start for Sentinels.
It's a hell of a start for Precision as well. He's 6-3, but 9 assists alongside it as well. And this is why they picked him up, right? Not many players win an individual fight against Stellar. He has that red gun and he has to be perfect with it. And that's exactly what he is. He neutralizes the flank. He allows the rest of Sentinels to clean up damage. And he's the playmaker here in Sentinels with a strong lead as he now takes down Legend as well.
Good damage as well unbound. That should be cleaned up in back A. We'll see if Lethal can be wise to the task. Going to try to wrap around here and get through the shout. Not easy though in a 1v2, but Lethal able to somehow at least sneak out the one and trades the second one as well. Unbelievable. As those kills will come in. Might even have been a team nade based on what I saw on the kill feed, but most importantly, that was 3 dead again for SSG.
And look at the score at the moment. It's 67 and rising with the oddball still in the hands here of Sentinels. And it keeps on rising, and we're starting to get to the situation in this game where we're talking about round 1 going to Sentinels, and not really much of an answer. A little bit of a whimper here in round number 1 for Space Station.
Killing spree again for Falcated. By the way, that's 2 separate killing sprees for Falcated in this game. That is very, very rare to see ever at this high a level of play, but they do it again. It was 3 dead for SSG yet again, outslaying 34-20 right now.
Looks like they've got a call on where Bound is as well, and he's got the camo, but he's gonna, I was gonna say, he might be in a situation where he gets taken down without doing too much to impact the setup and the break the Space Station were looking for. However, he does come out of it, he does stay alive, and as that last player alive, has now put himself in a position to get his teammates up the map and stay alive with his camo.
A little bit of deja vu, right? We just saw Stellar doing the same thing. Can Bound make a play here from the courtyard? Not going to be easy to do. Finally, he's taken down. It will be a momentary on the map advantage coming in. 3 dead finally for Sentinels. It feels like we haven't even seen that all game. SSG now with their work cut out for them. They trail by 64, and they're going to try to mount a comeback.
It's the first opportunity, though, they've really had to set up and had Sentinels trapped on a spawn. You can see they got that final kill when they saw where the first spawner came in. So now they can allocate their resources to one side of the map and expect where this push is going to come in from Sentinels. And they're doing a pretty good job at the moment to get that first kill. They have the numbers advantage, but shields have been broken. That's why that oddball is still down on the ground, and a little bit of trepidation again about grabbing that oddball and moving it away.
Falcated falls as well. Precision was down in the moment. Now there's going to be continued bad spawn rotations coming in for the side of Sentinels. They're going to need to find a way out of this, and a double kill like that from Boo Boo is exactly how you do it.
Great shots coming in from Boo Boo, and it is at the point in Halo Infinite where you're not just looking at one player, it's everybody on the main stage who can make a play to change the pace of the game. And now you're seeing Sentinels make that break thanks to the man on your screen with a beautiful moustache over his lip, and now he has that opal in his hand as well.
I was going to say, you need a play to be made. Give the opportunity to the man with the mustache and the mullet. He hits the double, gets a third kill as well in the back. The man's doing it looking good. 90 points on the board for Sentinels.
Falcade with some good shots as well, a little bit of a peak shot, comes back and finishes off Stellar as well, and you can see with the spacing that Sentinels have on the map, there might be an opportunity for them to get just a few more points on the board as well, but it looks like Camo is the play, and again, the Shroud screen is allowing players to stay alive far longer than they should.
97 on the board, and with that little dipsy doodle on the neons, that will be the round. Sentinels alive and well on day number 2. They will close out round number 1 of Oddball Streets, and you and I talked about the most interesting scenario of this series would be if Sentinels were to take game number 1. And my God, did they look great in the first round.
We talked about how this series might be built around massive individual plays, little moments that kind of swing the balance. Well, round number 1 showed that, right? Precision with that play, Boo Boo with the play. They're the two that stand out as making the difference in those tight situations. At the start of this one, though, it's going to be Space Station who win the opening battle. 4 dead for Sentinels off the rip, and SSG straight on that opal.
Completely different start here for the side of Space Station. Maybe a little bit of a wake-up call as they're going to now try to get into a lead here. Only a few points, of course, exchanged early on. And finally, Bound will now have a tram hold. By the way, worth noting, our first tram hold of the entire game so far. We did not see this ball at all in the first round coming into tram. It was entirely held around tower and back A. Finally, he will be taken down, and now Sentinels has a chance to make a camo play.
Yeah, it was interesting, wasn't it, the timing of that? It looked like Space Station all got back to tram, but the timing in which it took them to do so meant that Sentinels could get up the map and fight for that camo, and by doing so, not really a lot of time on the board off that hold for Space Station as they had to change their attention. And I tell you what, they had to change their attention, but attention is locked at the moment onto anyone who steps into the red core. Falcade, and he is shooting so well at the start of this game.
Big play from Falcade. He also got eagle-eyed. Based on the positioning right now, I think it was actually Bound from B-Rail or so, maybe Laundry, who actually eagle-eyed him with camo and almost shut it down. However, now he's going to try to make a Neon's push happen. They do have 2 down, though, so not going to be a very straightforward push. Going to need to make sure he hits the shots here.
Now it's the tower setup in the side hands, I should say, of Space Station. Falcade trying to thread the needle through the setup, and like you say, manages to pick up 1 kill on his way forward. And I love this, just a little bit of patience, right?
Yep.
Even though he got that first kill, he knows the attention is going to be on him. Space Station would have been shouting that call out. Now he's still alive and still causing problems.
This is a little wild. The Shroud just caught Stellar in the end. Does win that mental battle, 2v2 on the map momentarily, but Stellar is able to drop and Shroud and really win a battle that would have been otherwise quite difficult to win. Maybe that's the boost that SSG needed. Worth mentioning, Sentinels is still outslaying 63-48 overall. However, we do now see a narrow lead for SSG.
Camo going to be picked up this time by SSG, so it's 1-1 at the start of this round, and look at the score. It is so close, and with this kind of little transitional hold at the moment, you're going to see Sentinels go back into a lead, but you would expect Kevin Eco Smith on your screen with a Bulldog and a camo for him to be able to find some kills to break the setup. But elsewhere, look what's happened. SSG have lost a couple of kills, which means that Eco has to play this far more conservatively.
Let's see what he does here. Maybe a double and a ball toss is the best he could do, but not easy. Finds himself in a 1v3. As you saw, he was the last player alive, and it's a really tricky situation. The best he could have hoped for probably was a quick kill and a ball toss in the end. He just got taken down before they could even play the ball. Oh, no. Bound wins the battle. He had absolutely no business winning against Lethal. Once again, maybe an opportunity for them to get numbers on the board.
Remember that moment in a few moments' time, because those kind of little momentum shifters can really just motivate a team, fire them up a little bit. And a player like Bound does not need to be asked twice to find that momentum falling into his gameplay, as we now see Sentinels go down 3 again, and it will be SSG who go back into a lead here as Legend is crouching in this corner with that ball.
Lethal not letting that impact the mentals, though. You see he wins a battle back A, just to keep numbers a little bit more interesting. If Bound had taken down Lethal the second time, this would have been a very difficult push, but already Sentinels is able to get the first pick off of the following push, purely because Lethal got that kill back A.
And Precision immediately holding forward, and it's something I love about his gameplay. He's never afraid to engage, do damage, and look at this. He gets 1 beat down, he gets 2 shots onto another player, and it's cleaned up immediately. That's what they needed, Sentinels. A player who is not afraid to step forward and deal damage.
It looks so simple on screen, but it's exactly what you said, Mark, before we got into this match. You do need a first man in. That's not easy to do against a team like Space Station. To poke in PD from tower side, hit those shots, then make sure you hit the melee as well on the door player. You pave the way for your team to push in. And off of that damage, off of the double kill as well, they will continue to have 2 dead. They will continue to score now, 56-41.
Loving the aggression I'm seeing from Sentinels. It was something we've been critical of them and their previous lineups in tournament, in close games. Sometimes they're a little bit afraid, it felt like, to hold forward, to get that momentum if they get that opening damage and capitalize off of it. You're not seeing that here. Everybody is playing at such a similar pace, and it's looking like Space Station is struggling to deal with it a little bit.
Certainly does. Right now, very good triple team coming in the back of tower, but guess what? That ball is still played. Bound gets taken down by a perfect grenade coming in. Still a momentary man advantage coming in for the side of SSG. It will be a delayed 2 dead, continuing the spawn cycle as well. So off of those kills, you would think here SSG will take the lead in just a few moments' time.
They should be able to, with just the distance that you can see Sentinels have to cover before they can engage with Stella, but they picked up a couple of kills elsewhere, and Bound is going to be challenging, but look at the teamwork. Doesn't even get the opportunity to be finished because Boo is there to keep him alive, and Sentinels keep applying this pressure. SSG find themselves 2 dead once again. Eco's on the flank here. Stella's trying to engage with precision inside of PD, and it's a little 2v2 here at the back of tower.
Big 2v2 moment, just as you say. Eco tries to go heaven. Wow, big shots coming from Eco to still take out Foul. He needs to stay alive. They're going to try to push out of tires here, 2v2 yet again.
2v2, but odd ball in the hands of Sentinels. Boo now finds himself as the last alive, and you can see how difficult it is sometimes to find that player who is last alive. Legend sniffs him out and says, time for you to have a little bit of a think in the respawn screen as SSG will grab that odd ball once more, and they're starting to find just a little bit of rhythm here as Sentinels find themselves 2 dead once more, and the lead is starting to grow here for SSG.
The trade that Sentinel's going to be happy with. Something's up at Laundry. Things are getting dicey over there. Any battle that takes place in that Laundry window is just getting awfully interesting here. All 8 players alive, and right now SSG with a heavy lead here. They're going to cross the 90-point mark, only 10 points away.
Yes, it's a really strong push on the arcade side coming in from Sentinels. They want to try and overwhelm the numbers. And it looks like this 2v2, they've got the opening damage. Legend now finds himself with no shield. He's waiting for Bound to come in and try and clean up some of the damage before he can re-challenge, but Falcated, he's done well enough to get one trade. Legend's trying to finish him off, but the pole dancing, it falls in the favor of Legend. He shakes it best and he comes out with that old ball.
2 dead here. They're just going to continue to hold. You have to wonder if the play ball will come in. Looks like the pressure will not come in time. Legend should be able to close it out.
It will be indeed. I was going to say, surely no, but Precision flies in. And SSG with just 1 second remaining to close out this round now have to do a little bit more work. Lethal will find a kill as well, and Bounce found himself alone on the tire, saying, I thought we had this round won.
Thought it was over. Decides to go in. Precision actually wins the battle. Now it will need to be absolutely perfect plays, but it was a momentary 3 dead. Can Legend get a grab here? We'll have to see. Not going to be easy. Pressure might still come in. Precision or someone should finish. Yes, they do. That will keep 3 dead. Stellar was your last player alive. It's not over yet.
Strap yourselves in here, everybody. Precision versus Stellar, not for the first time. It's damage, but it's not the kill. Eco gets another one as well, when you would expect, with Sentinels finding themselves 3 dead, make it 4 dead. The final second and point will be collected by SSG, who are back into this game number 1.
Big moves there from SSG. Let's not forget, this game was tied at right around 60 points or so, and all of a sudden it's 90-60 in favor of SSG. They are still being outslayed pretty heavily by 12 kills. It's 96-84 overall, but guess what? We wouldn't have it any other way. 1 round will decide it between these 2 in game number 1.
And one thing that's standing out for me a little bit statistically is you're looking at Stellar and you're looking at the stats 17 and 21. It's not what you're used to seeing, but you're also not used to seeing him having over a minute of ball time in this game so far. So Stellar's showing that the objective, he's never frightened of it, and he's been the man that's been tasked to be responsible for getting those points on the board.
See what Stellar can do. So often in these early games, it's a player fighting from the L. We've seen time and time again just trying to make sure you can push out very good shots. A little reversal comes in against Falcated. That was 3 dead momentarily. Boo-Boo's your last player alive. Probably will. So glad I didn't speak too soon. Leave it to Boo-Boo Doo-Boo. Somehow stays alive with the camo.
Lethal said, I got you, buddy. Don't worry about it. You use that camo to get us back into this round. You use this to break the setup, and that's exactly what Boo-Boo is doing. Damage from the red gun. It can't really be matched, apart from if he's got a bulldog. However, here's Falcated to keep Boo-Boo alive. Everybody taking turns to keep each other in this.
And with 3 dead, we've seen what Boo-Boo can do. Let's get into a listen in here with Sentinels.
Charles up.
Yeah, and Nest. One shot Nest, you go, one shot Nest. I have to back up.
Yeah, back up.
Purple a little.
Yo, up driveway, up driveway.
We have purple, we have purple.
Be a hard first death. Be
Yeah,
a hard
top driveway.
They're all gonna be B.
Yeah, and already music, already music.
And IV steps, IV steps,
Caution. Yo, in PD, in PD. I have death cam PD.
Trash weak, watch out trash.
He's back A, hitting back A
Trash,
right
bureau,
now. He went
bureau,
top, he went top A.
Bureau.
Help you, Ethan, help you.
25 mid camo.
Nice.
One bureau, guys.
I spawned your PD, I have your PD.
Watch my mid cross.
Yeah, I am. Could be there already, I just got it. Yo, Ami, heaven.
Driver to bureau.
Could be PD or something.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Yo, arcade weak, arcade weak. Arcade will die.
Purple, I think.
Yeah,
Camo guys, already purple, I'm weak.
I'm here. Weak bound.
Ah, dude, I got
Two.
two.
Two here.
Hold on, netting.
Go one shot.
You pushing Kevin down.
I got him.
Kevin down.
Keep trying to milk, keep trying
Two
to
shot bound, two shot. On the... He went ATM
Alright, camo's up, camo's
Two there, different guy. The other guy went ATM.
They have camo upstairs.
One third, absolute one bullet, ATM window.
Yo, front A. No more trying.
ATM window.
Bottom A.
Fair enough, yeah, fair enough.
Bottom A and cafe. Hey, we're dead.
Yeah, two
Good A,
sides,
good
two
A.
sides, two sides, literally two sides.
Back A. Bottom A, one shot. That's nice. Three dead.
Bottom mid or something.
Let's go, Ami. Trash. Weak.
Looking for you want bureau fast.
Bureau, bureau.
Give me pillars. I'm about to flank piece here. I'm about to flank piece here. Someone.
Yeah, already caution. Full.
Lance, one shot, Hydra, one shot.
One shot PD.
Hydra dead.
Be Mike,
Back
be
PD,
Mike.
back
Look
PD
for the other guy.
Back PD door.
Yo, purple.
Back PD door. Yeah, weak legend.
Down by B, I'm down by B.
Yeah, weak back PD.
Cafe, one shot.
Yeah, weak heaven. He went
Bottom A, chasing bottom mid.
Back A.
One thing that's impressed me from that listen is you can see Sentinels as they go 4 dead. I will say it's just the communication in making sure they're prioritizing the kill in the comms. What is the most important one to go for? And they all collapse and work towards that target.
Also with amazing performance once again, continuing to slay heavily and also now leading 53-24. Amazingly calm in that listen. You even have Precision just absolutely just breaking some ankles there with Stellar in the bottom A battle, and just really impressed with how calm and collected this team is.
One thing we've got to keep in mind, though, is how many times do we see teams run the big 3 close, but when it comes to the big moments at the end of the game, that's where the difference is made. We might be seeing that again in this round number 3 here, as SSG have kind of started to just creep up on that score. It's just 10 points between the two teams. And this is getting to the dicey moments. This is where the 1v1s start to mean even more than they did a few moments ago.
Yeah, just like you said, 2 dead there momentarily in Space Station, but these next kills over these next 3 minutes of play are absolutely going to be vital in terms of controlling the map, locking down as much time as you can. First kill does come in for Sentinels.
It's a very heavy push coming in on the pink side here from Space Station. They committed 3 players to it. Bound is going to move and try and take a flank, but he'll be taken down as well. Excuse me, not taken down immediately. Finally, Lethal does. Last player alive is going to be Legend. It's 4 dead here for Space Station. And like I mentioned, when we came out the listening, Sentinels were the team who are 4 dead. It's a perfect break coming in from them.
Respawn's coming in. Ooh, Stellar just wraps the corner at the imperfect time there. You really can't blame Stellar. Just unfortunate he wraps Caution at the exact incorrect time in terms of where the players were on the side of Sen. That will continue to be a killing and slaying advantage coming in as 2 will fall for SSG yet again.
SSG under pressure here. You can see Falcade wants to take down Legend and take him down. He does. The PD is clear now. As Sentinels might be thinking about grabbing that ball and bringing it back to the safety of Falcade, who's up on Heaven at the moment and looking for any information he can find.
You have to wonder with B-spawns there if SSG should have waited a moment, right? They got a little bit of a gift there. If they just sat in music, they maybe had an opportunity to put together an even stronger push. Falcade with another kill, 2v2 on the map momentarily. 90 points on the board for Sentinels and rising.
Last player alive, though, is going to be Precision, and he's no shields back tower. Legend looking to take this 1v1. It's a beat down, and Precision will actually win it, which now allows the rest of Sentinels to get towards him and fight for this oddball. If he does not win that, then SSG have great map presence, great map control, and they have a full setup they can work with.
Here comes the push, not going to be easy. Lethal takes early damage, which is going to make this push pretty difficult. The 2 will agree to disagree, and they will shake hands and move away from the battle. 91 points on the board. This is do or die for SSG. They will need to hold at least 2 full rounds of slays. It could actually be like 3 rounds of slays before this one's over. There is no room for error.
They get across the 50-point mark, and one thing to take away as Sentinels find themselves 3 dead from that is how careful the Space Station were being in that situation, knowing that if they just didn't prioritize a few extra kills and let one player slip through, that could have been the round. That's why you're seeing them be so careful about collecting that odd ball, making sure that when they have that ball in their hands, they have numbers elsewhere on the map to fight.
Oh, it goes perfect Shroud. Also goes for the perfect rotate through the Shroud up into... Bubu's wise to it. Bubu knew someone might be in that corner because Lethal gives him the call out. And this could be the push here. 2 go down for Space Station. It's great patience coming in for Sentinels. Keep an eye on the kill feed. That will determine it. 3 dead. Legend, your last player alive.
Legend last alive, manages to get one, but where is that oddball? It's in the hands of Lethal, and he's running away with it. He now brings it back to the bodyguard of Precision. He's trying to milk these last few seconds, but the break and the camo has gone into the hands of Bound.
Not over just yet.
Bound gets another. 3 dead hit for Sentinels.
Wow.
Don't count them out just yet.
Not just yet. They tried to get the perfect rotate coming in with the ball through tires. However, got stuck in courtyard, which really cost them. Now with 2 dead and camo control, this could be big. They could run away with it here with a huge lead if they pick up these kills on Neons, but it's an important kill that comes in from Lethal.
So important to double up in that situation. Double up they do. Oddball is still down. It's a 2v2. Make it, excuse me, a 1v3 all of a sudden on the map. As Stella finds himself last alive. Falcated will find him quickly. The spawns have come in tram though, and look at this.
What?
Bound, he has vision on that oddball, but Sentinels are collapsing.
Oh my god, you thought that the transpawn was a favor. Take a look, Bubu's gonna grab it. That should be it. He gets the point on the board, and Sentinels will take game number 1 against your defending champions.
And Bubu stands up and lets out a roar as well. You can see what that game 1 win means to them, and I think also, like we were discussing, means to the context of this entire series as well. SSG, such a strong traditional oddball team. Well, now they've got to find another way to win this series because game 1 goes to the team in red.
Wow, how about it? We said the most interesting reality and timeline that we could be in was if Sentinels took this game number 1. They do it in 3 rounds with a hell of a way to start the tournament. And now we find ourselves 1-0 up over SSG going into what we called a pivotal Game 2 Slayer, but now it's pivotal in a very different way than we expected.
Yeah, certainly is indeed. We mentioned how Slayers win championships. Well, maybe Slayers are going to have to do one here to win a series. I've got to talk about how good Sentinels were though, right? The one thing that stands out to me, and it's an obvious thing to kind of highlight because he's the new addition, right? But Precision's ability to win an individual as the first player forward to create space, just everyone else looks so comfortable playing off the back of that damage.
Really did, and you saw some very, very key 1v1s, and we talked about it before the series even began. It was going to always come down to specific 1v1 plays that were coming in from the side of the Sentinels players, and I think not only did they look good in certain 1v1s and stepping up with doubles and triples, but also as a team, they really look like they're on the same page.
I mean, think about the time where Bubu had that camo, right? A lot of the time, he's kept alive by Lethal. Lethal is then kept alive by Foul. All of these little plays show that people are watching each other, are playing for each other, and Sentinels look good in game number 1, but let's not get carried away here. It's game number 1, right? It's a big, big win for confidence, for the scoreline, whatever you want to say for the side of Sentinels, but as you can see, you don't win a series off 1 game.
Right, an important piece though, it's I think one thing to circle back to that we should, not easy to close out against the big 3, and there were many moments in both rounds 2 and 3 where it looked like it was not going to work out for the side of Sentinels. Of course, SSG does take that second round, and however, when you saw it was about 98-70 or so, it looked like Sentinels was maybe going to play upset. Instead, we take a look at Bound and Legend's numbers here so far. Good duo name.
Yeah, it's a very good duo name. Whoever came up with that, put that on a t-shirt.
I'd buy the shirt.
Yeah, it's gonna sell. KDs, you can see there, both exceptional, as you would expect from the 2 players who lead the line for Space Station. But enough of the stats. It's time to get back into the action. And at the end of this game, maybe we can circle back to those stats and see if they apply to the final result of this game. We're heading over to live fire now. Slayer, 50 kills to win, and that S7 that's spinning so beautifully on our screens right now could well be the difference maker.
It really could, and guess what? What a wake-up call for SSG, right? Coming in, undoubtedly confident coming into this event after their win not too long ago in Arlington, Texas, but now they find themselves trailing in their first main stage series of the weekend. Sentinels now with a lot of momentum. Can they carry it into game number 2?
Well, Bubu's going to pick up the flank early. Falcade gets 1, Precision gets a 2nd, but Stella gets away with that sniper rifle. It's a great start, of course, for Sentinels, and it might be even better because not only do they get all the kills, they find Stella immediately, flood Stella, knowing his position, and get that sniper rifle back just as the camo pops as well.
I love the speed of that collapse. Bubu goes straight to scoreboard. He wastes no time, and he hits perfect shots. They also had a 2nd player who flew scoreboard, so they were always going to get that kill. Let's keep an eye on power up here.
Easy shot for the talented player like Bubu Dubu to hit that one. but it looks like they might have to give up the camo in this situation. And now Boobu's going to have to hit another shot. It's going to be onto Eco with that camo. Doesn't land the beat down, but the trade comes in immediately. That means the snipe's down. It means the camo is out of commission, and it means Sentinels keep that slender lead.
Once again, very, very good buddy system coming in. Always you're seeing them travel in packs, and otherwise those two battles that we just saw at Scoreboard and Rat Tunnel would be very different in 1v1s. As you just saw, they could have completely different fates, but we always see Sentinels coming in with the backup as well. However, as two fall, the game now just becomes within one, 9-8 lead for Sentinels.
Space Station trying to keep the pressure on. They want to pressure and make these shots with the S7 as difficult to hit as possible, and doesn't even get the opportunity to really pull it out and fire some shots without that pressure on top of him, Falcated. Space Station now tie the game up at 11 as they flood through the garage, and you mentioned packs. Well, they're hunting as a pack at the moment.
See what they can do. They slow things down just a bit, and they really do well with the timing here. Speaking of doing well, Stellar with unbelievable shots from A-Plat. He'll pick up that kill as well. Now going to a narrow lead here at 14-12.
Precision last alive as well, and you can see he's just had to run away. He's just trying to play his life at the moment. And a slender lead now goes back over to the side of Space Station. So they've done a great job, actually, of getting into a position to trade out kills, but also get away a couple of times to get that kill advantage back in their favor. Essentially going to turn over to the power-up side of the map in around 20 seconds as well, because the camo will be popping once again as Lethal challenges Stellar and gets put on his back.
Never a surprise, but my God, is Stellar shooting well. 3 dead momentarily. Legend is your only player alive. Here as things now come back within 1 kill between these two. Such a back-and-forth series already, as we get just about a third of the way through the game.
Legend with the QT as well, so it has a little chance to overextend here to make the play. However, Lethal's watching that port. He's going to take him down as soon as he comes back through. Attention from the port back over to the power-up now. Camo still up. Precision and Boobu pick up kills surrounding it. And off the back of the push, Space Station find themselves 3 dead. And surely the camo has to go the way of Sen.
Yeah, back-to-back 3 deads, like you said. And they also will get the camo. Not only a 2-kill lead, but a chance to make that even more.
Attention now turns towards top middle. Sniper rifle going to be coming up. You can see that Boobu, he's trying to clear a little bit of space out for the rest of his team. He wants to grab this one with the camo and make use of it.
21-22 now, as the kills come back in favor of SSG. Now 3 dead for Sentinels. See what Precision could do. He was your last player alive. Going to have to fight solo for bottom middle. Not easy to do up against a team like SSG. Now, as we're tied and Eco has the snipe, let's get into a listen-in with Space Station Gaming.
Should be red. Yo,
Two key. 3 red. I'm pushing red. Right, 2 guys on me.
Yeah.
3 guys on me.
I still have sniper, guys. I'm sitting screens. I'm gonna help.
Okay, back small. 2 of them down.
Okay, I might be.
I can help. I have sniper. No one.
Yeah, back here still.
I'm tapping. Yeah, back small. Wait, A-plat.
Dead. I got one.
A-plat weak. 2 guys cement and big door. Cement and big.
Ready,
come here. Come to me. Come to me.
Make this game make sense, guys.
Don't
Don't run around.
Don't spawn on cam.
Top tower.
This is good.
I'm giving you top tower. I'm going this.
Okay, sure.
Okay, back B. Strength to play for QT.
Yeah, wobble.
Strength to play for QT.
And I'll help you guys. Kill Kidor. Can we go kill Kidor?
Come on.
Pushing Kidor, I guess.
Another one.
Two bottom mid. Red.
Okay.
Right weak.
Nice.
Rat one shot big door.
Watch out, white wall. One small green. Fuck, cement. Yo, one's nice.
Where is big?
He's going mud, going to the combo. And there's one dice.
Yeah, we play for tower again?
Yeah, just sit top tower, Legend. Sit top.
Mid weak. One shot mid.
Maybe you're
Two guys mid, guys.
This QT comes back.
Nice.
Top tower, QT.
Created.
Nice.
M125.
Bottom tower, I think.
I'm in green, guys.
Help Legend.
Nice on this.
I'm looking at this.
That's 2 shots.
I'm going combo.
Weakness.
Yeah,
I'm going this bridge. I died from this bridge.
Set.
Okay, pillars going for them.
Yeah, one spot.
Two pillars. One's weak as fuck. 3 over there. I have a good death cam.
That's right now.
Okay.
No, they are not. They are not ready. They are not.
M03.
Top mid right now, I think, guys. Top mid right now, I think, guys.
Flank them over.
2 top mid. 3 top mid, I think. Weak in A.
Cuts right now. Cuts. 2 shot cuts. 1 shot cuts. 1 shot cuts and 1 kidder.
Watch us crits. Crits again. Watch us crits. Dead.
I have cam.
Let's get fucked up. Kidder weak.
Kill him, bro. Alright, I'm going top A with camo.
Okay. Just give us, like, info.
Green. Check green. Absolute green.
Pillars and green. Yo, I'm going top mid.
He's in the tube. In the tube. 1 shot. Good. He's absolutely in the tube. Absolute jump.
That's bridge.
I'm tapping with you.
I'm go cuts.
Just bait.
That's bridge. Top tower, 1 shot. Dice weak. Top A behind you guys. Kill me.
Okay, top tower.
I'm cuts, got him.
Top tower.
I'm gonna ban it.
Usually when you see a team pick up 4 kills around the camo, get the camo, it means a lead is only going one way, but Sentinels have baited them into so many plays here. Individual fights being taken, the Sentinels have won, and Sen, after that passage of play, still have an advantage. They're up by 2 with just 10 kills to go.
Absolutely wild to be able to counter the camo the way that they just did. It looked like Stellar was poised to make a big play from Sandbags. However, it's shut down yet again by Sentinels. However, just as quickly as we say that, depending on this 1v1, Space Station goes into a narrow lead now, 42-40.
And I was about to say, Eco got away, but he didn't. There was a spike grenade left on the floor there. And Sentinels now find themselves 3 dead. And I tell you what, if there's one man you probably look at your screens right now if you're a Sentinels fan and you don't want to see a sniper rifle in the hands of, it's going to be Stellar. With a 1-kill advantage, Stellar is poised up on top of this tower and ready to take some heads.
7 shots as well, a lot of ammo to play with, and take a look, 43 kills on the board. How fitting that he has 7 shots to burn in this sniper rifle as well. You and I, during the listen-in, talked about it. We took our headsets off for a second. You predicted at the 40 mark this game would go to a crawl after being a breakneck pace. And Mark, you called it perfectly. Things have slowed down. 43-43 here, all tied up.
I feel like I've somewhat redeemed myself after asking to go to Royal 2's POV yesterday, but we'll have to see if that's going to be the case. Precision gets that entry kill. Stellar can't quite connect. Uncharacteristic in this moment to see him missing these shots, and now Lethal comes in, gets that frag grenade to back tower, takes the snipe out of his hands, and might have just handed them the game as another kill gets picked up by Boo Boo.
It's a summer camp classic. The buddy system prevails again. Now 47-44 on the board. 3 kills to go for Sentinels.
Space Station needs to regroup here. They need to get numbers back on the map, but Sentinels want to try and hunt them down. They want to try and keep this pressure on, and why wouldn't you, as Foul gets the 49th. It's 1 kill to go here for Sentinels, not just to win this game, Andy, but to go 2 up in the series.
And guess what? They can just bait camo here. A 4-kill lead at 49. That's going to be it. They don't even need to bait the camo. Sentinels takes game number 2.
Look at Boo Boo!
They close it out. Boo Boo exchanging some choice words across the stage as well.
He was casting a spell or something. Whatever he was doing, he's going to hope it works. That's the joke.
Whatever spell he's casted, we have supporting music as well.
Incredible stuff from Sentinels in those final moments, though. I mean, we've seen that end game 1,000 times now on Halo Infinite, right? And usually Stellar up on top of the tower, he's going to peel someone. He's going to get your opening. He's going to be able to hit a body. But the constant pressure and also the fearlessness, I would say, for that push on the cuts to try and isolate and take him down. Sentinels are making plays out here. They are looking ballsy.
5 shots taken and no kills recorded from those snipe shots. And just like you said, Stellar trying to hold that angle on dummies. He eventually backs down, but it's a perfect 2 or 3-man push that came in from dummies up to C-plat and back tower. It's a perfect grenade from Lethal to close it out. And look at your scoreboard. I don't think anybody would have placed the bets this way. 2-1. Oddball Streets in favor of Sentinels. 50-45 Slayer on live fire. Let's not forget, with last year's roster, Space Station was undefeated in Slayers against Sentinels. This new team, Precision and what he's brought to this roster, clearly it's a very, very different team. 50-45 in game number 2, and we now could see on a wild card, brand new game type of Stronghold's Interference, potentially a 3-0 Sentinels win here against your defending champions if they can close it out. We'll take a look at some highlights from that fantastic game number 2.
One thing to notice as well when you look at those scores, it's 2-1, so it looks close, but 2 of those rounds of oddball, especially the first one, was not close. The Slayer, I would say, between 2 of the best teams that we have in the Halo Championship Series, when you're taking on a team who's just won a title, a 5-kill difference, it's a pretty comfortable one when it comes to that final moment of the game when you're calling yourselves the winners. These are some of the stats as well from Strongholds at HCS London, and no surprise to see the 2 players on your screen who love to be aggressive and rotate around those hills. This is going to be a real battle here, and Bound needs to be the player, you feel, for SSG to just step up a little bit in this game and prove that maybe he is the one who can change their fortunes.
Yeah, really what we're expecting to see. Very rarely do you see Bound go negative in a Slayer. He just went 13-16 in that last one. So going to be looking to making sure that he's in the right places at the right times, but let's also not forget, they're not going to have a ton to fall back on in terms of the amount of game type time they have on this game number 3.
I just want to say as well, Precision, the man on the right-hand side of that stat screen, he went 17-10 in that last game. And when you're looking and you're doing your scouting, you're hoping when you sat down at the end of a game 2 and you tune up in the series that the new guy's putting up those kind of numbers. It makes you feel much more comfortable in the decision that you've made.
Sentinels management is somewhere in the back of the room, and there's like, yeah, new guy's not bad. 17-10 in a game that we win by 5. We'll take it. Precision looking so good. Unsurprisingly, we were so excited to see what he might bring to this roster. We know Sentinels fans around the world were excited to see what he might do, and it is an unbelievable start for them up against Space Station. They lead 2-0, and they're 1 game away from closing out the series.
Well, something interesting to mention here, you can see Sentinels smiling, understandably so, 2-0 up in the series on the main stage, sat in their seats, ready to go. SSG have just stepped away. They've taken that opportunity to step away and just collect their thoughts away from the main stage, and they did something similar in Arlington in a grand final, and then they won a few games in a row that took them to a championship.
It's true. We should mention optional break, of course, for these teams after a few sets of games, depending on the length of the series. If it's a best of 5 or a best of 7, those are a bit different in terms of when those breaks are allowed, but SSG does take theirs. Maybe a bit shaken, caught off guard off of the first 2 games. Certainly not where they expected to be after their first 2 games on the main stage, and now maybe a chance for them to refocus as you get a chance to see the stage from this angle here. All 4 seats are vacant. As you said, SSG has stepped away to have a quick chat, and Sentinels with a lot of time to think about this game number 3. But this one's going to be interesting because both teams, of course, it goes without saying, have the least amount of game time on this next game type.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting game type to talk about, but I also want to talk about the interesting setup that you have as the main stage, right? Because if Boo Boo stands up and screams across the stage, you probably don't quite hear it from the traditional main stage that we have.
You bring up a great point. At a traditional main stage, you cannot even stand up and scream across anything, right?
Exactly.
You'd be screaming down a 40-foot gap down the line. However, instead, we knew this was going to be fiery and dicey when we first saw this room. To have a traditional kind of head-to-head setup was going to allow for a little bit of extra fire, a little bit of extra, English, pardon the pun, in the series. And Boo Boo's already taken advantage of that, and now we'll see what SSG comes back with.
Well, this is an update from the championship bracket for you at the moment. You can see the game we're watching right now in the winners' quarterfinals. Sentinels with that 2-game advantage, 1 away from closing it out. And whoever wins this game, well, you can celebrate a game against Shopify Rebellion in the winners' semifinals as they took down Cloud9 3-1. On the other side, FaZe Clan, they get the job done as well, 3-1. Optic with a 3-0 against Proton means FaZe Clan versus Optic Gaming is waiting in the wings.
Later today, we can't wait to jump into that one. We'll also take a look at the elimination side of the bracket as well to see who has already dropped.
Try again.
Versal Perfy.
Nailed it.
Waiting for their opponents. Cloud9 and Mindfreak will be facing off each other as well. Native Gaming and Quadrant, an elimination match. That's a high stakes one as the trumpets start to roar behind me. Proton Gaming and SWAT Esports will be your last elimination match that we wait for down at the bottom of the bracket.
I didn't realize how much my life could improve by just constantly being followed by a trumpet and drum, but here we are.
Doesn't matter how many times I stutter. As soon as the trumpets start playing, everything is just fine. As we get ready for the next game on the main stage. Just in case you're just joining us here, we have an unbelievable start to day number 2. It's Sentinels versus Space Station Gaming. And Sentinels right now 1 game away from not just the upset, as SSG re-enters the room and they will retake the main stage. Sentinels not only 1 game away from the upset, but also 1 game away from a potential 3-0.
I can only imagine, by the way, the reason that was played by the fantastic trumpeter, which might be the incorrect term.
That might not be the right term in 2024.
Yeah, for our brass section. Was dedicated to me, because I'm a big Arsenal fan. William Saliba song. So shout out to you. Thank you very much for that. Let's turn our attentions away from my brain.
Just to make sure we can keep our jobs here, I want to also say the brass and percussion sections that are here present, because we don't want to rule out the giant big drum that's also in the room.
A pair of hats, there's a bit of percussion knocking about next to it as well, honestly.
Big shout out to really all classes of instruments here today.
Anyway, the break is over. Thank God for our careers. And, of course, everyone who's watching right now, because it means we can get back into the action. And it gives us a chance to talk about interference, right? It gives us a chance to talk about the unpredictable nature of this next game. Now, if you're sat on the SSG side, is that a good thing, or is that a bad thing for you at this point in the series?
I would say it's a bad thing, right? When you talk about a team like SSG, at a moment like this, coming off the back of a championship and now being down 2-0 in this series, you probably want as much control and comfortability as you can find in a series. And the newest game type in Halo Infinite's suite of game types is not really going to provide that. However, they may be very, very confident on this game type, especially based off of the time that they've had on the rig, of course, as well.
And I would say as well, traditionally, you're looking at a team who can get running on a game type. You're looking at Strongholds. Yes, it's a new map. Yes, it's got a few little different nuances to what we saw on Halo 5. Of course, the movement on Halo Infinite, very, very different. But it is a game type where if they get a triple cap, before you know it, they can start running away with it, and all of that momentum just starts to flood back to the side of SSG. Taking a look at some of the stats from this series, though, and I mean, you're looking at the two people you expect to be top of the kill leaderboard for this team, Precision and Falcated. Both play the game a little bit differently, but working together beautifully for their squad.
Let's also not forget, if we also think about Halo 5 talent that has a lot of experience on running a game like this as fast as they can on the rig, names like Bound, Stellar, and Eco are fierce names in Halo 5, of course, and Halo Infinite is no exception. However, when I specifically think of strongholds on the rig, those are three players I absolutely don't want to play against. And then you also think of what Legend's going to bring to this as well. They should be looking good here in terms of the play style and chemistry on this game type. The question is, will Sentinels continue where they picked off in game number 2?
Well, the team talk is over. Both teams are back on our main stage, and it looks like we're ready to get back into this series, and it's time for something new, everybody. Interference Strongholds is where we find ourselves at such a fascinating point in this series. 250 points to win. And of course, that overshield going to be so vital alongside the thrust and that snipe.
Can't wait to see this. One of the big things, Mark, on this game type that you and I were talking about is there's a lot of nuances and nerdy ledges that you can find on this map. And when you add things like the heat wave, the overshield, and the thrust, there are going to be big angle-breaking potentials in this game type. When you talk about the speed that's required, when you talk about the players that are in this match, kill immediately registered. Bubu's the first to fall.
Well, this is going to be a fascinating game 3. And off the break here, you can see the space station, their opening strategy is going to be superior. The overshield is going to be on delayed spawn here on interference as well. So it's more of a battle for map control before you're going to see a battle for those strongholds. But a big win coming in here at A. It looks like Sentinels are trying to aggressively flip A early and switch those spawns over.
Yeah, early BC hold coming in here for the side of SSG. However, they do find themselves 3 dead. Legend was your last player alive momentarily.
Make it 3 dead. Overshield is still up, and Lethal will be able to collect that one. So Bubu now turns his attention to B, and it looks like they're going to try and hold the inside of the map here on interference. And having got the numbers back on the map now, they're going to have to go up against a full SSG, but Lethal still has that overshield as he puts shots onto Legend on the car.
Yeah, still 50% or so, just under overshield to play with. He's going to want to use this as best that he can to get to the action right away.
Bound just peeking though, and look, Lethal can't find any targets that are really easy kills at the moment. Bound with the thrust, Bound with the heat wave, but oh, Lethal with the double kill!
A veteran play from Lethal. 3 dead. Bound is your last player alive yet again. That will be more points on the board for Sentinels. A veteran play from a man who has many, many hours on the rig. Take a look at that. It was an attempted bait and switch in the White Hall against the overshield player. Lethal was so wise to it. He does not follow that kill left. He waits, he backs up, he anticipates a player pushing right, and he turns that into a double kill. And that will also turn into continued scoring now. 50-12 in favor of Sentinels.
And not for the first time, Lethal took the hands took the heat wave out of the hands of Space Station there. He did it twice, and that means with the narrow hallways that you have and the ability to kind of loop around and pick up kills with that close range weapon, it means they don't have to worry about that too much. So one important kill is great. Picking up a +1 is always good, but if you're taking that weapon out of the hands of your opposition, it gives you a little bit more freedom on the map.
Another double kill comes in here. Overshield popping right now. Should be a grab. Let's see. I think it was Falcated who jumps on it. Legend tries to get an angle from the sewers, who will not be able to do so. It's another overshield for Sentinels, and they will continue to put kills on the board right now, outslaying 13-10.
It's a reset on A. It's a conversion of B. And look at this. Falcade already pushing elbow, trying to see if he can get some shots and pressurize the spawners. All of SSG at the moment are trapped on the back railing and in the long haul, and they're going to find that out at the moment. And they're not going to worry about pushing. They know that Fal has that overshield. They can put damage down. They might be thinking triple cap here.
They might be. I love the timing, just like you said, the pace, not rushing anything that they don't need to. Fal somehow just staying alive yet again. Eventually he's taken down, but it was 3 dead. A 1v1 Precision should be able to take this one. Didn't need to trade, but once again, right away, Bubu is there to get the reset on C. They will continue scoring. They've crossed the 80-point mark.
It's so important for them as well to manage to pick that up, because if they didn't get that reset, they didn't manage to convert C, then SSG had done a pretty good job there of getting hold of A, and that would have been scoring momentarily going back over to SSG. But if you're looking at kills at the moment, the last few moments you felt it's been all Sentinels. 98 points and rising. They're about to hit 3 figures here, and hit 3 figures they do.
And they do it, and as they cross that 100-point mark, let's get into a listen-in again to Sentinels.
Stay behind you, stay off.
Another one, E2.
Yeah. So I hit him once. Like
E2 away, E2 away.
Dropping 2, dropping 2, one shot.
E2.
Shot pass 2.
in basement.
It's okay if they give it, it's okay.
Okay, yeah. E2 or something.
Yep. Wait, look at B. One shot B.
I need your sniper, Ethan.
Shot B, Mike.
Yeah, 30 for Obi, guys. 30 Obi.
One shot B still, one shot B still.
Okay, that's fine. Yo, basement window, basement window.
Close down, Mike, close down, Mike.
One shot basement window, Ethan.
And one would be, one shot sewers.
One shot sewers. Nice. And an A.
A and bottom nest.
Bottom nest.
He's going open field. Open field.
15
Look at open field. He's throwing.
Alright, 15 OB. 15
They're gonna rush you. They're gonna rush you from barrels.
Yes.
I'm here though. I'm here.
Alright, we spawn there. 10 OB, guys. 10 OB. 10 seconds.
On tower on me.
I have help. Yeah, and top tower fighting you.
Yeah, down one. Come in, good. If I can look base window, that was.
Yeah.
On the corner. Yeah, close.
Right now.
One corner, guys. And under
Be done. 2 1-shot barrels.
Hey, one shot. And what's the top snipe? Going snipe all with us. Snipe all with us.
Nice.
Snipe all with us. Just milk him. Just buy time. And one sewers under nest bridge. Under nest bridge.
Got me.
Carbine no camo. Or us.
Where's the bottom?
I don't know.
With sewers. He's bottom nest.
One
One shot under nest bridge.
He's in sewers.
Don't cap this. Do not cap this.
I've death cam.
We come out the Sentinels listening and back into the game, and momentum has completely shifted. It is a triple cap that came in for a few seconds, and then 1v1s, then team kills started to happen, and all of a sudden you can see SSG have held this triple for quite some time, and the score is about to flip as well. Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, and you can see Legend, he's chasing down the final kill on Boo Boo as well.
Wow, I mean, an unbelievable run here coming in from SSG. They were also trailing, by the way, 24-17 in slays, and now they are now outslaying Sentinels for really the first time in this series, if we're completely honest. It's a very, very different game, as you said, than when the listening started. Just like that, 150 to 115, essentially a 90-point unanswered run.
Well, finally they get some kills here, Sentinels, but they've been on a split spawn for the last 60 seconds or so, it felt, where they've just been able to flood one of the strongholds, use their numbers effectively to get the kills, and then off the back of it, reset one of those strongholds, 165 and rising. And for the first time in this series, you really feel like Sentinels are being asked questions here. How do you play off the back foot? Falcao, you're going to slow things down momentarily. Legend trying to clean up the damage, but it looks like Sentinels will quell the bleeding for a few moments.
Yeah, not able to do it just yet, but Legend waits for the help wisely, so as he picks up another kill here at C, they will now continue scoring with an AC hold. And must be said, Mark, how about it? You see SSG's first overshield of the game, and just like that, they go on really a terrifying now 150-point run unanswered, continuing to trip cap. The next overshield's in 15 seconds. They could decide the game.
Yeah, they have an absolute stranglehold on the map at the moment. Falcao gets 1 kill again. Boo Boo's trying to convert 8. They've just got to play for 1 at the moment. If they can get 1 stronghold, then they can play around it, get players back on the map, and this is their opportunity to do so. SSG went 2 dead. Legend is going to be trying to clean up more, but 2 dead doesn't mean too much when you've got Legend still on the map. The overshield will be picked up as well, and SSG are rolling as all of Sentinels have gone to sleep.
Well, Lethal tried to get away. He almost dropped there to basement, almost got away with the overshield at the very last second. You could see the animation happening thanks to the player outlines. Lethal was split second, milliseconds away from finishing that overshield pop. Instead, it's a trip cap at 235. Overshield still in hand. This one is all but over.
Look at them, they're trapped. They're absolutely trapped at the moment. The overshield is still here. As you can see that the takeover is complete from SSG. And from nearly 100 points down, if you turned away for a few moments, you would not have seen what SSG just did. That was dominant.
Dominant, and to be honest, I think it's what you and I, basically what we talked about, the amount of proficiency on the rig in Halo 5 from players like this on the side of SSG. That's what we expected. Now, it took them 3 overshield rotations to get that first OB, but once they did, they never looked back. That game ends 250 to 115. We'll take a look at some highlights, and you're going to notice something here. There's a big shift that happened in this game. SSG just runs away with it.
Yeah, you look at the individual plays at the start of the game, it was Sentinels who were winning those little battles, but the overshield, like you say, it was a pivotal moment. It allowed freedom on the map. It allowed SSG to take a straight 4v4 for the first time, it felt, without having to go up against someone. And yeah, just these little wins at the end of the game. Every single time that they picked up 1 or 2 kills, the split spawns, they were collapsing so quickly. And Sentinels just couldn't get back on the map. I can't really remember a last time in that 60 seconds that Sentinels had 4 alive.
No, I absolutely can't either. By the way, thanks to those highlights, we did get to see what the exact run was. Essentially an uncontested 180-point run in that game to close it out in the end. 250 to 115. Unsurprisingly, they will also outslay in the end, 43 to 34. So it looked like it might be a fast first series of the day. SSG says, I don't think so. They will send us to a game number 4 at minimum, King of the Hill on recharge, and look to force a game number 5 reverse sweep as well.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? We were saying, you know, is this going to be a good game type, a bad one? Well, SSG have just shown that they know how to play that map and that mode extremely well. King of the Hill, though, that's what we need to focus on now, as we can see the records so far. Space Station with a 5-2 record, where Sentinels straight down the middle, 2v2 for them.
I mean, how about it? If you wanted any reason that we thought we were going to force a game number 5 in this series, this is the exact stats card that would suggest that that will be the case. SSG looking to make this a bit of a longer series, perhaps, than everyone expected.
I want to know what's said on these breaks when SSG step off the stage, by the way, because whatever it is, it's inspirational words, and they just seem to come back looking like a completely different team. I think for Sentinels, though, you've got to put yourself in the headspace of, hey, we're still one up in this series. You know, it's still 2-1. We're still on the precipice, one game away from knocking SSG down to the elimination bracket and really making a statement here. King of the Hill, a game type that traditionally you would say, I would say the past for previous Sentinels lineups they like, because they can set up, they can move around the map, and SSG a little bit more dynamic, maybe not theirs, but with the way this series has gone at the moment, I really feel like this is just a straight 50-50.
Exactly, I think all bets are off, and luckily I think Sentinels and their fans are also going to feel the same way. We've been talking a lot about historical stats between these teams, but let's not forget this is a brand new Sentinels roster that's coming in, and of course based on the first 2 games alone, they're playing, and even their Friday as well, they're playing a very, very different game. We're going to get it now into game number 4, SSG versus Sentinels. Sentinels leading 2-1, they want to end it here.
SSG looking to send us to a game 5. Sentinels looking to close out. Camo battle going to be the main focus at the start of this game, understandably so, and it looks like it should be won by Space Station. The Sentinels find themselves 3 dead, but Boo Boo, as last alive, he's going to challenge, and Stellar has more work to do.
Yeah, Stellar doubles right back in the end. That'll be traded out, though, so still no grab on the power-up just yet. We'll keep a very close eye on that. Big shout-out to observers for also keeping an eye on that here. Picture in picture, it is grabbed in the end. Looks like a Sentinels grab. It will be lethal with the camo. All 8 players alive. Big play coming up right now.
Yeah, fantastic dynamic on the map right now because Legend has the shock. He gets the first kill. Pipe control, that is all belonging to Space Station at the moment, but the camo gives you an opportunity to break. However, with the kills being picked up by SSG, Lethal has to make the most out of this camo. Gets the beat down, manages to not get traded out or take damage himself, and now he's looking for the second, and Lethal with the camo has broken. He's given them an opportunity now to try and wrestle back Pipe's control.
You really can't ask for much more than that. Boo Boo now going to also try to get into the mix. This is not going to be easy against a player like Stellar. Finally, they win it. As you say, they cause enough chaos, though, but maybe a little bit too late on this first hill, 2v2 on the map.
2v2, but Pipe control and spawns will be still good for SSG. You would expect them to be closest to the hill when they come off that respawn, and of course the shot is still down as well. Wallbound trying to escape with that grapple. Not going to be able to do so, but should be able to at least get that shock rifle back into the hands of his teammates. Stellar will pick it up, and in a few moments' time, if he can hit a few shots and keep Boo Boo away, then they might be closing out this first hill. Precision, he's trying to extend this hill a little bit more. He's trying to milk his life, and he might have just done so.
Yeah, he's able to stay alive as long as he can, but Lethal is your last player alive, and with that, that will certainly be the first hill for SSG.
Boo Boo trying to desperately make a play at the end of this, but not going to be able to. Plays his life instead, gets that kill. But SSG go up by 1 here, and this is a different looking Space Station Gaming.
It really is. Sentinels let a few too many points get on the board there in that first hill. You had a feeling that they were going to have a second life, but really they left themselves no room for error in that first hill, and as a result, we will now see SSG leading 1-0, and you can't help but think it's a very different SSG than we saw before the break.
2 camos in a row for Sentinels, excuse me. Not really going to be put to use, though. Damage was good, but nothing turned into a kill. As this battle and this flood through the tower does continue. Sentinels controlling the hill for now. They're almost halfway done on this, so even though the scrappy battle hasn't really been won, the trades are good enough for Sentinels to keep that spawn over Blue.
Stellar also gets taken down. That's a really big kill to keep them off bat spawn. Then another big kill that comes in from Sentinels now, as they're all lethal, excuse me, as SSG is trying to make this push as a team of 2. Not going to be easy. This could be the hill right now.
Could be the hill unless Stellar can get around this corner and cause some damage. However, the call out should be there. However, no one in position. Sentinels find themselves 2 dead. 2 no-shield players in the hill, but nobody there to capitalize. And as close as Sentinels are, they can't call it their hill quite yet because Space Station have managed to break.
Somehow, from a man disadvantage, they make that push happen. It looked like it was going to be over. There were only players at Whirlpool and Longhaul. Somehow they get across the map, and they're now just about to tie it here on this second hill.
Problem is here for Sentinels, they're trapped on the long haul. They have to make a Hail Mary play. They have to try and flood through one of these chokeholds. But no. Stellar with the stick, and Stellar with the double. He's going to shut it down.
No.
Sentinels get shut down. It's 4 dead, and SSG should be able to close this hill out.
I don't want to speak too soon, but we could watch that play back as a pretty historic turning point in this series. That is a hill as Stellar continues his reign of terror. That is a hill that they had no business winning. That was about 75 or 80% of the way to 0. And as a team of 2 against 4, they somehow make the push happen. And like you said, that long haul funnel, that choke, that gauntlet, Sentinels cannot push through in the end. They get forced into the SSG blender, and just like that, SSG leads 2-0.
Look at Legend, he's feeling confident, he's challenging. Even though he knows Falcane's got the upper hand in that fight, gets damage down. 2v2 on the map, and Space Station get their first camo in quite some time. Eco, though, he gets beat down, and oh, the camo is going to be useless as Precision goes hunting.
Yeah, Precision, nice little nade there, just kind of pre-nading where he thought the camo was going to be clearly, and he does get the kill in the end off of some help from Lethal as well. That was 2 dead, a momentary 3 dead here off the spawn cycle. Actually, it's a momentary 4 dead based off of the staggered kills. This will be an opportunity for Sentinels to find some footing, and hopefully for their sake, not let history repeat itself.
I was going to say, getting those last 2 kills on Elevator was so important, just to make sure that the spawns weren't going to be close to that hill. They flush him out perfectly. Boo Boo gets that double, and they also get that hill. Boo Boo has a shock rifle, and Sentinels answer back after the heartbreak of that second hill.
And it's still 3 dead, staggered 4 dead again. This is your first spawner here in Long Haul. Not going to be an easy battle for Precision. We'll see if somehow eventually stays alive long enough, though, for continued 4 dead. So this game and the pace is unbelievable. Let's not forget, only about 20 seconds have gone across the game clock while they got that first hill. So there's still a lot of time for them to play with here, and they're only down by 1 hill. Now the pressure goes back on the side of Space Station. They need to make sure they close it out here.
Boo Boo tickles with a shock. Now turns his attention to helping his teammate in tower. It's 2 dead again here for Space Station. Eco's going to be no shields on the back right battery. Legend, he's going to poke. Wow. Go! Lethal's going to clean it up as Boo Boo shocks the heart for just a few seconds to slow that heart rate down.
Push coming in here, though, bottom Hydro. That's where Legend went. They lost track of him for a moment. We'll see if Legend can jump up here. He does. Legend and Bound work together on a very good push that could change the way this hill goes.
Eco gets another as well, and now Sentinel's starting to get a little bit trapped again. Lethal's got to buy time here. He's got to stay alive as long as he can. Bound's trying to do the same, and it's going to be SSG who win that final scrap with the 2v2. Now camo coming up as well. Bound inside of this hill. Sentinels with a good start on this 4th hill, but not really a solid enough hold to call it their own.
This camo's big. All 8 players alive on the map. Wherever this camo goes could really determine the way the game goes.
2 players on the needles. That nade could be special. Bound is going to fly through. He should be able to clean up 1, but his teammates are going to get there first. And they say to him, we've done the heavy work. Grab yourself a camo and come back and help us claim this hill.
Very, very calm, very cool and collected here, coming in from not just Bound, but all of the SSG side. They knew they had the advantage here. They had the hold. They were going to force Sentinels into them. They play that camo perfectly now, and they're likely going to steal this hill right out from under Sentinels.
This might be the last push for Sentinels as well, because Bound, with this camo, is going to recognize where the play's coming in, where the kills are coming in as well. And he's saying, hey, with 3 dead, it doesn't matter if we've got camo. I'm going to grab a little bit extra time here. And Sentinels may have 1 more push on this, or they might have to give it up.
They might have to. Take a look at this. I don't think they have the time. They need to make sure they don't also lose too many numbers here, but they're about to lose both, if you ask me. The hill goes, and right now they're going to continue trying to fight from long haul, but it won't be easy. Eventually, they do manage to keep things interesting. 2 dead. Legend, though, exchanged out with a perfect kill of his own, but more importantly, looking at the scoreboard, Space Station ensures that the game does not go 2-2. They now lead 3-1. They are 1 hill away from forcing a game number 5.
And it's such a tough hill to hold, isn't it? Bottom middle, it's such a scrappy hill and so difficult to get the time on the board. You can constantly be contested. There's always a line of sight, you feel, towards that player in the hill. And Sentinels, the one thing they have on their side here is time. 2 minutes and 18 seconds left on this game clock. If they get this next hill in the next minute or so, then there is going to be an opportunity to maybe tie this up.
2 dead, 3 dead now. Precision is your last player alive. See what Legend could do. The assist does come in. That means it's a staggered 4 dead. As you can
oh, sweet Jesus!
Caden was your first spawner. But before I could even say that, he's already been taken down. So it'll be continued 4 dead spawns, and they're going to have to wait for each other here because this game could be over very quickly.
Shock rifle in the hands of Legend is a terrifying thing. And Sentinels are finding that out right now. It looks like at the moment that they are just baiting Sentinels into that hill. They know they have to go for it. Camo's up as well, but Legend's just thinking about adding some more shock rifle kills. Can't quite connect this time, but will secure the camo for his team. Bounder's got away with it, I think, but he just got traded out. Precision, he's inside of the hill. Legend deals with him.
Looks like the power-up still might have dropped there, but most importantly, we're taking a look at the scoreboard here. It will be Space Station leading on this hill as well. Only about 25% of the way, away from closing it out. 2 dead still for Sentinels.
Sentinels just been really struggling to get out of the spawn, to find some map control, and having to be forced constantly with SSG stepping into that hill to extend themselves makes their decisions so much more difficult to make. Eco with another trade. Trades if you're in the lead are absolutely fine. If you're chasing, you need to make sure that you're staying alive on the map.
It's been a narrow slaying game. It's really only just about 10 kills separated to 2, 3 dead. And now this should be the final moments here of the game.
SSG looking to send us to a game 5 here. It has been a comeback of epic proportions as they send us the distance here in London. It's going to be a game 5 as SSG will win King of the Hill.
You might say we were always headed here. A game number 5. The defending champs were not going to go down this easy, but let's not forget, in game number 3, they were trailing by about 90 points. They have mounted a comeback in that game, and they have not looked back since. A fantastic piece of play to ensure that that game did not go 2-2. Instead, it went 3-1, and then closed it out 4-1. Send us to a 5th and final game of the series. Here's a look at some highlights.
I mean, the takeover around that, I think it was the heartbreak of losing that second hill that really affected Sentinels. They managed to get 1 hill on the board at the back of it, but the control of that bottom middle hill, I have to say, from SSG, it looked unbreakable at times. They just constantly had numbers, constantly getting that first pick. They could just kind of bide their time when they wanted to step into it. And it almost felt like at the start, they were like, hey, let's just play time. We feel like we can kill them for 2 minutes. And then they were like, hey, we can actually do this from the hill. And they stepped inside of it. They closed the game out without it going to time. And SSG look very different now that we head to the game 5 in comparison to what they did after 2.
They really do, and I have to say, I think that hill, like you said, that second hill getting lost, it felt like it in the moment, and it feels like it now as well, that was going to be a piece of play that we look back on as a very, very important part of this series, and it now has been confirmed indeed as we go to a 5th and final game to decide it. That 4-1 win is a big one, and now so much, not only victories on the board for SSG, but it feels like momentum as well.
What would hurt more for Sentinels than to go to a game 5 of Optic, lose? Go to a game 5 of SSG and lose? They're the margins, right? We talk about the big 3. They're the big 3 for a reason. It's because they can close out close games. They can close out the close series against teams who are so talented. So for Sentinels, a lot riding on this game. The same, of course, can be said for Space Station, but they know they can do it. For Sentinels, with a new player on the team, this is a new challenge for them.
It is. We took a look at both of these two before the series started. They have now each tracked and clocked 2 games apiece to send us to one final game to end the series. Those two guys, no strangers to Game 5 Slayers. They're going to need to know exactly what they need to do to close this one out. But let's not forget, historically, we've seen a huge, huge margin for SSG and Slayers. But game number 2, it was a 50-45, a pretty convincing margin at this level, by the way. A 50-45 win for Sentinels in game number 2. Can they repeat and make sure they still close out the series, or will we see SSG complete the reverse sweep in game number 5? That's the question.
Well, here we go then, London. A game 5 is in front of us. Let's get this thing going. One thing to talk out a little bit before we get into this, the difference between game 2 Slayer and game 5 Slayer here is the lack of power weapons, right? This is Aquarius, it's Arena, it's traditional. You're gonna have to rely on that DMR.
This is gonna be guns blazing here. We'll see what Eco might be able to do. Overshield's still up. Looks like Legend thought about going towards it. He does. He grabs it as well, and that's going to be some early kills exchanged. 2-2 on the board, but a nice overshield. Wow, a lethal somehow with unbelievable bleed-through damage there to make sure he gets that kill. And what we thought was going to be a momentary advantage for SSG off that overshield slows down immediately. Sentinels actually goes into a lead.
Little moments in series, little moments in games can change the fortune of who we call the winner at the end of it. And maybe, just maybe, that play early on for Lethal could be one we talk about as we get to the end of the series. Lethal picks up another one, but look how, again, the pace of this game is relentless. It's 5-5, and everybody is engaging, taking those 1v1s. But Stella has the thrust in that one.
Very nice thrust there on the final shot to make sure to close that out. Now he and Bound will start to move together as a unit. Look at this from Stellar, not afraid, even though his shields were still flashing, not afraid to fly right back into the back of the base. They pick up the first 2 as they need to do, and just like that, it's a 2-kill lead.
Precision trying to extend for this kill, manages to get it, traded out immediately, though, by Bound, who has had an electric start to this game 5. 5-0 for the man on your screen right now, and it's because of that thrust that he adds the 6th kill to his tally. Double positive at the start of this game, 11-8 the score.
Great score. Great start for them as well. 11-10. 12-10. Now, as we said, this one's going to be just as fast as we saw in the earlier games of the series, just back and forth with teams just flying and knowing the second a possible advantage opens up, these players are going to be flying as fast as they possibly can. 14-11 now.
Sentinels have got a tough job here because the overshield is coming up in around 10 seconds time, and they're trapped on the car side of the map. So they've got to make a decision. Do we try and fight across for this, or do we just play for the green gun that's going to spawn on our side and try and neutralize the overshield that way? Space Station, you can see, they're not moving from this P side. They know they can control this and get that power up And with a 3-kill advantage, if you get that overshield, that can go one way very quickly.
Precision trying to make something happen. He will trade it out in the end. However, it still should be SSG numbers on the overshield itself. We'll keep a very close eye. It is Legend. He does pop it, turns the 180, turns back again to make sure they secure this overshield, and he still has a little bit of additional shields to play with.
Precision's flying in. Precision gets the trade, and I have to say, even though it was an overshield going to the side of Space Station, the way Sentinels rotated around and picked up kills just as it came up meant they had guns up. When Legend had that overshield, he wasn't able to impact the game as much as he would have wanted to, and Sentinels now bring this game within 1.
Couldn't agree more. Precision leading the team in kills, also making sure he's there. Not only did he start that overshield battle with the top car jump up, he also flies in to trade the overshield out, just getting right back into the action right away. That keeps the game within just 1 kill.
Bubu's got the heat wave as well, so weapons. Well, Sentinels have got him. Thrust is also in his hands. He's got 1 to play with, and think about what Bound managed to do at the start of this game with the thrust. Well, Bubu's not going to be able to match that because he gets taken down, and that's thrust going to be used up. It's going to mean the heat wave is down as well as Stella goes hunting, but there's no one to find because Sentinels were 4 dead.
Brilliant exchange of play coming from SSG. As we said, it was just 1 kill. Now it's 4 kills, separating them at 23-19. And Stellar just going to look to hold Pink 2 as long as he can. Already getting a lot of information as well on the whereabouts of the other opponents. This could be quick work coming in. Here comes the collapse. 3 dead, 4 dead again, back to back. 4 deads coming in. SSG now lead by 7.
They are starting to roll here, Space Station Gaming. This is a different looking SSG than what we saw earlier in the series. They are hunting in packs. They are looking to extend this lead and punish Sentinels inside of this base. And Sentinels are just trying to fight out the moment. They're trying to get any kind of map presence, but even the nades, 2 nades, 3 nades can't take him down until Precision finally steps out with that bandit rifle and picks up a double.
Steps out, as you said, the double kill keeps the game close. It was 3 dead momentarily, now 4 for the side of SSG. Now 24-29. SSG answers back with a 4 dead, Sentinels answers back with a 4 dead of their own, and they get an overshield off the back of the perfectly timed 4 dead. So what was a 7-kill game is now just a 5-kill game with an overshield advantage. Let's see if Falcated can collapse here.
This is the opportunity, this is the chance, this is what you needed to do. Eco gets taken down as well. SSG are 3 dead, and Sentinels are coming back into this game once again. It's 3 kills between the 2 teams, and again, the overshield is the difference as Bubu top middle, he grabs that thrust as well.
Unbelievable. You thought that we might see them run away with it here. A 7-kill lead at a moment like that could have been an opportunity to just run away with this game. Instead, Sentinels, they answer back with perfectly timing kills, and now only trail 33-30. We'll see if Precision can make the push here.
Well, Precision wants to push. You can see he wants to be aggressive. All of SSG are trapped in the base. Falcade is cleaning up damage, but trades are still coming in from SSG in this base. Fal's trying to clean up more damage, but there's more spawners. Now he has to back out. You have to say, he's playing this perfectly, this situation. Not getting overzealous for kills, making sure that he keeps his deaths down as well.
Love the trigger discipline there. Also the target selection coming in from Falcade, and eventually he picks up another one against Eco. Finally, he's taken down. Kills will be traded again. Still a 4-kill game, 38-34. This is your home stretch.
Next overshield could be the difference maker in this game. It's not quite up yet, but you imagine with the game and the way it's going and the time that's elapsing, there's going to be time for another. Bound trying to put some shots down onto the players exiting from the P side. Lethal picks up 1 kill. Bound taking a lot of damage, and I don't think he's sure where from, but Legend and Stella, they get 2 to keep this lead in the favor of SSG as the overshield battle starts.
This is really do or die here. Sentinels cannot afford to let this overshield go. But SSG is going to continue to apply the pressure. Somehow Bound stays alive, eventually take it down. Kills will be exchanged. 7 seconds until the overshield, and a 4-kill game.
Precision gets taken down. 2 dead on either side. But Stella, he's got the line of sight onto this overshield. Legend's in front of him, but Legend will fall. The shields are stripped from Stella as well, and this is an opportunity maybe for this overshield to be contested. Eco, he finds 1. Precision gets taken down as well. Sentinels are 3 dead. Falcade last alive. He has the overshield, but he explodes in a cloud of blue, and what a play that might have won Space Station this series.
Stellar essentially hits the stick into Splode on the overshield player to, as you say, probably win the series here. 47-41, 3 kills to go.
3 kills to go. Damage already been done. It's 2 dead. It's 3 dead. It's the series and the reverse sweep going to the side of Sentinels, and Eco lets them know.
And he had to watch a lot of Bubu standing up earlier in the series, right? And it feels like ages ago that we saw Bubu getting loud and staring down the eyes of SSG. With the smack talk, guess what? Eco gets the last lap. In this series, all of SSG will be the ones walking across to their side of the stage. Of course, handshakes still exchanged on the main stage, but in the end, it's a reverse sweep from Space Station Gaming. Your defending champions will win in the end their first series on the main stage and look ahead to the next match in the winner's bracket, which of course will be Shopify Rebellion.
Wow, what an incredible series. What an unbelievable comeback from the four gentlemen on your screen right now. And like I said, that little step away after game 2.
Look at that.
Just locked them back in, and they looked like the SSG that wins championships. 250 to 115 when they step back on that stage. 2-0 down in the series. They win it. 4-1 King of the Hill recharge, and 50 to 42 Slayer Aquarius. SSG showing they want this winner's bracket run to continue.
SSG is going to be wall sizing this series layout, making a giant mural out of it, because tell you what, if I saw a series layout like this, I would be like, send me the VOD right now. I want to watch this one. This was one to remember, one of my favorite series in a very long time, and SSG showing why they are currently ranked #1 in the world.
Incredible performance from them, but the question has to be asked, right, what next for Sentinels? Close, but not close enough is pretty much the story so far. Optic Gaming, Game 5. Sentinels take Space Station, Game 5. But again, the big three, when it matters, just have this ability to turn things around when it seems like it's done and dusted, like they're in the dark. They find their way to the light and they win series.
That's going to continue to boost their confidence as well, right? To be able to pull yourself off the stage and say, hey, here's what we need to do, but then to do it, those are two different things. Once again, SSG showing that they have what it takes to stay on the winner's side of the bracket. For Sentinels, still so much to be proud of, but a lot to think about as they head into the elimination bracket.
Yeah, it's the classic thing. It's never done until it's done, right? That's the series. That's Halo. That's how it works. Even though you're thinking, hey, we've only got to win one of the next 3, you still got to win one of the next 3. And it sounds silly to say out loud, but the proof is in front of you right now with this series layout. And I think for SSG, confidence is going to be higher than ever at this point. Sentinels, they're going to have to go back to the drawing board in the elimination bracket, but trust me, I think Sentinels are going to have something to say at the end of this tournament. I think they're going to have a lot more good games of Halo that are going to push some of the top teams, and I think if they can learn from that series, then they might still be there come Championship Sunday.
Yeah, certainly. I think there's a lot of things that they have to be proud of, but also a lot of things that they should also maybe make sure to work on to make sure that when they get to those Game 5s, when they get to those Game 3s where they need to close it out, they could do just that.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough road for Sentinels, of course, now in that elimination bracket, but a road which I think they're going to be happy to walk, and they're going to be happy to walk as well, because you know, it's a long road, but it's a new team, a new pickup. They're going to get some more games under their belt. And how do you see them kind of close things out? How do you see them bouncing back from this series?
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they might be able to do. I think mentally they're strong enough. There's enough veteran talent on that team to carry them through. But we also do have Bound just fresh off the main stage alongside Blaze to talk us through that last series. Blaze, take it away.
Thank you so much, Brav and Onset London. Show some love to Space Station Gaming as they complete the reverse sweep in Bound. Talk about the pressure on your shoulders, the first main stage matchup. Just off the rip, how you feeling just getting that win and having a crowd behind you in this venue?
It's awesome. You know, like you said, it was the first time playing on main stage. Didn't really know what to expect. We lost game 1. I heard a fucking trumpet in my ear. I'm like, what the hell is that? But yeah, no, it was good to play main stage and you know, be in the crowd and actually get into it. Like start the tournament, I felt like.
Yeah, and now, so it took y'all a while to like kind of get into it. Now, some of the key moments here, you know, we see the 150-point comeback map number 3, the second hill secured in a fourth map, and then you guys go up a 7-kill lead in the last one. It got kind of close. What was said by Coach? What was said after that map 2 by you guys to really flip the switch and plan at that defending championship form we know you guys can play at?
Yeah, I mean, I think we all knew we were kind of just playing too fast and kind of just trying to like speed run the game almost. So it kind of was just like find our footing, find the timings, and executing, like just actually get on the same page. And once we like found that groove and like we knew like, okay, we can start actually like doing something now, then it was kind of like GG's in our head. So.
All right, now I'm gonna let you say one more last thing. What do you want to say to the fans and to this crowd to win them over going into your next matchup? What you want them to know as Space Station Gaming continues to go on in this tournament?
I love it. I don't know. I don't even know. I mean, there's nothing really. I don't know what to say. Like, it's kind of crazy. You know, it's a lot of energy in this room. I know it might not feel like that for the people watching at home, but it's a lot of good energy in here, and we got legends. So yeah.
They got legend, everybody. Okay, that's gonna do it for me and Bound here at the interview booth. Lottie, take us away.
Thank you so much, Blaze. Handbound, yeah, they do have legend indeed.
That's what I would have gone with as well.
Yeah, 100%. I think Sen feel that for sure. Wow, exceptional. Our first reverse sweep that we're seeing in such an incredible fashion. I think the first thing that comes to my mind, Tony, is the fact that we talked about have they been tested? Space Station Gaming, they hadn't really in their pool. They were tested those first 2 maps, and my goodness me, did they pass that test.
They really did, and I guess we shouldn't expect anything different. They literally are the best team in the world right now, and somebody's gonna have to knock them off of that top spot. Sentinels, they came close. It looked like it could have been a sweep at times, but then SSG, they do what SSG do.
They certainly do clutch. I think for me, the biggest thing I just took away from Bound and what he said in the interview was the fact that they felt like they were playing almost too fast. We talked about the play style, the clash against Sentinels. They were just a little bit too chaotic. They were getting ahead of themselves, and actually the slower play style that Sen actually adopted was working for them, and it was working against SSG. Changing up that play style, adapting, that's exactly what champions do.
Yeah, when we talk about a team getting tested, we're talking about, are they getting punished for the mistakes, the overextensions that they're going to make? I think SSG probably were able to cruise through pool play a little bit too smooth and got used to doing things a little bit too fast, as Bound did say. So I think it was a good check bar for SSG to go up against an actual tough opponent in Sentinels, a series that they probably are lucky to walk away from, but they learned, yeah, we're playing a little bit too fast. We got to play more disciplined if we're going to play against the big dogs and expect to go back-to-back here at London.
And I think one thing that kind of shows that really is when I looked at that game number 3, I believe it was, Sentinels actually out-damaged SSG on the map. But it was really, we talked about before, not maybe taking enough risk, maybe being a little bit too reactive, because SSG were obviously the more efficient team within that. And obviously we saw what happened after game 3, game 4, and eventually that game 5.
Yeah, that game 3 was brutal for Sentinels because of how punishing and how efficient SSG are in Strongholds. We know this to be true about their other Stronghold map modes, like Sweet. But Interference, it was a question, are they going to be as dominant when they get those trip caps? When SSG got a trip cap on Interference, it was just basically over. They didn't have to slay Sentinels so many times because the few times they did in a row meant so much to the score line there that game 3 was theirs.
It certainly did. I've got to say, in terms of Sentinels in the first half of that series, for me, Precision was a huge standout in that. I think the way that he was performing was so elite, and it was so difficult for Space Station to slow him down. I remember looking and thinking, wow, what an incredible fit he really has been for this roster. How are you feeling about his gameplay right now? Obviously, having now to adapt to what Space Station managed to do to them, do you think that they can also adapt to the way that others will play them?
Yeah, I absolutely love what I saw from Sentinels in this series. I really do think that the series came down to map mode combinations, and when you found yourself deeper into the map pool, Sentinels kind of got exposed as far as their competition level against SSG. But with a different series layout, Sentinels could walk away with the series 3-0. I think if Interference Strongholds wasn't game 3, it could have been a completely different story. Unfortunately, you don't get to choose the map mode combinations. You got to be good at everything if you want to win a tournament, if you want to win big series like this. So Sentinels will go back to the drawing board, elimination bracket ahead of them, but they can make an absolute run with the way they're playing now.
I love that you brought up Precision because there's been 4 impactful slayers that Sentinel's been a part of, and I want to read you off Precision's kill stats.
Please.
17 kills. Even in that game 2 against SSG, 17 kills.
Ooh, okay.
And that game 5, we did fall a little bit short with 12 kills, but still, he is averaging the most kills per slayer. If you would have had 17 in that last one, maybe they would have won them.
It's also very reminiscent of Chiefs numbers too, 17, so 117. Here we go, Precision. We'll see what you can do for the rest of the bracket. Speaking of, let's take a look now at the championship bracket, see where we are sitting. Of course, we've had a couple of results, coming in as we've been watching that winners semi-finals. And of course, we have Space Station Gaming looking so good here, going up against Shopify Rebellion, who did 3-1 Cloud9. FaZe, they were playing Native Gaming. We actually saw a little bit of that earlier on. 3-1 is the end result, as well as Optic Gaming 3-0 against Proton Gaming, which honestly, not surprising in terms of the results, but I thought Proton might have just a little extra fight in them there, Wes. What were you seeing from them this weekend, and is that result surprising to you?
Not surprising at all. I think Optic Gaming looked like the best team coming into this tournament, so it's no surprise that until they get to this side of the bracket, the winners semifinals, that they really aren't going to be pushed. Sentinels, however, did try to push them pretty far yesterday in pool play. play, but that's how well Sentinels are playing. We've seen now Sentinels give Optic and SSG a lot of trouble, so I'm expecting Sentinels to have an opportunity in an elimination bracket run, but we still have our top 4 seeds here as expected in the winter semifinals.
We do. They're sitting pretty right now in those semis. Let's take a look right now at the safety net of the HCS and see who's in the elimination bracket and how those have been stacking up. We now have Sentinels dropping down. They're going to be going up against Reversal Perfy. Cloud9 will be facing Mindfreak. Native Gaming, they'll be seeing the hometown team, Quadrant, and Proton Gaming. They're going up against SWAT Esports. These are really interesting to me. I do feel like I could probably predict some of the outcomes here going forward into the next round, but that's where round 2 becomes really interesting, Tony. What are you excited about potentially seeing as we get into round 2?
I'm excited about all the talent that we have down here, even in the elimination bracket early on. You know, we talked about Quadrant being by far the best team that was in the lower bracket. Now you have Sentinels joining them. Now you have Proton joining them. Even SWAT and Native have been very good within this tournament. This is a very competitive elimination bracket round 1.
When I look at this elimination bracket, what sticks out to me the most, Native, Quadrant, and Proton, even SWAT, who's looked great so far today, all on the same side of the bracket. Sentinels are very happy with where they landed in the elimination side of this bracket. They're going to be able to go on a very smooth run, I think, at least to the elimination quarterfinals, as opposed to Native Gaming, Quadrant, Proton, and SWAT. Only one's coming out that far. Quadrant and Native is going to be a banger of a series, and then the winner will probably play Proton, who both have aspirations and ambitions of breaking into at least past the top 8, but one of them is going to have to fall short.
I know, and it's going to be a difficult road. We always get to that point, don't we, in the bracket where we see teams, really good teams, go home, unfortunately, and it's going to be one of them. Here is the schedule for you guys. I promised you we'd update it, and the updates have been coming in. We do have Quadrant versus Native Gaming next, then Space Station versus Shopify Rebellion, Optic Gaming versus FaZe later on tonight. We have some bangers on the cards, including another elimination match for the last one of the night. A few teams going to be going home today, which is going to be pretty upsetting. They've traveled an awful long way.
With how close the elimination bracket series between Optic and FaZe were last tournament, I know it was a 3-0, but every single game was a nail-biter. The fact that those two match up once again to end our night, it's going to be electric. I guarantee you FaZe are going to come in with a different game plan, and Optic have looked so strong, so it's 2 Titans going back-to-back.
Certainly is. Well, I'll tell you something. I know that the drums and the trumpets will be coming out very shortly, because we do have Quadrant coming up next, going up against Native Gaming. This one's happening on the main stage. We're going to head to a quick break, and we'll see you on the other side.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Welcome to the stream, where our passions roll and communities get hyped. We don't just create, we create a scene. Some of us game,
others want to break out. Some of us come to hang out, while others come to shout out. We may be here for different reasons,
but what we all have in common is the need to share. Whether it's a hobby or a profession, it's definitely not a phase.
This is our moment. Because when we go live, it matters. It defines more than who we are. It defines culture and community.
We're not just changing the game. We're building a whole new arena. We demand intuitive tools
that make a powerful impact, that keep our creativity streaming, the vibes flowing, and our communities growing. Because in the stream,
every view, like,
follow,
chat, sub
counts. Streamlabs. Unleash your live.
We're not just changing the game. We're building a whole new arena. This is our moment, because when we go live, it matters. Streamlabs, unleash your live.
Party's over. Belong to me.
Satisfactory.
Special delivery. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
Hello folks and welcome back to the London Major here, presented by Quadrant. We are in the mix on day number 2, and of course into the championship bracket where we like to be, because that's where the hottest competition is always at. I'm with Tony, I'm with Harry, might not be casting lethal. Lads, whew, I'm just about coming down off that high that we just had in the reverse sweep. Absolutely incredible stuff. You know, some of the most incredible Halo being played, of course, at every single LAN. I feel like that level just goes up and up and up. Really excited to see where we're landing next, which of course is with the hometown crowd and our hometown heroes, Quadrant versus Native Gaming. Tony, how are you feeling about this elimination bracket match? Because of course Quadrant, they're fighting for their life, and I don't want to see these fans go home. Hopefully they'll stay, but that has to be some type of pressure on their shoulders, surely.
Well, both Quadrant and Native are going to be fighting for their life here in the elimination bracket round 1. And I will say, Quadrant fans should be happy because Quadrant are the favorites to win this matchup. So, no predictions, just expectations.
Expectations. I love to hear it. Let's talk about Quadrant and you know, really what they've got to face here. I think Quadrant are in such a difficult predicament just because they played lights out yesterday. They didn't get the results that they wanted here, Lethal, but the performance was there. It was scaling up and up. Can it get a little bit higher coming into today, especially against a team like Native?
Certainly could. We saw one of their worst game types become one of their best game types in Argyle CTF, which was just phenomenal in itself. It just showed the dramatic improvements they've made, making sure their worst game types have been corrected as much as possible before actually going into delving into anything else. But I said it before, but as soon as they started slowing down their gameplay and working more methodically rather than being really aggressive and just collapsing all the time and then trying to make things work on a strategic endpoint, it's completely changed, a complete game changer. And they shouldn't really be too down with the results on the pool play, because they were a little bit down in the dumps about it. But you've got to remember, every single series they played against both teams, it was really close. They just got to take that in mind. And we saw Expo, or Into the Breach, start elimination bracket round 1 up to top 6. And they could easily do the same, if not further.
They certainly could indeed. And Tony, we're looking at stats here on the screen of Snipe Drone. He has been a formidable force for this team, including a couple of others as well to name. But Snipe Drone, what is he bringing to the table currently? Because obviously this is a new addition to this Quadrant roster. It means everything to this performance.
Yeah, you better watch out. The drone will be flying on the map all over the place. I love what Snipe Drone brings as far as a consistency when it comes with that damage and when it comes with that KD. He is very confident almost any individual battle that he gets into, and a large reason why SLG and Glorious are able to get away with some of the stuff that they do is because they know they got this man right here watching their back.
I gotta say, that oddball stat there, second currently at London with a 2.26 average per minute is insane. What a defensive man that we are seeing on our screen right now. He is saving the day for those folks, but incredible stats. I think another player I need to highlight here as well, Lethal, is Glory. I mean, he has been fantastic. This young gun has really stepped up to the plate, and I've never seen anybody look more comfortable, truly. And I know we've got some amazing players here with the snipe in his hand. He looks like it is literally something he goes to sleep with at night. Like, he looks absolutely amazing with the S7 in his hand. How are you feeling about him as the addition to this team?
The best addition they could have asked for the entirety of Europe. I don't think there's many people who could fill his role. His main purpose wasn't to fill the gap with Legend provided in the past. They needed a little bit of flavour, some extra ingredients to add to the tally with the team, and it seems to be working out dividend by an absolute mile. The next question is going to be how far can they go with him? He has a lot of unorthodox plays and how he slides around the map, his movement mechanics, he just abuses it to absolute no end. He has surprise attacks. Everything he has is just the full package. The only thing I would say was a bit of a downside with him is that he would push a little bit too aggressive, a little bit too much, wouldn't coordinate as well, and that's probably why he was one of the players who needed to take it down a notch just a little bit in terms of speed and momentum, and look at him now, complete game changer for this roster.
He really is indeed. Well, a game changer is what Native Gaming are going to need if they want to take this series. Native Gaming, though, they have had one hell of a journey here in London so far. I mean, they found themselves in open bracket, then they were bumped up to the pools, and then they've been playing through the pools, and they've managed to escape with their life here. Things haven't been going so well for them online. It's been a really tough time, but they put something together. They're still alive in the tournament here on day number 2. Tony, how do you feel about this roster?
Yeah, I'm going to be completely honest with you guys. 2024 has not been the kindest to Native Gaming. They've really struggled in the beginning. However, I will say, over the last week or so, between scrims against Shopify Rebellion, but even going into this tournament, you're talking about through pool play, a very good matchup against FaZe for a while. I will say, if there's any time to heat up, it's a week before the event. It's the day of the event or the weekend of. Native Gaming have stepped up when it matters most, and maybe we see that here in Elimination Bracket Round 1. It's your last chance.
It certainly is indeed. And talking about heating up, Tony, somebody who I did see heating up mega time against FaZe was Barcode. Oh my goodness me. Listen, it was a spectacle. He had triple kill after triple kill. The most ridiculous, yeah, literally the most ridiculous gameplay you have ever seen. His team obviously doing everything they can to assist on what was happening. It made a huge, huge difference in that Slayer for them, and they managed to really blow that one open against FaZe, which is difficult to do when you have some of the individuals like you have on FaZe. But Barcode, what is it like, Lethal, when you have a team player who is not only able to just blow the game wide open and have a superstar moment, but they're also able to slow it down, assist when they need to, and have somebody interject some stardom when you need it?
You kind of feel in a real comfort zone, and you feel like you can also take risks knowing that you've got a player like that behind you, because he makes a huge difference for this roster. And you've got to remember, Native Gaming, it's been a very stressful day, and we're only halfway through this day. The fact that they just managed to barely scrape through pools, even after yesterday, after going 0-2, they were probably assuming, well, that's it. This could already be the end of our journey. But they had to go all through the shenanigans earlier, beating SWAT man to make it through, hoping there will be a spectacle between SWAT and ITV, which actually happened, which is fantastic. But they still need a lot more left in the tank. It's that stamina game. Normally I'll talk about that normally on a Sunday, but because of everything that's happened Saturday and all throughout the course of today, it's been stressful. It really has been, but now they can't really think about that now. It's all in the past, and this is going to be a tough matchup for them against Quadrant, considering how well they've been performing over the last 24 hours.
I'm so happy you used the phrase taking risks, because that's another phrase that Wes used when we talked about Sentinels over that last series. And I feel like a lot of times we talk about Native in kind of the same way that we talk about Sentinels. They need someone to be that risk taker. What do you have? APG, you have Gilkey. These are two players that, very safe, make little mistakes. I would say McWin, as he started to get into like his veteran stage, kind of the same thing. Barcode is that mix. He's that spice. He's that one that's going to really have to not be reactionary. He's the one that's got to take action and kind of capitalize all of that on that damage. And we saw he's already doing it, so let's see some more Barcode.
We certainly did. Here is a stronghold stat, a little head-to-head for you guys. Quadrant versus Native Gaming here. And the records are looking good for Quadrant. This was actually a conversation we had on the desk day one about whether Quadrant, and funny enough, I actually had, I think, the pair of you on the desk, I think, at the time when we had this conversation. And it all gets jumbled. I'm not sure who I've got here, there, everywhere. But strongholds, is it still Quadrant's best mode? Is it? You know, are they still just as good? And Harry, you said you think they might be. Tony, you also, I think, said that you think they might be. And currently, looking at the stats, very, very good. Look at that stunning, clean side from Quadrant, a plus 139.5. The team KD's looking very healthy, as well as their record. Harry, how are you feeling about this mode right now for Quadrant, and how are they playing it maybe compared to the last roster that we saw?
When it comes to strongholds with Quadrant, I know with the old roster, they were just incredible how they collapsed against their opponents. It's more their forking capabilities and the timing they did it at. And now, with this next roster, it's kind of like the same, but I'll probably say pushing to the next level, because I'm thinking about this game made more methodically compared to before, where it was all speed and pace and dictating it much as they can. But now they've got more strategic value, the likes of Glory, who is a huge risk taker, the entry Slayer going into the game, but still somehow comes out on top in the KD department, which is just unreal to say the least. And Snipe Joe, we talked about him earlier, and sometimes it's been a bit of a mixed bag with him in scrims, but on LAN, he's just an entirely different player, kind of like how Lethal's been on Sentinels.
What I'm afraid of is not only does that game number one kind of favor Quadrant, I think most of the series favor Quadrant. That stronghold is supposed to edge off towards Quadrant, but also think about that capture the flag on Aquarius. Native have not been very good at capture the flag. Meanwhile, Quadrant have stepped up their CTF so bigly, I would say, as far as this weekend. So this whole series, it's really favoring Quadrant.
It certainly is indeed, and you can see here with our keys to victory, they all seem quite, I don't know, difficult to read, honestly. There's not much to really take from them other than some holes in the gameplay here and trying to fill those holes with better gameplay and better plays being made. I think for me, looking at Quadrant and what's missing with the Slayers especially, and not having enough ice as well, and not really getting those kind of final moments across the line, that really just show you how weak Slayer has been for them, because of course that game 5 is always that Slayer. And if they can't get a hold of that Slayer and play that correctly, they're never going to win that series, no matter how close it gets, with no matter who the team are. And obviously, we're only getting better and better as we enter the rest of the competition. That is a worry. I think right now, they need to show us some dominance against Native Gaming, especially in the Slayer department. Harry, how are you feeling about maybe how they can start to adjust that and push, you know, Slayers into their favor?
Well, we said it before, in terms of their slaying, or the TSs just in general, they need to prep for the items a lot better, especially with the power weapons. We've seen it before on streets where they kind of give away camo a little bit too much, and it's not just preparation, it's how they prep for it as well. We see some teams, like a great example being FaZe, they are one of the best teams to prep for some of these power weapons and the camo as well. We've seen it every single time without fail. You can see like 30 seconds in advance what they're going to do, what they plan to, in terms of the next steps on how they're going to try and push the team back in order to make it feel as uncomfortable as possible to push for them. And Quadrant need to try and do the same here. But you're right, though. The key thing you mentioned is to show some dominance. We need to see an indicator of that, a flavor of that if we can. And if we manage to get that, then we can add a few more talking points to say, can Quadrant push it to top 8, to top 6? But if we've seen too many close series, then that is going to be the question mark. Because we did see at the clutch games they've had, they're going 2-11. They need someone to really break the ice in that department.
I will say, with you making that point, I'm a little bit nervous now for Quadrant, and I'll tell you why. From what I saw with Native Gaming earlier on against FaZe, their priorities were perfect. They actually, every single time they had their priorities straight, FaZe really struggled against them. And you mentioned that, you know, FaZe being the type of team who want to pick up everything. They want all the goodies. They want to be able to play and go off and get those reels. Native Gaming, they were really good at countering that, and they had their priorities in that zone too. That makes me a little bit nervous that Quadrant might be out of their depth in that department, and we might not see a correction of that like we wanted to in this series. Tony, do you worry about that dynamic, considering how important power-ups and power weapons really are to the game?
I do really worry about that about Quadrant. Like you said, not only important to the game, but very important to Quadrant when they have them, they're going off. And Native have an advanced understanding of when that timer goes off and you see that it's 20 seconds on the clock and you need to start getting ready for these power-ups, getting ready for these power weapons, they do not wait until it's 5 seconds left, until it's 3 seconds left. They have a plan A, plan B, and plan C from the moment that 30-second mark hits.
Now, I do have a question, actually, really quickly, but the drums have started and the trumpets are going. Harry, do you think this Quadrant roster are going to feed off these two here playing for us today?
Well, we need a clutch factor. We need something to push him on over the edge, and I really think they can do. And they need something to really build him up and get them going and really get them flared up on the server to be absolute demons, which they know they can be. And I think these guys here, they've been a blessing in disguise all weekend, and it's going to continue on. And I think they could be that factor which they need in order to push on forward.
Listen, we've got the drums going, but we're just waiting for things to get ready on the main stage. While we do have Mindfreak versus Cloud9. Cloud9 up 2-0 in the series, and it is a very close Aqua CTF.
With 5 minutes on the clock right now, Cloud9 have an opportunity to pull off a 3-0 here, but Mindfreak, they're ready. They want to fight back, maybe pull off a reverse sweep. We already saw one this weekend.
We certainly have done indeed. Scoopmaster going 15-12 so far, just trying to stay alive around top mid. At the same time, Suspector putting a lot of shots down, at least keeping them at the utility and fridge areas, but Plasma's got something else to say about it. Try and get utility control back if he can, and he'll get greeted by one member from Cloud9. It is going to back away, but this is exactly what you need to do. If you feel like you're not going to take that fight, it's going to be a 50-50. Go on in the defensive, wait, be patient, wait for the next engagement, wait for the rest of the team, and then push on forward.
That really was some great defense coming out of Mindfreak right there, denying Cloud9 that car utility side access, but they're still here toward the 50. That's going to be Septify, or should I say, was Septify. Plasma deals with them.
Looking good so far, though. And Sabernator, though, 19-11. He's been having a field day so far. And Task going +4 as well. Make that +5. He drops down the car and managed to stay alive as he's going to try and get back over to top car. And they don't have the numbers as of yet, so they're just playing it patiently until they see, or at least gather some more information. But good stuff for Mindfreak here to get that utility control. But saying that, though, Sways has come round on the back foot with the heat wave, going to get bottom middle, maybe be able to get another to the tally, which he has done, feeding that kill feed. Cloud9 all free, well, free down at the moment, but now you can see Septify just holding the defensive, wait for the teammate to spawn once again. But I love this one, Sways just holding top car and being an absolute nuisance, getting all the damage done he can, and trying to get utility control back. A little bit too aggressive for my liking, but he did a huge amount of work over the last 30 seconds.
Interesting turn of events that we saw right there. 3 out of 4 members of Cloud9 were down, but the last player was Septify with the overshield, so he was able to buy tons of time here. But now Plasma pushing up, trying to make sure that he gets another round of slays. This could be a flag moving for Mindfreak.
Certainly couldn't suspect it, just biding his time, waiting for someone to push on board, and that was a huge gap from a few shots missed him in there, but it finally gets cleaned up, gets traded out, and I said it before in CTF, if you're not getting those trades, that's a flag gone pretty much, because we know how objective efficient these big teams are. As we're switching over to Tusk now, trying to at least regain their utility, but it looks like he should be able to. Nice thrust, nice shot from him. Trying to find another, but it looks like they've just managed to bail.
You sound like that reticle got you a little dizzy right there.
It certainly
did. Cleaned it up. Switch gears over towards Tusk, who takes flight, lands the people's elbow and finishes off Scoopmeister. A quick finish, though, coming out of Mindfreak, and now it's Sabernator and Septify that have the responsibility of keeping this car side control. They want to get in the base of Mindfreak, but a flag is pulled.
Interesting. Sabernator just trying to stay alive. Not much longer, though. That's going to be 3 down for Cloud9, and Scoopmeister now I'm going to push on, get Tommy in control, just trying to at least obey the situation and see if he can get any more damage done. And he does, and managed to help with one more.
All right, then we're going to leave that one there on a cliffhanger. If you do want to watch the rest of that match, it is on another stream. Get your tabs open. But here we have our main stage action ready to go. Quadrant versus Native Gaming. It's go hard or go home. Let's meet your teams.
Welcome back to HCS London. We're now in the elimination bracket. The room is green for a reason. Quadrant have found themselves early in this elimination bracket. And this is a massive series for the fans in this crowd. You're gonna have to be loud. My name's Clutch. I'm joined by Dave Walsh himself, dressed very nice for the occasion. Dave, I like the jacket. I know Miranda picked that out.
She did indeed, but you are looking at the series layout there for just a moment. But the one thing you need to notice from there is that the first map is going to be Strongholds. And you know who's good at Strongholds? Quadrant.
Yeah, traditionally a dominant Strongholds team. They have been very strong throughout this tournament on it as well. And they are going up against Native Gaming, a team that honestly on this exact same map mode combination got pretty destroyed earlier today by FaZe, so I'm interested to see if they've been able to talk about improving their strategies here. But Dave, as we load into map 1, what are some key factors that you're paying attention to see if Quadrant are ready for the occasion?
I mean, it's just going to come down to slays, in my opinion. Sometimes when you go against a roster that have the likes of ATG, Barcode, Mikwin, Gilkey, if you can't keep up in the slaying department with them, you're just going to fall behind. Doesn't matter how good you're on your rotations or your flag runs. If you don't have the slaying power, you can't match up against these top squads.
Yeah, teamwork's great, but you need some individual skill paired with it. Quadrant has been through the ringer in pool play, and now they find themselves on the brink of elimination. Gilkey has found himself an overshield bottom nest here, as that stronghold is currently in Native's favor. They got a member of Quadrant in it. Gilkey able to use that overshield to flush him out, reset B. And with that, they do have an early lead, but however, Quadrant has spawned over towards bunker and have already taken A.
And Gilkey's kind of making a play by himself over here at C. We'll have to see how this plays out because all of a sudden, Native Gaming, they have lower numbers over towards A, and then Sika comes in for a one-on-one reset. This is one of the things that is so difficult against Quadrant in Strongholds, as they seem to always put the right amount of players in the right locations at the right times.
It's a trip cap opportunity here momentarily for Quadrant. A is being taken by Native Gaming as they spawn bunker, but Snipe Drone with the first pick is going to look to pressure A as fast as possible. No longer a trip cap, but a lead for Quadrant nonetheless, and pressure onto the last stronghold of the map as Snipe Drone gets a killing spree.
Yeah, Snipe Drone, we were looking at him and his stats earlier. He is leading Quadrant in kills per minute in all 5 game modes. In short, if you're going to try to beat Quadrant, you have to shut down this player.
Not doing a good job so far as Native Gaming. They're down 57-10, and Snipe Drone on a terror so far, 6-2-2 to his name. SLG has his eyes trying to set on B, trying to take down Barcode in a one-on-one fight, forced to back down. Barcode able to win that massive fight that will reward Native Gaming with map control for now.
And those are those crucial one-on-ones. As soon as that could have gone the other way, SLG would have instantly started capping that nest. But look at OS in the hands of Snipe Drone.
It's
takes
a
out Barcode, and they're going for all 3.
Snipe Drone starting off on fire. 9-2-2, a triple kill, and he's putting B back in his team's favor. It's a trip cap as multiple members of Native Gaming get put on respawn.
Not only that, he now has 10 kills, which is as many kills as Native Gaming has combined. Some points when you have a player on the opposing team going off, someone who's got a hot hand, someone who's that superstar, it's okay to focus that down. You generally are doing that at the very, very highest level of play. You can't just focus on someone like Stellar to win a match or a Snakebite to win a match. But when somebody is destroying this hard, call that person out. Get them in the respawn screen as much as possible.
100%. Snipe Drone finally gets shut down. 11-2-3 is the stat line as B and C both trying to get taken by Native, but here comes Sika. It's a killing spree for another Quadrant member as Sika with the heat wave finds himself a kill and resets A.
Sika is just this protector over at the C stronghold. 2 separate occasions. Native Gaming have been so close to getting that capture, and then Sika just comes in, got that trade with Gilkey early on in the first couple minutes, and right there at the end, getting that killing spree and getting that last kill.
Big transfer of B stronghold for Snipe Drone. He's got his eyes set on bunker. They want this A stronghold. They want to push the pressure on interference. You can do so with numbers in hand. It is going to be a 2-on-2 situation, but look at how Native Gaming are on the ropes. They're forced to just hold and try and push for C. It's a flip in the map for Quadrant.
Yeah, and every single time it feels like Quadrant are just a step ahead. They know whether they should challenge and defend the stronghold that they have or just rotate and take free stronghold.
Another couple of kills, 3 go down for Native Gaming as Quadrant still with map control and actually taking over C as Overshield's coming up. The game is 146 with a trip cap in Quadrant's favor, and if they can get this Overshield, this game can end quick.
And Snipe Drone and the OS in hand. Once again, this trip cap is extending. C is where the play is at. Snipe Drone gonna go get some kills over in the hall.
16, 4, and 3. Thrust in his back pocket. A little Overshield to work with. 2 plasma grenades. Let's see what Snipe Drone can give us. The player in the stronghold not to no shield with those plasmas. The thrust back to be a no kill. And Snipe Drone has no business doing what he just did.
And keeping that 2 caps in favor of Quadrant there. In fact, they're going to try to go for another trip cap. And unfortunately, Native Gaming spawning in one of the worst spots. Spawned over at Carbine, and that's not the spot you want to be when your team isn't spread across the map.
Snipe Drone challenging everything with the way he's playing. 18, 6, and 4, and Native Gaming on the road still. 202 and climbing is Quadrant's score towards that 250 mark.
And SLG once again on over towards this C stronghold. Let's see what he's going to decide to do. Waiting to see where Native goes to make their play. Seeing that things are maybe too good to be true over in the inner side of the map. Decides to go towards Catwalk. Gets in a 1-on-1 against Barcode. Barcode comes out ahead.
A big nade, all 4 dead for the first time. What feels like this game for Quadrant right now. Let's see how Native Gaming can play this situation. A potential trip cap, a momentary trip cap is so important for Native. How long can they hold this?
Yeah, they have the spawns. They spotted the first spawns over at Carbine. Are they able to get the kills to stay alive? Yes, they are. That's 3 down for a moment for Quadrant. But Sika staying alive over in the connector. Getting that first pick, getting early damage on APG, and not stopping.
I love this play by Sika. He's going to take map control and not focus on the strongholds. Right now, you are up so significantly that you can play Slayer for a moment to gain that significant amount of map control. You only need 30 points to your name. Sika able to extend a lot of the pressure off of the rest of Quadrant. Right now, it's going to be a swap. A and C going in the hands of Quadrant. Native Gaming are going to have to come off respawn and answer quickly.
And it's a good point on Sika there, like you said. Just decide to go for the Slays. One of his teammates can grab that stronghold when the opportunity presents itself. But you don't want to just instantly reveal your location when you're weak over in that stronghold and give them free kill. They have time on their side. They do not need to force a recap instantly. Whereas Native Gaming, they need to jump on that hill right away as soon as it goes out of their favor.
The win conditions are so heavily stacked against Native Gaming. The Slays are so heavily stacked. And as A and B go back into Snipe Drone's hands, it's a 23 Michael Jordan performance from Snipe Drone here in game 1.
And look at that, just turning, getting the finish on Mikwin. Barcode definitely trying to get C. Gonna be traded out there. Their last stronghold they're trying to hold on to is also gone out of their hands. I do not see how Native Gaming have a way out of this.
Native are in A and B right now, but 1 round of Slays is all Quadrant need to take the lead in this series. Right now, the game on a nice edge. No room for error for Native Gaming. Let's see how these plays go as Glory trying to push in front of A. Gets taken down immediately. Trades across the board right now. Mikwin taken down. 2 down for Native Gaming. Gilkey and Barcode have the weight of the world on their shoulders.
Barcode somehow stays alive, gets the trade and the reset. Just gonna buy enough time for APG and crew to try to stop this cap. Not gonna happen. They're gonna have to rotate on over towards C. C is gonna be where this game is decided. Native Gaming jumping in the stronghold. APG trying to make a flank play. Sniffed out.
Snipe Drone trying to find APG. Finally gets the kill onto him. It's a 360, but not kind of the ones you like to have. But in the meantime, the rest of Quadrant clear out Native Gaming, and they will win game 1.
Huge performance there, especially by Snipe Drone and the rest of that Quadrant roster just looking so strong. We had questions were they able to hang in the slaying department? Question answered. Anytime it came down to one-on-one flanks, you saw so many times that Native Gaming would send over 1 member to go over towards the C stronghold and see if they can sneak over there and maybe get that cap. Every single one-on-one we saw going in the favor of Quadrant, whether that's a trade against Guilty, whether it's that one-on-one Snipe Drone versus Mikwin. Every single play just seemed to go in the favor of Quadrant.
You could see the confidence they were playing with once they got that significantly. Once Snipe Drone realizes how on fire he actually is, he was willing to take every single pivotal fight.
And I'm just looking at that scoreboard at the bottom. You just notice that 23 points for so long for Native. It started off at around the 100 mark, goes all the way here to the near 200 plus mark. of Quadrant domination there throughout the whole center of that game.
That fight was just as bad as I remember it. That Snipe Drone picks up the kill, 24 to his name. An unbelievable individual performance, I'd say, from Snipe Drone. Actually gets 26, maybe 27 there at the end. Jesus, that's one of probably the kill records we've seen in the Stronghold, at least with that much time. But as this series is starting to unfold, backs against the wall for both these teams, elimination bracket, no room for error. We've seen what happens in game one. One player stepped up and started making plays. There is so much talent on that stage, Dave. Are you expecting individual performances to continue to dictate how this series is going to go? Or which team do you think is going to have to play more cohesive in order to have success here?
I mean, to a degree, you're going to definitely see individual performances dictate how this is going to play out. But you got to give it to Quadrant here at the beginning. It's Stronghold. It's their best mode. You saw us
they had a
play
out,
out of Snipe Drone. But as you get these Slayers, you've looked at how Quadrant have performed in Slayers so far this event. You know, I believe they are 1-3 in Slayers, or at least 1-3 out of the close Slayer games that are within 5 kills. So they're not seeming to close it out against all these top competition.
And the one game type Native Gaming were able to take down FaZe in earlier today in the winners bracket was that Live Fire Slayer game where they almost staked FaZe. So you know, as big of a smile as Quadrant had seeing Strongholds was game one, Native Gaming are going, all right, let's get this Slayer out of the way, put it back to a 1-1, and we'll see what happens with the rest of the map modes along the way.
Yeah, now I do think that if Quadrant are able to take this Slayer number 2, I think it's going to be disastrous here for Native Gaming.
Yeah.
But I do heavily favor Native Gaming here in game number 2. They get a chance to play at their own pace. They don't have that objective ticking against them. They don't have to charge across the map and do a flank faster than they normally would. They get to take their time, slay out at their pace, and I feel like they're going to be fine.
You hear that, crowd? This is a must-win for Native Gaming, according to Dave Walsh, which means if Quadrant can get off to a hot start, if Quadrant can get to a lead and play from a place of strength and position, what that means is they could find themselves advancing here very quickly through the elimination bracket. A 1-0 lead for Quadrant, and this camouflage at the start of the game is going to dictate everything.
And SLG getting 2 picks on Barcode and APG. Camo going to be snagged. Mikwin goes down. You can't ask for a much better start than that.
I don't know
Quadrant coming out hot.
I don't know how SLG got that kill so quickly under Barcode. Must have shot the plasmas over in blue or something.
I did see a plasma grenade kill, I believe, onto APG, so there could have been something there where APG got naded or stuck and then gets finished on Barcode or something like that, but I don't know. Either way, SLG created that massive opening for this camo play to take place.
Yeah, 5-2 now. Quadrant getting to play from the lead, a very important quality for them to try and get better at their Slayers, improve their Slayer record right now. A lot of damage done with just 2 frag grenades. Let's see if SLG can clean up on some of this damage. Unfortunately, the shock rifle doesn't come through. He is going to be able to stay alive and play his life. Finds the player weak over towards Elevator. I love the relocation there from SLG.
Yeah, such a great play to divide and conquer. If you know where a player's at over in pipes or a couple players there, just reposition. Go join your other teammate at that fight. They are going to be scrambling, trying to fight over at pipes or batteries as you get a new person advantage across the map.
Right now, 8-4 shock still in the hands of SLG. Mikwin, the only player in Native Gaming to get a kill. Gilkey finds one, but SLG answers right back with a nice headshot of the shock. Starting to waste ammo, but also wasting it on the APG. A nice body shot allows Glory to pick up a quick kill. Damage onto the players here, blue stairs. That player's going to be able to stay alive momentarily as Snipe Drone continuing to the success from game one is 5-1-1.
And look at that swooping in there by Snipe Drone, using that shroud to cover his teammate over at the trippy box, trying to keep his teammates alive and keep this 6-kill scoreline in their favor.
We're starting to see that more and more. SSG was doing such a good job on streets of using the shroud to help their teammates rather than make a play themselves. I love seeing Quadrant adapt and evolve with their gameplay here. 17-8 Quadrant's snowballs continuing to roll downhill. Snipe Drone 6-2-1, but it seems like everybody on Quadrant starting to pick up the pace as well.
Yeah, now we're seeing the game actually kind of slow down for the very first period. The rest of this time, anytime there was someone weak, anytime there was an opening across the map, you saw these players charging and keeping the action going. But now that it's fully slowed down, everyone was at full strength for a moment until Mikwin got picked off there. You saw, like I said, the pace really slowed down. But now that Mikwin was down, there goes Barcode. Charge continues down in the elevator and kills trade back and forth. as these kills get traded out, players are going to be more active across their map. They are going to notice that they have more opportunities that they can charge across without getting punished, and they're going to try to push their man advantage across the map. Anytime they have a 4-on-3, they want to continue to push and stagger kills as best they can.
Well, it looked like a very difficult situation for Native Gaming to come out with a positive thread there, as they were all stuck in elevator. Actually results in them coming out dead even. A great job by them to somehow find a way to trade, but unfortunately Snipe Drone still on a tear, and Mikwin was his latest victim.
And Mikwin also thought he had a frag grenade there. Knew that he was just trying to throw a frag grenade, banked up towards elevator, and that's just you know, a wrench in his plans, as he was not expecting that to be that type of grenade.
I call that a classic Tony. He has no idea what grenade he's ever thrown. Mikwin finding himself in the why not be reckless category. That's not where you want to be. 26-18, Quadrant are pushing across the halfway mark now and have a significant lead still.
Yeah, they're doing such a great job. They now have this 10-kill lead. I actually want to go to Quadrant, listen to hear how they're calming through the second half of this match.
I'm looking. He's on me, last one.
Come here.
Weak. I'm He's weak, stack. He jump stack, watch sisters. Stack, watch sisters, et PG.
He's stack, one shot.
Bottom
Mangler as well.
Yeah, weak. One shot bottom mid, one shot top A. One shot shady. One shot shady. One shot shady still.
They're not going for it yet, bro.
I have this guy. He's going on it now. Yes, this is curb sliding stack side. On you, man. Camu is on us. I think he was
Yo, turbine, free kill. You turbine. One's on me, pipes, one shot.
Nice!
She's on! I'm running. I'm gonna get bottom tower, kill me. Camo's balanced right now. He's on shot, going top red for Camo right now.
Okay.
Camo's out.
You're done.
Camo's out, 5.
Try to get out. Tapez, non, bien mis long. Camo play for me. He's like C plat, I think.
C plat, weak. I'm 2 tower.
One shot sister.
2 tower, one was in shot.
He's nice stack.
Nice, okay. Watch out C plat, to C box.
Yeah, and bottom A. Can we keep bottom A?
He's running out, he's tower weak.
Yeah,
One shot bottom tower, absolute.
I'm pushing this.
One shot long.
One shot tower, one more tower.
Nice. Yo, triangle weak.
My god.
Yo, pipe's weak, last guy. Yo, I'm going out long, trap him.
Only one, two up.
Quadrant pushed the lead to 11. SLG getting so much damage there over towards White and staying alive. Incredible decision making by all of Quadrant so far, and that's the reason they're up 12.
And what I thought was going to be a slower paced game where Native can go at their own pace, be a bit more comfortable, has not been a luxury they've been able to afford. You've just noticed every single time Quadrant are just charging, you've just noticed there's many situations. Mikwin's like, all right, I'm just going to run back towards my help. And people's come barreling through pipes. People come barreling through across the map. They are not holding back whatsoever.
The pressure is too much. The pipes are starting to burst. Native Gaming starting to go down. 43-33. A 10-kill lead for Quadrant. Snipe Drone doing Snipe Drone things apparently, as he gets his 15th kill of the game right now, continuing the pace from game 1.
Yeah, most kills in game number 1. On pace for most kills in game number 2. We're going to see how they close this out, but this one's just going to be too tough. Native Gaming needs some sort of reckless play. They need to get 2 or 3 down, then charge and stagger kills. But one thing that's semi-nice on recharge is as your team gets fully wiped at some points, if you spawn an elevator, you get to slow it down a bit. It's really tough to collapse over and over again cross-map on this map.
Right now, Quadrant having such confidence, rolling, picking up the pace, disrespecting Native Gaming for a reason. 49-39, 1 kill away from going up 2-0 against a very strong roster in Native Gaming. Pressure onto this player top glass, and the teamwork will get the job done. Quadrant will take a 2-0 series lead here in the elimination bracket round 1.
And that one's tough. I mean, I viewed this as a very close series either way, but I really predicted that Quadrant would take game number 1, and I assumed that Native were going to be favored in the Slayers. Looking at this now, it's hard not to see Quadrant rolling with some momentum through the rest of the series, potentially one more game.
Yeah, I really feel like this was always going to be a battle of momentum. Once these players start gaining confidence on either side of the stage, you know how far they can roll with it. You can see how game 1 has impacted Snipe Drone's decision making and how aggressive he wants to be here in game 2, leading the lobby once again in kills.
And just every single time you'd see when Native Gaming would pick up the pace, when they charge around to finish off a one-shot, they'd get punished for it. There'd be players like Snipedrone who's banking that grenade over in pipes, or that last one round the corner of bottom tower, and I believe it was Sika, who had shock rifle, just trading a one-shot teammate for a full shielded member of Native Gaming.
Now, I know you said it was a must-win game for Native Gaming to tie this series up. If they want any chance to win this series, you're still in it technically, right? What can Native Gaming do here in Game 3 to try and slow down the snowball that is clearly rolling downhill and expanding ever so often?
That's a great question. I mean, CTF Aquarius, unfortunately, is probably the fastest CTF we have here. And I felt like speed of play has not been favoring Native Gaming. Generally, speed of play favors a team that has the numbers advantage and the ones that's charging around confidently, which is Quadrant at this moment. At some point, Native either has to say, we need to find a true way to play defense and slow it down and go at their pace of the game, or they need to fight fire with fire. They need to just start going across the map. Stop trying to be on the back foot, trying to wait for too much help. They need people to start treating it more like a free-for-all at some points and win their one-on-ones, not be afraid to charge out and challenge.
As we look at the graphic on screen, it's a CTF Aqua, or a CTF stat, I should say, and it looks like Quadrant have struggled with the amount of flags that are being taken away, but the defense, once it's grabbed, has not been something Quadrant have struggled to stop. So although someone is in their base pulling the flag, they're not getting cast. What does that tell you about this team, Dave?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like that six, it was what, 1 cap out of 6 against Quadrant. That to me says that either you're playing a map that's really tough, like an Empyrean or something like that, where some flags don't turn to conversions,
right?
Or just means that this team does not worry about the initial cap, or the initial grab. They aren't overly committing to that initial line of defense and saying, all right, it's okay if they get into our base. We don't have to commit and die right then and there. Seems like they give themselves some breathing room and then set a counterattack to stop the flag run.
Right, the idea might be more focused on the snipers or whoever is actually still standing on the map trying to deal damage to you rather than the flag carrier.
Could be something like that, yeah. That would be the only takeaway without having to dive in deeper and actually watch some of their gameplay of what they're doing.
Aqua CTF's the name of the game. There's an overshield bottom pink. There's a heat wave bottom middle, thrust top middle, but no real precision weapons to help dictate this series, Dave. Which team do you kind of lean towards when you think about a team where it's a map like Onslaught, a map like Aqua, where it's mostly going to be your utility starting weapon to find success?
I mean, you looked at the last map there, and you got to say on interference/rig, like, that's also a map that doesn't have too many precision weapons on it. It's all about collapsing and fighting. And the way Quadrant's playing right now, the way that they aren't hesitating, the way that they're taking every single fight immediately, and also just winning their fights, plain and simple. When it comes down to a 1-on-1 or even a 1-on-2, Quadrant are getting the damage in.
It hadn't been many one-on-ones. We've seen one on the side of Native. That's got to turn around. With players like Mikwin and Gilkey on your team, you think that you're going to get the advantage in those one-on-one opportunities throughout a series. But Snipedrone and the rest of the boys on Quadrant are showing that not only is their teamwork on, not only is their strategy on, but it looks like their shots are also on here. And as we approach a late Saturday, which is a great thing, because if you feel like you're on fire and you can consistently play like we've seen the first 2 games from Quadrant, you can go on one hell of a run.
Yeah, they are priming themselves up for a great lower bracket run if they can continue this momentum and close this out. But you know, it's Native Gaming. You can never count out a squad like this. It is also CTF Aquarius, which is one of the faster CTFs. But at the same time, teams can slow down a bit. I don't expect this to be a 5 or 6 minute game like we were seeing in these last 2. I feel like this CTF Aquarius could last as long as those last 2 games combined. So, they have a shot. Yes, this can be fast paced, but they have their opportunity. Native Gaming need to step it up immediately and get back into this series.
All eyes will be focused on that overshield that spawns pink 1 at the start of the game. An opening break is something Native are praying for to win at this point, Dave.
Yeah, I feel like it's all eyes and Snipedrone's hands are going to be on the overshield at the beginning of this game. Let's see if that holds true. Mikwin trying to make an early play over towards Bomb Card. Gets a 1-on-1 and drops it to Snipedrone.
It's the same thing we've been seeing so far in Game 1 and Game 2. Snipedrone wins his piv on the Mikwin, creates a lot of space and opportunity for the rest of Quadrant. And Glory, still alive, still in the bait, made his way into the base of Native Gaming, and they're going to try and get a flagpole. It does fall down to the box. It does look like a couple members of Quadrant are going down as APG finally has something to say about this series.
I was going to say, you need people to step it up, and No one else on Native has a kill yet. APG has 4 slays. He's taking matters into his own hands, getting the kills on the board. I originally questioned, can Quadrant keep up in slaying department with Native? It's actually the reverse right now. Can Native step up and match the slaying power that we are seeing coming out of these Quadrant boys?
Well, unfortunately, ever since then, 3 go down for Native Gaming, and all of a sudden the slays and the flags starting to go in their favor. The flag getting into the util closet. There is a player in Miquin bottom card that's going to try and delay this, but you're seeing Sika take the pink route. They're going to cut off reinforcements. That's APG. Perfect shots onto him. Barcode is able to get a kill himself, and 2 members from Quadrant are going down. As Sika's on the opposite side of the map of the flag run. These kills are great, but that flag is going to get returned.
Yeah, Gilkey and Barcode putting up a couple numbers, because I was going to say another team, Quadrant here, might be playing their own version of Goose Hunt here in a little bit, but now that is out of the question. Every single player has kills on the board, but Sika has a flag moving.
Oh, that was ridiculous. Sika's being ridiculous right now, running the flag, hitting the G side to bottom middle, already across halfway now. A couple members of Native still coming off respawn. That flag is going to get taken down with Quadrant lose 2 members. Snipe Drone is the one you got to focus on, the one you want to take down. And Insta Dave, that's your bread and butter.
I love to see it. You know what? I love to see it. Gilkey in a spot where he was one shot, had 0 hope, but that insta mechanic, whoever developed that and popularized that, props out to them. But Gilkey getting himself out of a sticky situation and stopping that flag run from getting too scary. All 4 down, though, for Quadrant for the first time in a while.
Overshield down on the floor as well, and I hope I never meet the guy that made the instas, because good Lord, did you get me with a few of them back in the day. And I'm about tired of watching them. But that being said, an unbelievable one by Gilkey has given his team an opportunity to keep this 0-0 for now. That overshield gets squandered as it gets taken down. Barcode with a vengeance finds himself a double kill, and for the first time in what feels like forever, Native Gaming have map control.
I also saw Barcode getting loud, barking a little bit. One thing I think about Barcode is some players like to be some silent killers. I feel like when I see Barcode play, the louder he gets, the more dangerous he's getting.
Yeah, that's when
that's
you know
the first time I've seen some life out of him.
That's when you know Barcode's starting to get in rhythm and find his flow. And when he does that, he can take over games. He's taking this flag back to his utility, making it across the bridge. It doesn't look like anybody on Quadrant's focused on him. That flag will give Native their first lead in the series as the crowd starts.
As the crowd says, good job to both sides here. We are gonna absolutely let them know which side we're on at the moment. So first cap, first thing going in the favor of Native Gaming, and crowd meeting them with a quick boo.
What does that do for your confidence right now for Native Gaming, Dave? You get your first lead in any of the games so far in this series right here, right now. Complete backs against the wall, must-win game 3, 1-0. There's still plenty of time and a lot of Halo left to be played, but you got to feel a little bit better than you did 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, the first time, like you said in the series, you actually have the lead. You are no longer forced to make a play to try even it up or get that lead. Instead, they can say, all right, what we're doing is working. Let's just keep this up for a moment. We don't need to force a flag run. We don't need to force a push. So for the first time, it's slowing down, but they also get, like you said, you have that confidence. You really don't have the confidence until things start working.
It's a little bit easier to breathe, I'd say. As Overshield comes up, Glory is the one to put it into his chest. And right now, Glory trying to advance on the map. A couple of members of Native Gaming are going to run into a Miquin with some great damage right now as they get a Miquin APG sandwich. Glory eats the sandwich and takes them down.
And those are the challenges someone like APG is not really expecting. When you think of the highest level, even like NA play, a lot of times these players are so reliant on someone else finish up their one-shots. They will jump out and challenge when they are forced to. In a case like that, Glory's like, I just know I'm going to win this, so I'm going to go out and take it.
Yeah, unbelievable play by Glory there to use that overshield to create some map control. But ever since then, it's been back and forth. No real map control, no flags being pulled as of yet. But as I say that off screen, it is going to be Quadrant pulling Barcode's flag. A big decision for him to make here.
Ooh, and this one's a tough one to know what to do. Whether you just stop and slay or do you counter pull across the map. It looks like damage coming down. Who is going to win this exchange over at Carside? Looks like APG's going for the recovery. Glory does not touch just yet, but damage has been done, and flag continues across the map in the hands of SLG.
SLG, the last man standing in the ring. As he gets the flag, he tries to throw it up, but he's knocked to no shield. That flag does not make it into the window. You can't throw it to yourself, young man. That flag will be neutralized still. SLG going to choose to try and slay, but there's a player coming up his pink stairs.
He does not know this flank behind, and here comes the surprise. It's revealed. SLG does get a touch, but these players are all stuck in the courtyard. Miquin The only one left that can somehow stop this flag, and he's across the map. That's going to be a flag return. Flag captured. We got ourselves a tie game.
Barcode was the player that made it up the pink stairs. He chooses to shoot and not go for the assassination. Because of that, SLG able to stay alive, play his life, and tie this game up for Quadrant.
That's such a tough decision to do, too. Generally, if you see someone's back to turn to you and they're shooting your teammate, your first instinct's like, well, I'm going to be fast. Yeah, you got to help. You're going to be faster to shoot, but like you said, kind of came back to bite him there. The flank, it was revealed, and after that, it was punished.
Overshield just came up. Glory got another overshield for the side of Quadrant. The flag was actually thrown out front the base, but perfect shots from APG make this flag run dead in its tracks. They're going to be able to get the reset, you'd have to think, but somehow Sika, nobody gets the reset. Sika sneaks in, he gets the touch. A couple of players do go down for Quadrant, but that flag is still out.
Yeah, flag's still out. Glory's going to reposition, decide to try to get behind enemy lines. But spotted out, though. Unless that was a friendly grenade coming up from sniper ground, I don't know. But here comes the battle over in the util. Going to go in favor of Quadrant, and they're going to try to set themselves up for a new flagpole.
Two players on the bridge trying to push across. Glory with some great shots, able to find that player down. Pink one, able to stay alive as well. Snipe Drone going to be the one to get the flag. SLG and Sika both pick up kills. Gilkey, the last player alive for Native Gaming. Mikwin spotted off in the pink, and Mikwin's going back to the death cam right now. Flag on the move, and where is Gilkey is the question. Behind the flag carrier, he's able to take down Snipe Drone into the utility. As he hops on the return, he's got to do more. He can't do more. SLG gets the kill, and Trades will benefit Quadrant with their flag on their side of the map.
It just feels like any time these members of Quadrant are dividing and conquering, they're just winning the fights. When it comes down to like a one-on-one fight there over at Fridge, granted getting the first couple shots on a player who's spawning there, or a one-on-one over in util, Quadrant seem to be coming out ahead in those exchanges.
Last player alive for Quadrant in the utility, going to be able to get a touch potentially. Maybe the flag returns. It's actually a double kill for SLG. The flag does get returned, however, so a beautiful job by Gilkey at the start, but the rest of Native Gaming to follow up and return that flag successfully. Unfortunately, what did it cost? Complete map control and the flag being pulled again.
They clear out Mikwin, though, from car side. That flag should be cleared to move across the util side if they get the touch, but looks like they opt to go towards bottom center with it. We're going to have to see if they're taking the too fast of a route here. Sika trying to push over towards courtyard, realizes that he cannot go get the touch. He will get finished off and decides to reposition util again. This seems to also be a strategy here from the Quadrant side, is they'll sometimes get a flag out, and if they feel like they can't get it, they'll push towards util, either set for a new pole or have a flank to help the existing flag run, which is still going across the map.
Yeah, they're used to baiting the flag. That flag actually gets punched in off screen. And Quadrant now take the lead. Now the conversation of pressure on Native Gaming's backs and shoulders right now is starting to build. There's 3.5 minutes left in this game, and for the first time you find yourself down. Do you have the count? Do you have a life to play around?
Don't have a lot of time. You know, 3 minutes is plenty to be able to get a cap out there, but you start to get more and more worried as this develops. From what we've seen thus far, it doesn't seem like Quadrant's going to make anything easy. Doesn't seem like they're going to give you an easy 4 down. Gilkey having to get a stick to get that touch out. Gets the toss out towards the courtyard, and Snipe Drone does not want to give that any chance to move across the map. Goes for the recov and pushes back.
Doesn't worry about the return. He hops off of it, because in the meantime, it was Sika that was pulling the flag of Native Gaming. If they were able to get the slays, that would have been a 3-1 lead very quickly. Quadrant did go 3 down, however. Gilkey back off spawn, back to top pink. He's got a lot of pressure coming up the stairs as he's able to get the stick. Beautiful job, Gilk, putting these sticks to use this game, trying to get a flag on the move. 2 go down for Quadrant. Flag is on the move right now.
And maybe a first OS we might see. We'll have to see how long they keep control of this, but flag moving across.
It's getting capped.
This cap is going to go in?
Yeah, absolutely. Nobody in Quadrant in a position right now. But Overshield, like you said, Dave, coming up in 10 seconds. Native Gaming are coming off respawn. They have 2 members down. One's going to be up. But Overshield being up, Quadrant should have the map control in order to secure this once again.
Quadrant getting this OS, and I feel like we've seen them grab almost every OS, every camo. I would say you're seeing 1 out of 5 at the most go in the hands of Native Gaming, and that's not an easy position to play from. 3 down for a short period of time. Are they spawning at Fridge? Doesn't matter. Seems like Glorious is going to pull it anyways and run towards pink 1. Continue to run us across courtyard. sometimes when that objective's moving so fast across the map, doesn't even matter if you run at the same side the opposing team is spawning.
Barco trying to delay this flag from moving any further, but the damage just been done. The teammates are nowhere to be found, and Quadrant are running this flag up the pink stairs as all of Native Gaming are coming off respawn.
And this flag so close to going in. They make sure to secure it, but they have to be careful here. 3 members went down. This is counter cap territory. Can Native Gaming get the kills? Yes, they get the first kill in Glory. A grenade fiesta taking place over in the base there. I'm not sure how many people that damage it took down, but 3 down again for Quadrant. Native Gaming might get the perfect answer here by running this flag across the map.
But they ran it util, and Quadrant spawned in their own util closet right now. Quadrant have stopped the flag run. 2 go down, Midwin in no man's land. Pink side the base, forced to try and sprint over. That flag is being returned. The Quadrant utility spawns will stop Native Gaming's cap. 40 seconds on the clock. Native Gaming have 40 seconds in their tournament lives to turn this around.
I thought Native Gaming had it perfect. The kills was the bigger question for me. It wasn't about where they're blocking the spawns around the flag. I usually feel like they have that part down. 26 seconds left here for Native Gaming. Can they get the touch? Can they keep this live? APG gets the touch on it. He runs it towards util. Does he opt for courtyard or util? He goes towards util. Correct decision here.
This time around, APG is going to get the flag into his own utility, but here comes Quadrant, the thrust from SLG, and the melee is going to make him an easy kill. 2 players hopping on this return. This flag goes home. Native Gaming will go home, and Quadrant will move on in the elimination bracket.
The crowd goes absolutely wild for these hometown heroes at Quadrant Major here in London. What a statement against a squad like Native Gaming to do that in a 3-0 fashion. Game 3 is where they actually start to show some life. Other than that, let's be real, Quadrant were dominating.
Let's talk about it, Dave. As Quadrant dominates this series against a Native Gaming squad with the likes of APG, Gilkey, and Midwin, champions across Halo. So much history. The talent that they just beat, the way they just beat them. Quadrant's elimination bracket run, what are you looking forward to seeing for them? How far do you think this train can go?
I mean, I got to double check who they're going to be playing after this, because that's the bigger question is, how did these brackets falter? How, you know, what's their next match?
It's the winner of SWAT Esports and Proton Gaming.
I mean, I had Proton as my wild card, but if I'm seeing how Quadrant's playing here right now, that match is a toss-up if I've ever seen one.
I know both those teams in that match is probably going on in the other room, so they didn't get a chance to see this series, but when they hear whispers of Quadrant 3-0ing Native Gaming, what do you think's going through their head?
I mean, they're gonna, first off, they'd walk into it confident, but they will know it's the real deal. They've seen how well Quadrant's been playing so far this year, hearing how it's not just Snipe Round. Yes, Snipe Round has been leading the charts in kills. Was he top kills every single game there? Yes, he was.
Yeah,
top kills in all 3 games. Sika.
At least games 1 and 2.
Yeah.
And then
Game
really
3 had 26 kills, but Snipe Round just absolutely dominating there. I feel like if you go into that series and you're going against Quadrant, on one hand you want to say, what do we do to shut down Snipe Drone? On the other hand is, well, even if you do, his teammates are just going to clean you up and then run the objective.
The question I would ask is, what can you do to shut down Snipe Drone? Because nobody was able to take down Snipe Drone. It felt like every time we were on his screen, he was winning a pivotal fight. He was hitting perfect shots. Snipe Drone, the player of the series by far, giving Quadrant everything they needed.
Yeah, putting up those numbers, but like I said, it's a team. It's a unit there. They play so well together. Snipe Drone is playing his piece. Another player who's been doing his piece is Sika. Blaze, you're down right now. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Walshy and West. London, make some noise for Quadrant as they continue on in a tournament. I'm here with the beautiful Sika. My God, okay, talk to me about how you feel in this series, winning with the crowd behind you right now and staying in this tournament.
It's probably the best LAN event I've ever played, just because of the whole crowd. Like, the support is amazing. Look at the French flag behind us as well. Nah, they make so much noise for us. The music and everything is insane.
It is absolutely insane. With the crowd behind you, you top frag every single game to make sure you all have a flawless performance. You know, what was going on in your head, you know, as you guys had to go into series? How did you play so well?
we just like built our confidence along the tourney. I know that we lost against Optic and Sentinel, but if you look closely, all the games were insanely close. Like every game we've lost so far have been winnable games. That's the thing. We told ourselves, sometimes you can get stomped, but we never get stomped. It's always close game. It's always in our hands. So like we have the confidence that we need to go all the way down. You know, we feels like we should be on championship Sunday, and we are gonna do everything we can to go.
I know you guys are definitely going to do everything you can to make it to Championship Sunday. Now, we know with Quadrant, you guys used to be so known for your objective gameplay. And in this series, your objective looked really good. You know, having Glory on this squad, do you feel like you're almost back to form at the old Quadrant objective gameplay that we used to know so well?
Obviously, it's different. We're trying to make ourselves a new playstyle because you cannot always have like two players similar to Chick and Legend. So we're adapting ourselves slowly but surely. I mean, we have only been a team for like 2 months. But yeah, David, Glory, is like insanely fast and he brings a lot on the table. You know, like he's very cracked as well. So our flags run are insanely fast. We are very efficient as well with the objective. So yeah, only good work.
And lastly, Sika, I'm going to let you talk to these fans. What do you want them all to know as I let you get ready for your next matchup?
Thank you, London!
Give it up, London, for Quadrant. That's going to do it for us. Lot, take us away.
Absolutely amazing stuff. You guys are incredible. The Quadrant fans, they were out in full force. And rightfully so, because what an incredible series that was from Quadrant. I know we had a couple of things we were thinking, okay, there might be a few little hiccups here and there and a couple of worries that we might have had going up against Native Gaming. Well, I'll tell you something, I couldn't have been more wrong. I didn't have to worry at all. I sat back, relaxed, enjoyed the show that all of these guys were putting on for us. Incredible things. Tony, I have to ask you about that dominance of map 1. What an amazing, amazing difference Quadrant have been making, even against some of our world champion players like APG.
Let me tell you, dominance was the word to use. At one point during this game, it was 59-23. Then it wasn't. By the time Native scored another point, Quadrant had 220 points. It was 220-23 before Native scored another point. That was absolutely crazy, and that set the tone for the rest of the series. I said Quadrant were the favorites. I said the series layout definitely favored them, and that game number 1, that was brutal.
Harry, I don't mean to be rude when I say this, but Snipe Drone was out there just disrespecting his competition. The amount of just damage he was dealing, the slays that he was getting, Snipe Drone was just unbelievable. I couldn't believe what I was seeing with my eyes. There was just this cadence that he had, the kind of, I don't know, the main Slayer ability that he just kind of showed us here. I think there were question marks on his name and this roster and how he was going to perform. And I think a lot of people are now very shocked on how he managed to just do that to Native Gaming, which we have some incredible players on this roster. How did you feel that Mike played?
It was Glory and Snipe Drone. They were just dumping ground, weren't they? It was just disgusting to watch, pure filth all around, and my goodness, it was just an absolute pleasure to watch it every single time. Each battle, every moment they knew meant everything in terms of objective efficiency, and we saw it again and again. And speaking of objectives, the question we had about strongholds, that's completely out the window. I think we can confirm that it doesn't matter what kind of roster they're going to have. They seem to be one of their strongest game modes. And CTF, the stat line we had yesterday talking about the previous events and leading up to scrims in terms of their CTF performance, again, that's also out the window. This is an entirely different Quadrant. And with the crowd behind them and everything, honestly, the world's the oyster of this event. Yes, you're in the lower bracket, but they can take it extremely far. And look at the stat line, like 1.82 for Snipe Drone. That's just unreal. Seeker 1.43. Nice to see him live up to his name a little bit more and be in that slaying department. And even the damage. I talked about Snipe Drone for the last 10 years in terms of his damage and how well he performs and how proactive he is. 17,500 unreal stuff from him.
Yeah, 71 kills, and also it wasn't all front running. There was a must-win game number 2 in my eyes when it came to Native Gaming. Snipe Drone dropped 18 kills in that Slayer, so it wasn't just all front running in the objectives when they already were kind of having a crazy lead in that game 1. A lot of that was in an impactful game number 2, where if Native won that and got some momentum on their side, maybe things could have been different. But Quadrant, they literally ran with it and just never turned back.
I mean, I've got to also say, I was very impressed on Quadrant's side, where, you know, they've got momentum, right? They're 2-0 up, and they're thinking, okay, Aqua Flag, this is going to be our bread and butter. It's going to be fast-paced, and we've got the momentum on our side. Well, I was impressed by Native Gaming being able to rally back. We actually saw Barcode getting a bit loud as well, which is always a sign of good things, you know, hopefully, you know, hoping for that reverse sweep. But Quadrant being able to shut it down, and it wasn't from lack of trying from Native Gaming. They had some things up their sleeves, some great spawns coming in also from Quadrant to be able to stop that util run, and things just kind of got out of control. But I do think that Quadrant right now are hitting a completely different level. We saw that in pool play, Harry, with Quadrant, and I really do feel like this 3-0 sweep, this clean run from them, is some really good signs for things to come pushing through this elim bracket.
Completely agree. I did say both those series they played in pool play, they were extremely close, nothing to get upset about. Yeah, sure, a couple of them were a little bit upset, and I was just talking to a couple of players and they're umming and ahhing about it, but you just got to let them know and remind them, you know, you're against some of the top teams in the business. Friday, you know, just sweep it under the rug, move on to elimination bracket and crack on from there, and that's exactly what they're doing. That clean sweep against Native Gaming, they're on a massive high right now.
They certainly are indeed. Great, great signs for them. This is the winners bracket side of things, and of course we have our semi-finals getting set and ready to go. Space Station Gaming versus Shopify Rebellion. FaZe will be facing Optic Gaming. That is a matchup we all know and love and will be highly competitive, I am sure of it. We'll find out who will be in our winners finals later on, but the elimination bracket is where we just were. We say goodbye to Native Gaming. We say hello Quadrant, welcome to the journey. Here we go. How far have you got in you? Quadrant, they'll be going up against Proton Gaming. Cloud9, they're waiting in their round 2 right now to see who is going to take this one from Sentinels and Reversal Perfy, which, by the way, looking at the results that are coming in here in the updates, 2-1, I'm actually quite shocked by that with Sentinels. I know they got knocked down. I know it wasn't what they wanted. Reverse sweep against SSG is a difficult one to take on the chin. But getting a map off Sentinels at this point in time, considering how good they have been, I'm quite shocked by that.
Yeah, Reversal Perfy have been known to kind of upset teams during some of the online qualifiers and during the open series, but this is LAN time, and when you think of Sentinels, you think of, again, a team that's trying to break into and be consistent as far as the top 4. So it's a big win coming from Reversal Perfy, but, you know, you still got to finish it out. It's elimination bracket time, and by the time this weekend is done, nobody's going to think, oh, Reversal Perfy took a game off of Sentinels. They're going to think, did you win? Or did you lose?
Very true. I think if anything, it just tells me a little bit about maybe the mentality that Sentinels are feeling right now. I think they need to get it out of their system, regain a little bit. It was a tough, tough loss for them. I mean, getting reverse swept by SSG, you are so close to getting it done in a 3-0 fashion, if not 3-1, to get reverse swept. It's really, really difficult on the mentals, but they do have a bit of time to bounce back if they get through that matchup. Then tomorrow, of course, is a whole new day, and that does things for players. The refresh in your brain, getting some sleep, getting some VOD done as well in the evenings. That does a lot for them going into the next day, especially Championship Sunday.
It certainly does. It's just due to the fact that against SSG, they were this close from getting top 6 guaranteed. So these give them some breathing room going into Sunday, but now, sure, they're going to be quite demoralised. Of course they are, but they've been round the block quite a few times here and there, haven't they? Let's be real. They may drop a map here and there just to kind of recover their mental, as you already mentioned previously. But I still think they've got the potential to do it. I feel like this team is still extremely strong and feared, and I think anyone who comes up against them should be worried to a certain degree, considering how well they performed against SSG, because if they play against like that again against any other squad in the elimination bracket, I'd be scared. I'd be worried.
I think I'm scared for everyone at this point. Looking at the level of competition, it's pretty damn scary. Let's take a look at what's coming your way for the rest of tonight. Next up, we have a winners semi-final. It's going to be Space Station versus Shopify Rebellion. After that, we have another semi for you. Optic Gaming takes on FaZe, and then we have elimination quarterfinals to end things off. Somebody's going to be going home. We'll find out who will be playing a little bit later on. We are going to head to a quick break, folks, but when we come back, we have another amazing series on our hands. It's the underdogs, the big underdogs, who are looking to really take this one home against Space Station Gaming in this winners semi-finals, and we'll see you guys on the other side.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs.
Party's over. You belong to me.
Satisfactory.
referee. Betrayal. Combat evolved.
I've got you under my skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Some of us game, others want to break out. Some of us come to hang out. We may be here for different reasons, but what we all have in common is the need to share. Streamlabs, unleash your live.
Hello folks and welcome back to the Halo Championship Series. We're live from London, UK, and we're of course here because of Quadrant, which we just saw on the main stage do the unthinkable, unfortunately, to their opponents, sending them home, packing early. Native Gaming, we say goodbye to them, but Quadrant, they move on through the elimination bracket. And goodness, they're looking fantastic. I am so impressed with what we're seeing. My name is Lottie, I'm joined by Tony and Harry. Why not be casting in Lethal? I've got to say, boys, Quadrant have been impressing me. I'm really, really excited about it. I won't reiterate too much what we just discussed before the break, but I also love this Quadrant crowd. And I've got to say, Tony, they're turning up for every match, not just the Quadrant match. We've got the drums and trumpets for pretty much every single match, and the fans have been phenomenal. There has been a thing where they do say London fans, UK fans, are better than the American fans. Would you agree or disagree?
Yeah. I don't want to get chased out in London. No, but honestly, this crowd has been on fire for Quadrant, and I've been saying it since literally last season. We want a little bit of a home field advantage. We want a little bit of away field hate. I love it.
I do love it as well. And they're going to have to get loud, of course, for our next matchup, which is our winner semi-final, Space Station versus Shopify Rebellion. We're going to kick things off with Space Station. Harry, I got to ask you about these guys because, of course, they're incredible. They've been very, very good so far. Were tested just a little bit against Sentinels, and the first 2 maps didn't go their way. It was a question mark that we had as were they ready for this kind of smoke? They weren't at the beginning, but they adapted so nicely with their pacing. They knew their pacing was off, and it was going to be a clash with the fastest against Methodical. That's always going to happen. The adaptation that they had midway through the series is what I've got my eye on, and that is a very dangerous game against opponents. So Space Station Gaming, how good do you think they really are right now?
You made me struggle now because you took the words right out of my mouth.
Sorry, Harry. I'm analysing for you.
You're too good, too good. I'm going to extend it a little bit and go with Space Station Gaming. Yes, they all fully commit when they fall can go into their opponents from a strategical standpoint. But yes, we've seen more of a methodical approach. But this is 2 things you know about Space Station Gaming. The fact that how aggressive they are and how much they commit to every battle, but also how they perform and how they go into it overall from that methodical approach. And it just works every single time. And it's amazing because it's just complete raw talent. Very similar to FaZe, very similar to Optic as well, which is why you're always going to get the top 3 every single time. And even from this series record, 11-0, it's a bit like, ooh, not really too sure. But both of these teams over the weekend, they've had some slip-ups. They've been tripping over their shoelaces here and there during the Friday. But Space Station Gaming, I wouldn't say they're relieved after that last series. They are pumped and ready to crack on and to try and get into the upper bracket final.
I will say, just to go get the graphic just a little bit, I know LAN is when it matters most, and I know that it matters more than online, but I never fully discredit online results, and some of the online tournaments have gone the way of Shopify Rebellion, including the last time they met up in a winner's bracket semifinal, similar to like where we are now. It was actually a 3-1 in favor of Rebellion.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. I think sometimes matchups, you need to read into the way that 2 teams actually play each other, how their kind of strategies coincide with each other, counteract each other. There's a lot to really learn from this. But I'm excited to see this online. Like you mentioned online, things can be a little bit different. They can be skewed sometimes, either or. It depends on how it goes on that day. But for LAN, there's an even playing field, right? And we're really going to understand how these 2 teams match up. I've got to say, though, that graphic is right. Anytime, anywhere, anything. I mean, Space Station Gaming, they're looking really good right now. And it's going to be very difficult for Shopify Rebellion to really breathe on that stage. Although I do think they can hold their own. Speaking of, let's talk about the Rebels themselves. Shopify Rebellion, Tony, what are they bringing to the table? They had a lot of expectations on their shoulders coming into this LAN. Have they met them?
They really have, and I will say they have, we use the word tested a lot. Right. They have been tested a bit and maybe haven't had the cleanest road up here to the winners semifinals, but at the end of the day, it's about getting here. It's about the destination as opposed to the journey sometimes. And they are here, and they are 1 game away from making it to the winners finals, and that would guarantee them a top 3 placing. Shopify Rebellions are here. They just happen to run into what might be the best team in the world.
They might just have done that, unfortunately for them. But they do, of course, have that safety net, which is always nice, although they don't want to go there, I can tell you that much. I think Shopify Rebellion right now fancy themselves as one of the best teams here. I think they're willing to take that throne. They want to snatch one of those positions off the top 3. We have our series layout. Lethal, a lot of the time, we really rely on this. I think a lot of the top teams are looking at this very, very closely and thinking, okay, where can we pinch this from here? Where are their strong suits? Where are ours? Where's the weaknesses? Where's the holes? What are you seeing from it?
From these game modes, I kind of feel like Shopify would be quite happy. They've got a little bit of space, starting on Forbidden. Street Slayer can be very hit and miss, all about those stalemates and the camo. We've seen SSG been pushed back quite a lot by FaZe in the past, and I kind of question how their prep goes for these power-ups. So we have to see if they can be able to rectify and correct the preparation for those items going into Streets. Live Fire, I kind of see that as SSG's ground if it was Strongholds. King of the Hill could be a little bit different though, with the structure and the coordination they need to bring to the table. And speaking about though, Recharge Stronghold, I kind of feel like that's got SSG's name all over it, which is going to be a hard worry. But I don't know what you think, Tony, but just going into this matchup, I kind of like it will be a very close series, closer than I expected due to those first couple of game modes. But Shopify do have a chance here. I think they should be quite happy with those first 3 game types.
Yeah, I definitely want to credit what you're saying, especially when it came to that Stronghold. SSG definitely the heavy favorites. I will say I did see a bit of Streets, Live Fire, and Solitude, and the last time they matched up, it did go to Shopify.
Okay, well, we can definitely read into that, and I'll tell you something. CTF seems to be like it's going to be quite a close one for both of these. The flag steals allowed, I find a really interesting stat, actually, because, of course, folks at home, if you're looking at these numbers thinking, what on earth am I looking at here? The flag steals is how many times a team has allowed their flag to be stolen from their base, which often you don't really want happening. But, of course, allowing the caps in is where it matters most. That is where the points go on the board. It's interesting to see, actually, both are fairly high numbers. So I'm actually quite interested in this. What are you making, Harry, from these stats? They look like they're very closely matched in terms of the way they play a CTF.
Well, with that 75%, I can tell you now that Shopify basically turning around and saying to SSG, you can take the flag, but you ain't getting very far with it.
Very, very true.
75%?
Yeah, they've got a good rate getting it back.
Oh, flag steals allowed, and they still get such a high rate. That's unreal, and that's very rare.
Yeah.
And I feel like I'm not really surprised by that, because the way Shopify Rebellion lots of times like to approach capture the flag, they will allow you to gain ground on them. They will overextend a lot towards the enemy's base. From there, they get the kills, get the returns, and a lot of their caps come from counter caps. So I'll be honest with you, that didn't really surprise me too much.
I also think it's because they're very aggressive as a team, all right? So they're already pushing up into the enemy's base. Yes, a flag steal might happen, but the defense is there, and they're able to just completely reverse that on its head. We've got, of course, our keys to victory on the screen here as well. And as we're gliding over this, with Space Station in particular, they're still undefeated. Of course, that is a worry for Rebellion. Pretty scary stats there for sure. And then, of course, the CTF defense, in which we were talking about there for a second. I think they're just going to need to clean up a few things here. I think Space Station are looking pretty confident, I think, going up against Shopify Rebellion. And for them, they have things to lean on, don't they, these Rebels? The slaying is unbelievable. The best Slayer team. And Tony, I know that you were really into seeing these stats, and they've been very good in London. How have you felt, that they've retained that?
When it comes to on land during HCS events, Shopify Rebellion have only lost one Slayer, and that was to FaZe back at Arlington. They have been one of the best Slayer teams in the league on land during HCS. One thing I'm going to say, I'm about to talk to Soul Snipe in the crew, because when did Rebellion become an oddball team? In what world is Rebellion one of the best oddball teams that we're seeing here? Because lots of times when you think of a hyper-aggressive team, you think of, well, oddball might be their weaker game type. They have to show the defensive stats a little bit, but no, 3-0 in oddball, that's really impressive.
It is very impressive, and you mentioned there in terms of an aggressive team, it is hard because on oddball, of course, you want to slay out, be able to pick up the ball, get it into a really good position, but it's all about that hold. How long can you hold that ball for? What does your setup look like? And we often find some of our teams being broken very, very quickly, and they find it easy to break others too, and it becomes very chaotic. But that stat is really impressive, I think, considering the playstyle of Rebellion.
Yeah, oddball is one of the most involved game modes, in my opinion. It's a lot of thought process, a lot of thinking behind it. And with mental, that much ball time as well, that's just unheard of in itself. I always kind of question this consistency only in scrims. But this event, I'm not worried about that at all. And with players like Soul Snipe, it's not a stat there. But I will say this, I've never known a guy to tank so much damage and to be such a huge distraction around a map. It's just unreal. The amount of stuff he can do, and people are probably thinking, well, why did he just shoot back? Why do you have to take this much damage here and there? Honestly, that is one of his main jobs, when especially wants to entry slay and try and create these opportunities. But that's a huge feat in itself. People don't see it as a positive. I do. If you're tanking that much damage and you're creating this much of a distraction for an entire squad, let the rest of the three do the work and let them crack on.
Please, I want to thank you so much. All this time, I honestly thought that I was just bad at oddball because I was bad at the game. No, you said it's a mental game. I'm just not smart enough to play oddball.
I don't believe that
you're
to be
right.
true at all, Tony. I think you're plenty smarter, but I'll tell you something, you wouldn't be up here if you weren't, mate.
True.
So, perfectly smart. Tell you what, though, I've got something smart to move on to, because this guy over here, he's been doing his rounds around here. You know everyone, don't you?
I've been here, there, and everywhere. Yeah,
I think you're a bit of a legend. You're right. I know you did catch up with Sims, though, earlier on, and I'm desperate to see what you guys were talking about. So let's roll the tape.
So the last person I had, was a bit of a blast from the past, but this time round, found a fossil in the name of Richard Sims. Rich, how you doing? It's been quite a while since I've seen your handsome face.
I'd have been better if you didn't call me a fossil, and I'm still alive somewhat. It's yeah, I'm good, mate. It's unexpected to be in London. I know we've been asking for a major to come to this kind of side of the world, but it's really good. It's really fun to see so many people. I mean, you look at the state of this, it's not even the main stage area, and it's absolutely packed. Yeah, it's fun to see. Times have changed since when we were playing a long time ago, underneath, what underneath motorway bridges and stuff in little hidey holes. Bro, it used to, God, back in the day were fun, wasn't it? Halo 2, when we first competed. Yeah. Man, it was, I do miss it. I do miss it. It's good to see. How are you keeping?
I'll be doing all right. Well, it's better than playing on 14-inch CRT TVs and all that jazz, but...
Super bounce on the CRTs. That was a good thing. You could super bounce on them, Harry. Well, you can do all sorts of things now, can't you? You can swing from the sky and all sorts of stuff on this game. Yeah, it's good to see. I'm enjoying it so far. It's been fun. I've seen a lot of old faces, a lot of old people. Friends, players, people I've competed against back in Halo 2, Halo 3, and obviously all the American teams. Disappointing to hear about some of the results from the UK boys, but certainly... Yeah, it's good. It's good to be back.
I can tell you've had a cheeky grin on your face like literally the entire time since I first saw you yesterday. So always good to have you, always good to see you. Now, you've probably, I don't know how much you've been keeping up with the scene, but in terms of like who you think is going to win, in terms of predictions, what's going to happen, is there anyone you've been keeping a close eye on at all?
I mean, let's be realistic. Never in a million years did I think I would see a European player winning a major. Like, times have changed unbelievably. You've got to, coming off the back, you've got to put it, look towards Space Station. At the end of the day, you can't count them out. I'm still a bit of a FaZe fanboy. I always will be, from casting Frosty for some of those highlight reels, MCC into Halo 5, like a lot of memories. So there's a lot of fandom on that side, especially with the FaZe brand. But you just can't put it past seeing an EU player winning. Like, that's good for us, it's good for a scene, it's good for a space, and I think, without question, he isn't just playing for a North American team. I think he's probably the best player that Europe has ever fronted. The man is just an absolute genius. It's good to see. Good to see cross regions finally doing something.
Rather than us getting top 24, top 16, all those many moons ago.
Trying to just moonlight at MLG events, top 24, getting the text message how you boys have been doing. Top 24 again, okay, well, it's better than... There's a few times you made it into pro bracket, right? You made it up there?
No, we did make it a couple of times. I think it was like top 20, but it wasn't first.
You've done it. The EU Lethal did something. That's all we need to know about.
It's better than nothing. Makes sense, but yeah. Well, it's not first, but yeah, we did something. But yeah, I'll be honest with you, going back to that point, I wasn't expecting to even see an EU player even like win a major in our lifetime, because we've had these results here and there. Quadrant gave us a kind of a glimmer of hope when they placed third, and then when they split and went their separate ways, we weren't really too sure how things were going to go afterwards. But it's been very impressive what we've seen from Legend in terms of his skill, his individual talent, the raw talent he has, and the fact he's actually fit into Space Station Gaming and adapted and just joined that lineup as though it's his day job. Well, I suppose technically it is his day job, and it's just brilliant to see. And it's marvelous to see just in itself, because it's been a little bit of a shock for us. I think you could probably agree with that.
Yeah, without question. I mean, I do keep a tabs on the space, and I do watch and keep up as much as I humanly can do with everything else going on that I've got on a day-to-day. But I think that's good for, I mean, look, I'm also a personal friend with Noah, and he's one of the few people that I do keep up with. And having discussions with him, like, he kind of put me in perspective just how good of an individual player Legend was. Like, and everyone's kind of said it. There's, without doubt, is the best person that we've put out there. And yeah, I mean, what timeline did we ever see this happen? I think that's the only major surprise. We never kind of saw this one coming, but it is really, really good to see. Does that open doors for more EU players? I don't know. There is a question to be said that, yes, we do have raw talent here and we do have natural talent, but we're now quite far into Infinite cycle. Can that fresh raw talent be found this late? People knew about his and have been looking at his abilities and his skill set for quite some time. This event will probably showcase, there has been a few EU teams that have been battered by North Americans, especially on home turf. It doesn't really fit that narrative of what we're trying to portray here of EU players being world class, but we still got, the scorelines won't fully represent what I think, and moving into the next event, which I think is Atlanta. Yeah, see how they perform there.
And final question, and you're probably going to say no anyway, but I'll ask you anyway. Now, typical. Right, there's no Halo 4, sadly, for you, in terms of like the side tournaments. There's no Halo 2, but I know your best game was Halo 4, obviously. Yeah, I can't stop, mate. It's one of those things. Halo 3, you feeling about dabbling in the 4s or anything like that?
If there's a Falls event, I'll give me a sniper, stick me on narrows, I'm happy. Halo 2 is where, it's where we met. It's where we've had me and Harry have had many battles on Halo 2 and said many a word that we can't say on air against one another. Yeah, if there's a Halo 3 event, I'll chuck myself in. I'll happily play.
Always a pleasure to have you back, and if you want to come back any other time, then feel free, pop down, say hello like you've done today, and pleasure just to be in your presence once again. Absolutely fabulous, aren't you? Love you too, love you too. Anyways, we've got plenty more to come anyway. We've got all this bracket action going through the limbs 1 and 2, and coming the upper bracket underway with these feature stations as well. So make sure you tune in to twitch.tv/Halo and on YouTube/Halo as well. So until then, we'll catch you soon.
Tell you what, that was so wholesome, Harry. That was so wholesome. And you are right at the end there. It is a pleasure having Sims here. I mean,
it is.
What a throwback having him around walking. I just love it. I just love it. I've missed him so much. And I'll tell you something as well. What a beard he has. His beard edges are straight in some of the shots on the main stage, which is pretty impressive considering how good our players are. But that beard is perfection. It's unbelievable. Sims, for folks at home who don't know who Sims is an absolute legend. He's been in the scene for the longest time. Sorry, that is not an old man reference. Sorry about that, Sims. But he really is a legend in his own right. And he has been here, there, everywhere. He has been a top world-class host, caster, presenter, you name it, in so many different esports now as well. But he's got some incredible accolades, and it's so lovely to see him wandering around. I was just thinking about some of the memories that I've had with Sims, and he's been there since I started ever in esports, so I'm like his little sister. But I do remember him casting, and it just sticks in my brain sometimes when I think about Halo, and especially Halo 5, and it's him going 1, 2, 3.
That's literally been stuck in my brain since 2018, literally.
That is literally him to a T. It's that voice it'll stick with me forever and ever. Have you guys got any memories of Mr. Sims?
Too many. Maybe too many bad ones, but nah, it's all good, all good. No, one of my closest friends, one of the best people to hang out with. I've known him for nearly 20 years now, which is just ridiculous. One of the moments being all the times he used to rage at TSG3, on those 14-inch CRTs, and he's back again to annoy me as usual. So even when I'm working, he's annoying me, but it's fine.
Oh,
You've grown up as a caster, haven't you, Harry?
A little bit.
You get in there now.
A little bit. I just need
still
a bit
more. Short, but you get in there, big
man. Just need some heals and I'll be all sorted.
Exactly. I mean, look, he can't stay away from the limelight. He absolutely can. There's a camera here. He's sniffing it out. Tony, have you met Sims before?
Yes. This weekend. Actually, today was the first time I got to meet one of the legends of this game. And so many plays that I think about when I started Halo 5. So many plays that I think about that were in Halo 5's history was him making the call. So it was actually really cool to meet a legend in the game, and I was a little starstruck. Just a little bit.
It's hard not to be. It's hard not to be, that's for sure. It's lovely having him here. I also love what he said in your interview with you, Harry, about European Halo and the kind of standard that we're now setting in these next generations, and obviously seeing legends come forward, having to move to North America, being picked up by a team like Space Station Gaming, and not only that, but then winning his first major in this debut with this team. It was such a historic moment. And you think back to maybe some of the days I actually said on the desk not that long ago, where European Halo was never considered a threat, right? It was like, oh, cool, we're going to play them, nice, real fast, whatever. And that is not the case anymore at all. And I'm loving this coming forward from Europe. And obviously the other regions too, but Europe has really put their mark on things and their stamp. How does it make you feel thinking back to all the memories that you've had in Europe and being a player yourself and then seeing these new generations come up and being a force?
I'm still shocked even now, and I think it's great that in the European scene we've got such good role models for the scene, because you've got to think about it now, like, back when I was playing, I've got to think about all the players coming through Halo 3, like the Buck Twins, who they came up and took over, and then they started doing really well, and then we've got the players from Infinite now taking over, taking their roles. So I think being a good role model, especially in that department, is very important, just to give not just the European scene, but any scene, any continent, it doesn't matter. Just to let them know and let them just try and pass on the torch, so to speak, to show that, if we can do it, you can definitely do it and some. And that's what the European scene have done, because ever since the very beginning, in Halo 1 and 2, we'll get like top 24, top 20, and then all the Halo 3 Reach players will get top 20, top 16. And you can see it's been getting better and better over time. There's never been a decline. There's always been an uptrend and an improvement. Like you've seen it so far. We had third last year and Legend winning the last major. So another great example.
It really is indeed. It's absolutely incredible. incredible. And obviously, Tony, for you, in terms of your experience with European Halo, you know, what were your impressions coming into, especially this new title, Halo Infinite, and how the Europeans have been playing and growing as the seasons have gone on?
Well, I love that you use the term passing of the torch, and I from the outside looking in, you know, I'm starting to see, like, for example, the Jimbos of the world who now are, you know, veterans. We're seeing different, you know, kind of life cycles. We're seeing now players like SLG and Seeker who are starting to become veterans, and now we're seeing the young guns coming out of nowhere, the Mighties, the Wutas. We're seeing multiple different generations, and they're all finding success. Honestly, it's from North America, you know, we thought we were top dogs for so long and nobody's gonna touch us. Well, guess what? It's not even just Europe. You know, you got Mind Freak, who now are coming over from ANZ, who made it out of open bracket. You got Tapping Buttons and the crew with SWAT Esports. Every single region is getting better and better.
They certainly are indeed. You can see our elimination bracket on our screen right now. We're going to red zone a little bit, folks, because I know you want that action. You want us to stop chatting up here, and we shall do so. Tony Lethal is Sentinels versus Cloud9. It's right at the beginning here of our first round of Oddball on Li-Fi.
Sentinels, Cloud9 here in the elimination bracket. It's do or die. Right now, Septify has himself a bit of a snipe. I don't know how he's alive right now. Down to one shot, absolute. Makes his way through the key door, and maybe he can deny Camel and Ball away from the opposition.
I assume from the last series as well, Sentinels must have taken that 3-1 because it was 2-1 earlier on. They've obviously just jumped straight back in. That's what Septify he can do. He's been lights out all weekend, and it's not really too much of a surprise he's going to continue to be that way, depending on how this series goes. But we're just going to stick with him. He gets a couple of shots down, but he's going to be backing away from that rat tunnel. But keeping hold of that snipe, extremely important to at least try and break this improvised setup, so to speak, as he's just biding his time. He does get shot, but still, you can tell the Sentinels don't really want to take a fight with him yet. But good coordination coming up from Cloud9 here. Going to push on forward, but does manage to get away. Good assist coming out, and now going to be pushing on once again. But this is very clean, very well coordinated from Cloud9 so far.
You see some of the decision-making come out of Septify, and look what it leads to. The moment Suspector dives towards the rat tunnel, wraps towards Sad, works a 1-2 combo with him, and now look at him over towards the nest side, hitting headshots with that sniper. This is what you want to see. 21-2, though, still in favor of Sentinels.
21-2 in favor of Sentinels so far, still very early on. Decision, we've been talking about him all weekend long. We're going to see exactly how he's going to come up trumps here. Was going to go through cuts, but decides not to. Don't blame him in the end, considering the circumstances of that position. But just playing it very patiently, very slow. He knows that there's a couple of people around the corner. Just a matter of how he's going to try and approach this. Decides to push on forward anyway. Will he actually be able to get behind him? Managed to get one. Looking for that double, but doesn't get it in the end because the QTs can actually make it so it goes right back behind B. But this is good though, again, just playing it very patiently and managed to almost take him down, but he does in the end with a beautiful nade. Killing spree to boot, and you can see in the slaying department already going 7-3, and it's just bobbing heads left, right, and center.
Patience, not just a key, not just a virtue, but a weapon that Precision wields at a master class. What you just saw was crazy, and it leads to all 4 members of Cloud9 that go down. And Sentinels thrive because of it. Like, here comes Suspector, here comes Sad. They're not giving up just yet.
Still though, Suspector manages to stay alive.
Enemy has the ball.
As they have a pretty damn good setup right now. Numbers on in their favor, but the push is coming very soon, I can assure you of that. As a thing about that rotation around B, but Sentinel's already trying to adapt and go around big door straight away, and didn't actually get to play ball it or get the chance to even get it out, but it doesn't matter, they've still got numbers still. They just need to push around. Septify has been taken down. Managed to get a couple of shots on anyway. Sad managed to get one. Gets a bit more damage done, just need to try and collapse it, and that's exactly what Cloud9 are doing around behind Nest in C, and Septify adds another to the kill feed.
Bit of a collapse coming in from Cloud9. It was the rest of the members of Sentinel that pulled them off, so now it's pure firepower that's going to win it. And he tries to repost the ball off the green side, but it's actually caught by Septify. What an interception, that ball still on the map.
They desperately needed that. They're still 45 seconds behind. Again, still early days at the moment. As Suspected managed to get one. And adds another one. That's Tusk with the snipe. It's just going to hold top tower until we can see exactly what info he's going to be given. Managed to get another. Managed to get the double in the end. It's huge. They're coming out, but let's see if they can push on forward. Still a 2 down for Cloud9. Must hit another going towards B, but at least he managed to get it playable.
59-26 in favor of Sentinels at the moment, but it's Tusk with with 2 shots left in the sniper, make it 1 body shots, then finishes precision off with the bandit. Multiple falling now for Sentinels. This is the opportunity that Cloud9 were not just waiting for, but are creating at the moment. They need to catch up.
They certainly do. They're trailing behind. They've caught up a little bit, but gap is still ever so sweet here for Sentinel. Tusk finally gets taken down. He valued his life pretty well there with the rotations he was making around C. We're going to stick over with Falcator going 10 and 7 currently. It's been putting a lot of damage across the board from what we've witnessed so far. Finds a couple around Nest, gets a few shots in, and at least a bit of map presence going. But you've got top mid, you've got the collapse coming from the side as well. It's going to be pretty difficult, but he's trying to do everything he can to try and be as proactive as possible to keep him at bay. But the aggression is coming out so strong here for Cloud9.
Yeah, you saw Precision and Lethal, the first ones to go down. And like you said, Cloud9 decided to get aggressive and grind forward. Now a rotation with this ball, but first it was Tusk, then Septify. Sentinels might be snatching this ball right back.
Certainly could be. Suspected managed to get another 2 down now for Cloud9. Again, just feeding each other info, just trying to keep an eye on bottom mid, waiting for that collapse once again, trying to wait for that fork rotation coming forward. Still though, Lethal's been taken down. It's going to be 3 down now for Cloud9. There's Booby now just trying to hold top mid, and we're going to see what happens later on in that series.
We certainly will indeed. We'll leave that one also on a cliffhanger for you, but if you do want to catch all of the action, they're on different streams. Get those tabs open, tune into your favorite teams. But of course, we do have the main stage action to get to as well right now. It's a big game for both of these teams. Shopify Rebellions versus Space Station Gaming happening right now.
Winners semi-finals time. Win this one, admission to the winners finals, and a chance at a grand finals, and a guaranteed top 3 placement for one of these 2 teams. SSG up against Rebellion. Dan, this one's going to be good.
Yeah, this is going to be a banger. This is 2 teams who will certainly want to have that ticket into the winners final and get into that top 3, but you've got to look at the consistency from both of these squads leading up to this point. 2 of our best Slayer teams that we have in the tournament, in the league, and they have to go head-to-head here. So those games 2 and 5 are going to be so important for how this is going to go down, and I can't wait for it to unfold.
You speak with the Slayers and how important they are, and like we say, Rebellion up in Ireland, the only lost Slayers to FaZe up against SSG now. It's time to prove that you can be a little more than an irritation to these top 3 teams and beat the big ones.
Yeah, technically we'll be able to say who is the best slaying team for sure after this series unfolds, but certainly at the moment Rebellion will hold that title, but SSG will be looking to take that off them for sure. We begin things with CTF Forbidden though, and I do feel like that leans a little bit towards Space Station with how they've been playing, certainly with the momentum they were able to gain with that incredible comeback early.
They are formidable on that map and mode game type, it must be said, and I'd be remiss if I didn't mention Europe's golden child. Legend, the first European to win a major. It's a bit like when Thierry Henry left Arsenal and joined Barcelona. Dan, talk to me about that.
That just brings back bad memories for both counts. It was sad to see Legend leave, but it is amazing to witness history and him being able to compete on a squad like this. But you want to be able to go back to back and prove that it wasn't just a one-off, it wasn't just fortunate timing, it wasn't just a fortunate bracket, and all of the other nonsense that comes with it when you have the spotlight on you. Instead, you have to go back to back and show to everyone you deserve that spot, you deserve that place.
People believed it was a risk picking up the big man Legend. Capture the flag on the horizon, Dan. Tell me something about it.
Well, SSG, I mean, they do like to play Forbidden. They've had a lot of success, and in this tournament, they've found themselves a victory too. For Rebellion on the other side, we haven't seen them play at this tournament, so there's always that kind of what-if factor. But I do think that SSG, we know what they can do with sniper rifles.
Shields up, weapons up. We're underway, folks. Winners semi-finals, and an opportunity for a winners finals. On board with Stellar, sniper rifle in hands. What can SSG's do? Is he about to go Old Testament? Starting this one off a little bit slow. Body shot enough to get the kill on the suppressed. How good is Stellar for this team?
Yeah, this is the reason why they are a formidable force on Forbidden, because Stellar can take these positions and cover the rest of the squad and then indicate where his teammates should be pushing. Do they want to run it low? Do they want to run it high? He can almost dictate how it's going to go, but maybe not if Mental has an answer of his own. And that's one reason why Rebellion will have the opportunity here to shut down Space Station, because they can also find the snipes.
Mental. Patrolling Hut, pushing forward. All the talk coming into this is Rebellion is a team that can win a championship. And wouldn't they just make a statement? They could beat SSG and Mental finds another face. They need people to find form like this.
Good with a sniper, but can't quite find that final shot with the bandit at the moment. But Mental, most importantly, in a position to cover the flag as it is on the move. He can escort technically, but he's kind of just hovering around. I think he's worried there's someone behind, but all the meanwhile, he's able to catch Stella yet again. That's a third bullet through the dome.
Oh! Mental by name, Mental by nature. 1-0 to Rebellion, and off the back of that good work from Mental.
Shutting down Stella on that sniper rifle was absolutely huge, and then he made sure he stayed in exactly the same spot to just force Stella to be in a position where he's not allowed to pick the sniper rifle up again. And off the back of it, I mean, he's had a killing spree. He will eventually fall, but I think it's job done. You've got one flag. Now the team can start to take very aggressive forms of attack here if they would like to.
What the Rebellion decide to do? Push forward, look for more, or play a little bit more passive. It's been off the back of that aggression, getting those kills. Being clinical at times. Bell gets a triple kill. Soul snipe, last man standing. An opportunity for SSG to push forward. Legend in a 1v1, he rarely misses, and he does it this time.
Oh, overshoot doesn't quite get popped, and that's a big kill for Cycle. I think the important factor, you have to know when you're going up against Space Station that anyone on that team can pop off, and individually you have to try and match them in every single way. But denying them the chance to have advantageous positions with the likes of the overshield, with the likes of the sniper rifle, has to be your focus. You really have to out-objective them, and that's exactly what Rebellion are doing at the moment.
So much firepower on this team. It's frightening. So much firepower in this lobby. They're going toe-to-toe here. Rebellion off to an early lead, but happy to play this a little bit slower. Sniper rifle up now for both teams. Eco in the underpass. There's a little bit of poke damage. This sizzle stick might get the job done. It doesn't. Just about. Cycle able to get his shields back. As he pushes forward now, has a sniper to play with. Swing and a miss on one. Loses his life. Mental, he's got the wig wobbler once more.
A little bit of pressure on Mental to hit some shots just to stop the attack that's going to come through from Space Station. So to see how they navigate what is going to be an attack now from SSG, let's jump into a listening with Rebellion.
Nice, nice. Should be around our base.
Top left legend, top left legend.
Okay, okay. OB and 20, OB and 20.
I'm
Alright, I think our base is clear. I don't know where that guy went.
Yeah, they're
Sam. OB and 15.
Airbag flag.
They're sniping their back flag.
Sniping, you speak really fast.
Still there.
Yo, he has 2 bullets back left. Or back left flag going.
Listen, OB4 guys. OB3. OB3.
Nice shot. And the guy, yo, sitting on the flag.
OB guys, OB.
More coming, guy.
They're sniping Mohawk. They're sniping. Yeah, on Billy.
Damage. I think, yo, one probably OE, guys.
Look at him.
Guys, I'm going to window. One the window. I saw. The window, I have a kill. I just finished the podcast. Yeah, more.
Hey, we get a poke. Where's last guy? He's sniping in the little hole. He's in the rat hole. Oh, he's gonna OE. He's gonna OE or he's gonna go back.
I vote. Yeah, another guy OE. Not the door rat. We're good. 3 guys coming back.
Stay alive, Donnie. Stay alive.
Our rat out theirs.
No, they came back.
They're snipe, guys. They're snipe. Nice. Fucking go. Nice. You're dead.
One on Donnie. I saw Mohawk.
Yeah, he's snipe. He's one shot. The back long to Mohawk. I can't run it. That's fine.
One shot. Mohawk. Dead.
Well, Space Station is struggling to keep up with Rebellion at the moment. Great control that we're witnessing, and it's how they are all working together to make sure that flag moves without being even contested, let alone being stopped by Space Station. Typically, SSG, a team who is very good at stopping flags from being pulled in general. On average, only 3 per game, but 2 have been pulled and 2 have been captured. So now SSG need to find more of a way to actually find some offense here, because every time they try and make any sort of flank, Rebellion are wise to it.
Something that was telling in the listening communication was calm and composed. It wasn't frantic. They're prepared for this occasion. They've worked on it. This is where they belong, and they're trying to prove it. Mental now, a couple of shots down. Got 2 players to contend with. Eco's going to get him down to no shield, but Mental again, every single time there's a piv, it's a Rebellion man coming out on top.
Right, it's another flag moving. 4 dead. Stella's going to be the first one up, and now if Rebellion do exactly the same thing where they're able to cover the players and take them off spawn, distract them from that damage, and this could be easily a 3rd flag, SSG now have to OV.
Mental pushing this one on, driving the flag forward. Will receive a little bit of contention. Cycle's going to keep jiggle peeking. Legend gets a kill. Eco another. He's going to try and force this one home. Is Mental and gets it. Rebellion take the lead in this series.
Tried as they might did, Space Station, to keep up with the pace the Rebellion were laying down, but they just couldn't match it. And it really was all stemming from that sniper rifle engagement we saw right at the start of the game. Stella losing out. And in the end, it was just a nice run of a killing spree to give them that first flag. They just positioned themselves so successfully to cover every single angle. And Space Station were kind of spreading themselves out. They were a bit sporadic around the map. One player would go down low, one would try and OE, one would go over top middle. And they were just getting beaten in the individual fights, which I think is something that Space Station aren't necessarily used to in a lot of their games. They are so individually incredible that they feel like they could just run at everything as individuals, but they need to start playing more as a team here against Shopify Rebellion.
And something we're always hammering home about teams, particularly the top teams, is objective efficiency. When you get them kills, what do? Can you result in a flag capture? Can you get some stronghold points? And with Rebellion being such a strong slaying team, that should be the hardest job that you have. How do you then turn it into objective efficiency? And they're starting to do that now against SSG.
I think it was the amount of times we saw Rebellion take 3 or 4 members of Space Station down at once and then go on to pull the flag afterwards. They weren't just pulling it willy-nilly and hoping they were able to do something on the fly. It was well-planned, well-formed attack that has worked out for a very impressive 3-0 victory there on Forbidden. I think that one's going to hurt for Space Station to start the series in that way, but we've already seen so far today that Space Station, they can go behind and still find their way back into a series.
Well, back into the series, it's going to have to be Slayer on Streets up next. Dan, what have you got for me? What did the stats say?
Rebellion did beat Space Station on this exact map and mode back in Arlington, so this is a really good one for Rebellion to try and take a 2-0 lead in the series. Again, Space Station probably looked at those VODs though, probably have studied it, what went wrong, what went right. But Rebellion are our best slaying team in the league. We heard the devs speaking about it, so this is going to be the best time if ever to try and shoot down a Space Station squad.
Well, we're hyping up the stats, that's why on your screens, 4-1 the record on Slayers. And it actually was for Rebellion. Their tournament was ended in Arlington by FaZe on this very map mode combination. The only Slayer that they lost the entire tournament.
Yeah, which is kind of crazy, sure, but you know, we need to look at what's happened in this tournament so far, because a lot changes from one tournament to another, and we've always harped on about it that one of your worst game types can suddenly become one of your best game types as long as you do focus that. And we've noticed that those patterns from Space Station at previous years, at previous events, is they do improve on their worst. So Rebellion need to be wise to that. Naturally, if you are good at a game type, you practice it less as well. So it's going to be, are we seeing a trend downward for Rebellion on this game now?
These two, the way they play, the speed, the pace they push, it's very much rock and roll Halo. In your face, forcing the initiative and playing so fast you almost can't breathe. But something has to give here. Both teams can't do it at the same time.
Rock and roll Halo, you'd expect that to come with screaming as well, but neither of these teams really are those kind of teams. Very calm comms that we will hear when we jump into those listen-ins, which is so important, especially on a map like Forbidden, like we just saw. You need to be very direct with the positions that players are going to be playing. What angles are they going to be taking? Where are they going to be trying to OE? Can we stop them? Can we take a fight against them? And we saw the success that Rebellion had because of that.
Taking a look at the main Slayers then. There is the golden boy. He was stolen away. 1.41 KD. Recycle 1.34. Just how pivotal these two are for their teams.
I mean, Cycle had some incredible individual fights that were massive for him in the previous game. Legend, he was a slow burner in the previous series we saw with Space Station as well. So I'm expecting him to start to come into things as we get into the further maps. I do feel like Legend has a lot of pressure on him as a player, not because of the whole Europe thing, but he's been doing a lot of the objective work for this side, but also putting up the damage numbers. And if suddenly one of those drops, it changes the team's dynamic a lot. So he has had to really adjust his playstyle ever since he switched from Quadrant to SSG, but boy, is he kind of fit into this team absolutely perfectly, and I'm sure that he will be a key factor here as the series goes on.
Young man's got broad shoulders and able to carry the weight, carry the burden for this team. And that was the reason he was picked up. They hoped he would bring championships to the black and gold of Space Station Gaming. He's already secured one major in the opening at Arlington in Texas. Hoping and aiming to go back-to-back here in London, back on familiar territory. But Rebellion, they're doing just that. They're causing an upset here. Already upset the apple cart, 1-0 to the good. 2 away from a winners finals.
Well, it was 50-45 when Rebellion won this back in Arlington. Can Space Station close that gap, or can they just completely turn this one around and get back into this series? We're underway then into Slayer Streets. And I am curious whether we're going to see the same kind of control out of Rebellion that we just saw in the previous map. They were covering everything for each other. And Space Station need to be playing a little bit more together than they did in the previous.
Mental doing good damage, pushing forward. Bound in tires, already down in shots, waiting for his teammates to put Soul Snipe on hand, capitalizing the damage dealt by Mental. That's something they're doing so well. When they get a player weak, it's getting cleaned up time and time again.
Yeah, and that's down to the communication, yet again. Making sure everything's direct. No communication is getting left behind with these teams. It's an early lead for Shopify, but Space Station will be looking at it and saying, all right, as long as we don't get on any sort of split spawn here, it's not going to be too much of an issue, but Bound needs to win, the fight doesn't. And now that split spawn does begin to happen. Space Station just 2 alive, and Shopify Rebellion may take advantage of this, just try and crush those players over towards Arcade before the spawners come.
3 kills, a point of difference for now. Make it 2, make it 1. Just like that, Legend and Eco combine. Pick up a couple, trade, 3 dead for Rebellion. Mental's going to be under serious pressure here off spawn. Stellar. Mental wins it. And how big that could be. Just make sure staggered spawns don't continue. A double kill, reversal for Bound, hitting shots. We need Space Station to show a little bit more signs of life.
But those are the kind of individual battles you expect to see from Space Station, being able to turn around, being able to get those reversals. Once they start to get flowing, that's when they start to scare their opposition and really start to feel their way into the map with some confidence. The fact they're able to deny Rebellion from being able to kind of force them into a split spawn and constantly push them back and forth. They're very quick off their spawn to try and find those areas to not allow Rebellion to push up and take too much space.
Space Station just limping into this map number 2. This is only a matter of time before they awaken the beast. Bulldog from Psycho does massive damage, gets a kill as well. Stays alive, down to no shields. Heads up towards Tram now. Teammates are getting kills around him, and Eco's desperately trying to survive, doing damage, trying to get the kill, and Cycle gets another. They're getting all the kills, they're doing all the damage. Suppressed has the camouflage as well, and Space Station are being pinned back every single time they spawn.
Well, this lead is starting to get concerning for Space Station. Rebellion just seem to be relentless with their pushes, but that's the kind of fights they don't want to be taking. You don't want to give a ticket back into the game by taking too many individual fights. I know that they are going to be confident after that game 1, but you also have to recognize the team you're going up against. It's the current champions of the previous event. Some of the best individuals in the game. Soul Snipe gets shut down very quickly from Eco, and as long as Space Station are within, you know, kind of 6, 7, there's always that opportunity for a comeback on Streets. Get a Bulldog in your hand, get a Stalker Rifle, and then you've got all the power weapons that you could probably dream of. So for Rebellion, it's ensuring that they're on top of that, and of course, a lot of that comes down to the coach too.
We had an opportunity to listen to Rebellion in map number 1. Let's flip the script and let's listen to the reigning champions, SSG, and see what they're saying.
One shot driveway, one shot driveway.
I'm gonna be.
Soul Snipe. I'm gonna go down.
One shot driveway, one shot driveway. Ready. There's a stock,
You're out. Last two guys on me. Last two guys. I'm living. I can't.
Watch out, B-stairs.
Okay, B-stairs again.
Dog drop down.
One guy PT, careful.
No help, Brayden.
Nice.
Maybe.
You're B-stairs again.
We need to
Pushing
get back.
purple.
Yep.
Okay, back door.
Plants,
Back door.
Two plants.
Back door, agent maybe. Watch out.
No 1% thing.
Weak. Maybe stairs.
Camo still up.
Agent, Rick.
I have camo.
Nice.
Agent again.
John Gear, Kevin. Nice.
Two on party. Two on shotty. Go.
Let's try to check for weapons.
You're on shotty, weak monkey.
Great, I'm here with you with camo.
You're on my heavy. Front C, watch out, front C. Watch out, bottom C. One's on shotty, weak monkey. There's two on shotty, stack one monkey. You guys can try to walk cafe maybe? There's two there. You guys are all three there.
Right, hiding.
Yeah,
multiple
Watch the agent.
Hear that? There are three here. That.
Watch two guys one shot agent. I go on. Agent is one shot.
One's back tower.
Back tower, kill me. Two agent
tower. Yo, one shot.
On shotty. Two shotgun, guys. On shotty weak. Three there. Three.
Two more.
Watch out. Last guy.
Nice. Bounty. It should be C.
Okay.
Walk up B. Let's walk up B together, guys. Walk up B.
Okay, I'm going
In arcade driveway.
Okay.
Watching driveway.
Arcade 3. Driveway weak. Stalker.
Watch out, B-roll. Nice, go driveway. Bedroom. Challenge.
Bedroom, watch out.
One's heavy.
Just driveway.
Here, let's start the map. I'm going purple. Cafe, kill me.
I'm going.
Multiple. On the bandit. Is Jack
Watch out,
one shot. Yep, nice. I'm one shot, but I cannot help.
One cafe.
Space Station just about starting to find their footing in this series then. They were down by 4, down by 5. They've now taken the lead here. Both teams requiring 9, suppressed with a huge double kill. And what a difference that could make in this series.
I mean, they were down by 7 at one point, and that's what Rebellion, they had to be concerned about. That comeback, it's always possible, and now it's a 43-43 game. And those 7 kills, the boy, they would hope to have those back, but now Shopify will just gain by 1, and I wouldn't be surprised if the game just slows back down again. As Rebellion realize that they have thrown away quite the lead, but it's got to be said, the comeback from Space Station and how they did it, they started to play together more, they started to push those angles correctly, they overwhelmed Rebellion with so many pushes. This camo, though, is going to be big. Shroud will go down, it's going to be a good cover, and Rebellion, they get the first chance to actually make a play and try and take a big advantage with a 6-kill game.
Opportunity, Rebellion. Suppress has gotten another kill. 14 kills. Leading his team, leading the lobby right now in Slays. And Cycle has an opportunity to make a play. 2 players in front of him. They're spotting out the camo player. Soul Sniper's there though to get Stellar, get the pick. Bound tries to close the distance to eliminate the problem and find a solution. 4 dead for SSG. 1 more kill required.
1 more, and it's just going to be finding those spawners, calling it out. Where is the last player? And they see him. They've heard him, and Soul Snipe gets it. And Shopify Rebellion find themselves 2-0 up against Space Station and 1 map away from getting into the winners' final and solidifying a top 3.
Player standing up, taking a brief break. Sentinels found themselves in this very same position. Booba exchanged words across the stage, but ultimately it was SSG who had the last laugh. Rebellion will have that fresh in the memory. They cannot make that same mistake.
Yeah, I think one of the big things for Rebellion is they've not given SSG that kind of extra energy, have they? They've not been shouting across the stage. They've not been trying to get in their heads. They've been doing all of the talking in the game by dominating at the right times. And sure, they'd be a little bit frustrated that they were able to let SSG back into the game, into the way that they did, in the manner that they did. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day, as long as you get that victory. And once more, they find exactly the same form as they did back in Arlington. It's another victory on Slayer Streets. It's taking SSG down again and solidifying themselves at the moment as the best slaying team in the league.
We spoke about before the series started, the challenge for this team was to be no longer be an irritation, start to be a big problem, start to push yourself into those winners finals. They're on the cusp now, 1 map away. Confirmation of what we've seen, 3-0, dominant, flag forbidden. Slayer Streets 50-46, and for large parts, they were dictating the tempo, they were pushing the pace. Livefire King of the Hill on the horizon. And this could be huge for the future of Rebellion. they could make a statement here.
Well, that's what we were asking right at the top of the show. The analyst desk was, can Shopify Rebellion be the team that closes the gap, that gets into that top 3? Well, they've got the best opportunity they could have ever asked for here now. A 2-0 lead over a Space Station that looked a little bit flat. King of the Hill live fire was my big question mark when I looked at this series layout, because both teams have been a bit iffy here or there on it. They've had some success, but they've also struggled in certain areas with the control of certain hills. Whilst we wait for Space Station to get back on their booth, Cloud9 versus Sentinels are currently going up against each other on the B stream, and Cloud9, they have a 1-0 lead here.
As Loser goes home here, and Sentinels find themselves in a position that they don't like too often, on the back foot here. After a massive performance against SSG, has that just taken the life out of them? It'll be a long day doing it from the elimination bracket. A lot of games, a lot of series to play. They need to find the energy, find the spark, find the fuel, and push themselves forward. Because Cloud9 at the moment, they have a series lead, but Sentinels 5 to the good here and looking to tie up the series.
Yeah, usually in a position like this, you'd imagine Sentinels would go on to win Slayer Streets. Very good at controlling a game when they have the lead. If they're chasing a game, that's when they're usually struggling. You can see Cloud9 are happy to play this one slow. They're just trying to suss out which position Sentinels are holding at the moment. Boo-Boo's on a scouting mission. I wouldn't be surprised if Sentinels, seeing how scared Cloud9 are playing, they try and get an early pick or try and get an early position, and then suddenly they full send it, and here we go. It's going to be down pink. Boo-Boo was almost the first distraction. Now they want to try and bounce off that.
It was a brawl down pink.
Enemy team nearing
The Sentinels have got the kills they needed to push themselves forward now, ahead by 7. Teammates combined, lethal and precision. A huge addition to the team he's been. You can see on the scoreline, 14, 6, and 11. Just a damage dealer, and he's the truth.
Suddenly it's an 8-kill lead, and you surely don't see them throw this one away. Cloud9 are the team that have to now try and take the initiative, say, all right, we've tried the slow effect, we've tried to match the same kind of pace of Sentinels. How instead can we push them a little bit further? How do we surprise them? And I think you've got to run as a 4. You need to start just getting that initial kill, getting the extra player on the board, and then you just keep going, keep moving around the map as a unit, but they've just given up the camouflage. And suddenly things go from bad for worse.
Cloud9, you have to be very careful when you're playing against them. You can almost be guilty of overlooking them, but they're more than capable of causing an upset. We've seen it before. Sentinels have got to mind their P's and Q, have to come out firing all cylinders, because if not, they show a little bit of weakness. Cloud9 will capitalize, but as I say that, they require 4 kills to tie up the series here. From there on out, it's even Stevens, anyone can win.
17 kills, 4 precision. What an addition he's been to this squad. As Cloud9, they're trying to claw their way back in, but they just seem to be too far behind. Every time they get 1 or 2 kills, Sentinels, they just find one of their own. And then they're right on top of them once more. 3 more required for Sentinels, but they're happy to play it slow. Finally, they do start to get a little bit more aggressive. Lethal finds one. A trade is absolutely fine for them. And they're just going to be looking for those trades to even this one up.
Trades are good. 1 kill needed. Lethal gets 1. Bare knuckle brawl. Falcade in tires. Will get taken down. Lethal again with his bare hands. Ties up the series 50 to 45. That one's close. That one's on a knife's edge.
It really is. And of course, if you want to carry on watching that one, it is on the B stream, but we will be going back to Space Station versus Rebellion here on the main stage in the winners semi-final. Rebellion have a 2-0 map lead and are 1 map away from getting into the winners final and sending our reigning champs down into the elimination bracket. It's King of the Hill live fire. I mentioned it just before we went away to the B stream that this one is a big question mark because both teams have been a little bit all over the place playing it. We'll have to see whether they can find a bit more consistency when it comes to holding these hills.
Space Station on the ropes. Space Station on the back foot, but they've been comfortable playing from this position before. Are they going to perform yet another rope-a-dope and hit the reverse sweep? Or can Rebellion send them to the elimination bracket here and now? We're about to find out. On board with Lex.
You really need one of your superstars to step up to the plate and show what you're made of now. Stella wasn't able to get that sniper rifle going on Forbidden. He was shut down immediately at the start of the game. There's only 1 sniper rifle on live fire. Put it to good use, and it could change the entire fortune of your team for this series.
You speak of superstars, there are few brighter than that man on your screens right now with the sniper rifle. SSG's is stellar, capable of turning a game on its head. Can he be the difference maker here for his team? As he so often is, Legend with the camouflage. They have all the goodies they need. Rebellion have a little bit of progress on this first hill. SSG happy to sacrifice the time at the beginning. 3 dead. And they will now move in. They will collapse on cycle. They'll clear out the riffraff and they'll start to score.
That's a lot of time though for Rebellion. They'll be pretty happy getting it over halfway. 1 push, all 4 dead, and they might be able to put this first point on the board, but the same could be said for Space Station. 1 more wipe. And that could be the start of said wipe. 2 have fallen. Nice use as well. Just to be able to push that grenade away. But Rebellion, they're just trying to sneak around, and Suppress just needs to stay alive for as long as he can here and delay.
Delay he can. Delay he shall. Snipe shot connects with the body. It's going to force Cycle to back down. Cycle has to be cautious not to take too much more damage. Stellar's there, standing strong. Up against Mental. Mental wins it. You spoke about how you were concerned about the progress they had made. They're back in the hill now.
Yeah, and they have that opportunity to get the first one. Space Station maybe the chance to push once more, but they might just leave this one and start to think about the second. Legend already trying to make waves and go around the other side. So Space Station said, look, we'll give it up. We'll start to focus elsewhere. Let's see if we can get round towards tower. And Mental's under a little bit of pressure, but he's doing very well just to lead the rest of Space Station into a trap. Sure, Legend's been able to get a double kill, but at least Space Station weren't able to set up for this next kill, and that was mainly just the positioning from Mental and the information he was able to give to the rest of the team.
Mental sent them down the garden path. Down top tower. It's a strong position to be in. Desperately waiting for teammates to arrive. They're not going to come quick enough. Suppressed is going to eliminate him from the equation. Stellar back tower will get a kill on the cycle, but members of Rebellion dropping down to clear him out. Eco's died elsewhere. Stellar somehow, some way, eventually gets taken down. They have control of the hill, but they have to try and play for camouflage at the same time. Bound has it in his chest, but can he survive? It's pivotal that he can. Cycle gets a kill elsewhere. A trade here and there. Bound has camo, and Bound pushing forward. But unfortunately, he's the last man alive.
Yeah, last man alive with the camouflage, and a lot to do here because Rebellion hold hill and hold all the positions. You can see they're watching every angle possible. And Mental again is going to do enough just to be a nuisance here. Force Bound away, and sadly Bound falls to Suppressed. And Rebellion just seem to have the upper hand in every single scenario against Space Station right now.
These pesky rebels continue to cause chaos and carnage. Legend over towards tower. Thinks about going one way, goes the other instead. Bound slides in, hits an ill-timed grenade though. Unfortunately, he's no longer a part of the equation. Legend back tower again, desperately trying to stay alive, trying to do damage. Stellar gets killed, excuse me. And Legend's still there, but he can't have an influence, can't do anything. Space Station looks so disjointed in Rebellion. It's food and drink to them.
Of course, there was a LAN prior to this event, and we saw members of Space Station go on to win that entire LAN, go on to beat the likes of Shopify Rebellion. But Rebellion have come back with a vengeance and say, well, maybe we'll win the ones that matter. 2-0 up against the reigning champs. 3 minutes 19 on the clock, so it's not like Space Station really need to worry too much about time right now, but this hill is so crucial. But 4 have gone down now for SSG. And Rebellion have the opportunity to go 3-0 up here, and that might just be curtains if they can get a third on the board. The clock will then really play to their advantage.
You say they don't have to worry about time, but they have to worry about their performance level right now. They have not shown enough against Rebellion. This is not the SSG we're used to seeing. That's a big credit to Rebellion shutting them down. It's imperative now that Mental and Co. continue to do what's found success for them here. Apply pressure, hold points of contact. And Cycle's looking to do that here and now.
SSG look like they've been rocked. And it's been Rebellion rocking their way potentially here into the winners final. It was a great comeback for SSG against Sentinels, but at the moment with the way Rebellion are playing, they look flawless. They don't seem to have any chinks in the armor. Nothing that Space Station could find to break through. And if they're able to get yet another camouflage, it denies any sort of play attempt for Space Station to break this. Cycle's happy to hold. There's Bound with a last-ditch attempt, but it has to be a push now. You can't afford to go 3-0 down.
Space Station in big trouble here. They've got to get forward. They've got to get to the hill. Eco's gonna fall. Cycle cuts him down. This hill is huge. Stellar will get there. Cycle desperately trying to stay alive. He will get cut apart. But how good is the hold from SSG? Stellar will live for now. Legend is there. 3 dead. This has got to be a perfect hold for Space Station.
Yeah, this is the last stand now from Space Station. If they get this hill, there's still a real opportunity they can break their way back into this game and they can just start to crush the spirits of Rebellion. But off spawn, Rebellion, at the moment, it's a 2-2 split. And it's whether they're going to try and go for some sort of pinch here. Eco may be aware of it, and I think he's calling it out to the rest of the team. If you sense a pinch is happening, you try and isolate two of the players, but they're unable to do so at the moment. Rebellion, they push it at the same time, but Legend gets a big kill. But it's not big enough because Rebellion have been able to get all four, and it's 3-0 now to Rebellion. Space Station are well and truly on the ropes and on the verge of being sent to the elimination bracket.
Sniper rifle for Suppressed. It goes from bad to worse for Space Station. The QT will save SSG's life for now. Suppressed though, connects with the body. Eco could be his latest victim, fires two, swings and misses, and backs away, plays his life.
And now I said earlier, the clock was not against Space Station. Now it most certainly is, 1 minute 54. And Rebellion, they can use it to their advantage. Force Space Station into the hill, and then start to surround them! And Suppressed again putting the sniper to good use. Oh, one more! Just for good luck, 4 are dead! And Rebellion, they can taste that winner's final.
When people hit shots like that against you, it's just not your night. And now the hold. But the decision is, we're gonna play time instead. Suppressed holds the line, finds the body, Mental gets taken care of elsewhere. Cycle answers back. 3v3 on the map, but shield advantage for Rebellion. Soul Snipe will fall, but Space Station have made a beautiful little flank over towards Tower. But they need to control it now, because like you say, it's a 4v5. Time also against them.
How many times have we said the big three this, the big three that? Space Station, FaZe, Optic Gaming. Will anyone bridge that gap? Will anyone push themselves to be in that conversation? Rebellion are doing more than push themselves. They are forcing their way into that top 3 with a dominant performance, but it is not quite done yet. Space Station still have a slither of hope, and they have to hope that maybe Rebellion will slip up, but at the moment they do not look like that will happen whatsoever.
There's still a chance. By God, count out Space Station at your own peril. Soul Snipe's camo will dissipate. Eco just about finds the visor. But as he tries to close the distance to the hill, he gets cut down. Mental in trouble here, caught between a rock and a hard place, gets taken down. And perhaps Space Station can answer back here, and maybe the dream is still alive.
Space Station are digging their heels in and are going to give absolutely everything to try and get back into not just this game, but this series. 1 on the board. And 1 step closer, but they are still so far away from getting back into the game. It's now the top middle hill, arguably one of the most difficult hills to hold in the game. But if they can get tower presence, if they can get a couple of kills here, Rebellion will be on a weird spawn.
Important for Rebellion to not chase late lost causes, excuse me. A Soul Snipe gets one when he really shouldn't have. And as long as they stay out of the hill, they're winning. Soul Snipe absolutely running the server right now. 23, 10, and 19. Can't be stopped, won't be stopped.
Sniper rifle in the hill for Stella though. If he can hit some big shots, which he will not, denied by Cycle instantly. 40 seconds now, and Space Station are just hurtling themselves towards that hill in hope they can hold it while slaying out. And they most certainly can achieve it, but Suppressed, he denies it. He gets aggressive at the right time. And Space Station now, 1 last push, you'd imagine, to try and get some control of this hill.
Rebellion continue to hold the line. Space Station continue to throw bodies at the hill. They have no other choice. And every single time they do, they're nothing but cannon fodder. Suppressed and Soul Snipe combined to take down 2 members of SSG. The writing's on the wall here.
Writing's on the wall. Last push then. Legend does get the opener, but it gets traded out. Rebellion just need to watch. And now it's 2 kills, and surely this is going to be job done.
10 seconds remain then. Have they done enough? Mental gets 1 more. They're in the hill. And they're out of the hill just as quick. Cycle throws nades. Legend desperately tucks his tail between his legs and hopes for the best praise. But here comes the collapse from Rebellion, and they send them home. They send them down the chute. 2 seconds. 1. Rebellion. Clean sweep to Space Station Gaming.
And boy, do they let them know about it as well. And they do not only make a statement towards Space Station, they make a statement towards this entire tournament. We are here to play, and we have one thing on our minds, and that is winning a major. The top 3 has been broken, and a new potential champion has now entered the building.
No longer an irritation. They are now a problem for the top 3 as they enter themselves into the equation. Winners finals on the horizon for them. Dominant against the reigning champions.
Space Station really didn't get a chance to get going. Every time they found any sort of momentum in every single game type we saw, there was an answer around every corner, quite literally, from some of these players. But I feel like it all stemmed from that very beginning on Forbidden CTF. The sniper rifle war, it wasn't much of a war in the end. It was very quickly over, was said battle, taking down Stella, denying any possibility with the coverage on that map. And then from there, the momentum, it just kept going for them.
I mean, you've seen it from almost minute 1. Cycle getting the kills, Mental getting the kills. They laid the foundation for that series win. Dominant in map number 1. And it has to be said, for large parts of 2 and 3, it was one-way traffic. They were inflicting the damage. They were the ones causing the chaos. And in the end, rewarded with a clean sweep.
And it really is, I mean, kind of mind-blowing when you look at that final series layout. You look at the 3-0 sweep for Rebellion, especially when you look at the fact Space Station were undefeated leading up to this point. This entire year had not dropped a series, but now for the first time this year they're gonna have to battle through that elimination bracket. As for Rebellion, it's uncharted territory being in this winners final, and I'm sure they will love every moment of it, but they'll have to wait till tomorrow now to be able to play again.
They have to wait till tomorrow, but we do not have to wait till tomorrow to listen to Mr. Soul Snipe. Blaze has an interview. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Jersey and Dan. London, show some love to the Rebellion here as they shop up another win and get themselves back in top 3 as a squad. And Soul Snipe, as I said, back in the top 3, but the job is not done yet. Just let me know, how proud are you for the boys today and how they played?
I'm insanely proud of how we played today. I mean, this was like pretty much perfect Halo. That's why we made the team. That's why we practice every day, go to boot camp. Shout out Shopify for making that possible. Shout out my teammates. Mental set the tone to an insane level that game 1. I mean, that was unbelievable. So I'm really proud of us.
Now, talk to me a little bit more about Mental, because I was having a conversation with Tony, and we were just so amazed at how in the beginning of these games, he has such great starts to really kind of put you guys in that position. Talk to me about his evolution and even getting that new addition of Psycho on the team. He's been here for a while, but you guys have been evolving. Talk to me about these 2 young guns.
Yeah, I mean, Mental's literally the best Gears player in the world when he competed in Gears. So, I mean, he just found his stride in Halo, and he's a veteran. Like, he brings the vibes when we're playing in tournaments. Like, he's just a tournament player. So I'm blessed to be teaming with him. And Psycho's literally the best player in the game, so.
Simply, okay? And so, you know what? What do you want to say to the Shopify fans out there as you guys get ready to possibly play up against either Optic or FaZe, 2 teams that you have played very closely before? What do you want them to know as you guys get prepared?
I mean, just bring the energy, whether it's on Twitter, whether it's here in London. Regardless, we appreciate the support, and it helps us a lot, so let's get it.
It helps them a lot. Focus up, Shopify Rebellion fans. That's going to do it for me and Soul Snipe. Lot, take us away.
Thank you so much to Blaze there. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Okay, look, listen, we got a lot of stats up here. We have an incredible team in the back working on stats. Austin, big shout out to you. I don't think there was any amount of numbers that could have prepared us for what we just witnessed, because I have all of my notes out the window at that point. Looking back on the highlights, Tony, one word that comes to mind once again, that is dominance. The performance from Rebellion. This was crazy. Talk me through it.
I've been trying to tell people for a while now, and every time I talk about Rebellion, people say that I'm crazy. I hope you are believers now at home. That was a dominant performance, starting from that game number 1. 3-0 on Forbidden. You literally almost doubled the slays of SSDG, the Shopify Rebellion. Game 2, Soul Snipe, 14 kills, 10 assists, almost 5K damage. That was crazy. But it was that game number 3 for me, where people are going to say, oh, that was a close game. That was a 3-2. It wasn't. It was over when it was 3-0, when it was a minute and a half on the clock, and Rebellion decided to play time. Because at that point, it was damn near match mathematically impossible for SSG to come back, at least the way Rebellion were playing. They were the better team today. They're in the winners bracket finals.
They had a lot of expectation on their shoulders coming into things, especially with how they performed online. And you can say what you want about online, but when you get results like this on LAN, as expected for your fans, this is everything that you want to see and talk about. Lethal, talk to me about what actually you saw in this series that you really loved out of Shopify Rebellion that SSG just couldn't answer back to.
Structure on another level. I think that's the best way to describe it. And I think game number 3, we can point out in numerous different ways. There's setups, there's strategies for the counter-attacks. It felt like they knew SSG more than they knew themselves. That's how good it was and how involved they were. And they adapted so easily. SSG just had no answers, no ideas to break anything which was coming their way. And it's a very rare sight indeed. Look at those stats. Not something you normally see every day in terms of Space Station, the entire roster riding the struggle bus in terms of the kills. But the damage is there for players like Legend. But if you look on the other side, every single player in Shopify are having an absolute field day. And one player I definitely need to point out was Mental. At the start, or before this series rather, I said to you guys, I just want to see just a little bit more from him.
Yeah.
We got that and some. Like literally, the start of that Forbidden game, he was going 17-4 at one point, treating it like a standard ranked game. It was just unreal. Very, very impressed with what Mental actually been able to do. Normally with the Slain department, we see Cycle and Suppress, but I'm glad Mental just went absolutely into one for that entirety of this series.
He really did indeed. I've got to ask you as well, Tony, in terms of Shopify Rebellion, did we see them enter a flow state? Because this is something that we tend to see with some of our top teams, especially when they take down others in a fashion like this. Flow states are what needs to be hit to get results like 3-0s.
I'll be honest with you, the word flow state is thrown around a lot over in the commentating booth. Shout out my man Active. But that right there was pure flow state being hit by Shopify Rebellion. That's right there when everything is just simply going your way. You can't lose a battle. If you're suppressed, you can't lose a no-scope. Nothing is going the opposition's way. That right there was the definition of flow state.
Well, that's the Shopify Rebellion we wanted to see at LAN. Let's take a look at your brackets right now to see how they have progressed on their journey. My goodness, it's been absolutely incredible. I am so excited about this winners finals that they find themselves in. Of course, what journey? Cloud9 3-1. They go to Space Station Gaming. We're wondering what they've got left in the tank. Well, apparently they had a full tank of gas for that one. 3-0. And here we go. Will it be FaZe? Will it be Optic? That is the big question, which we'll be finding out very shortly. We'll take also a little quick look at the elimination bracket to see who is fighting for their life here in London. Sentinels right now 1-1 with Cloud9. We're currently waiting to see who's going to be going forward for their quarterfinals here. And Quadrant versus Proton Gaming is happening very shortly. Proton 3-0 SWAT Esports, Quadrant 3-0 Native Gaming, and Space Station Gaming. Who would have thought it this early on? The champions from Arlington getting knocked down in the elimination bracket. This is the problem with having so much competition and having such fierce competition. It is just electrifying and you never know what is going to happen. I'm not sure I would have believed you if you had told me that Space Station Gaming were being knocked down this early to the elim bracket, Harry. I mean, it's pretty crazy, to be honest.
It's madness, absolute madness. And even at the start of Friday, we were talking about who could challenge the top 3. Will it be challenged? Will it stay like this for the entirety of the season? Well, the answer is no, because already Shopify have guaranteed their spot in the top 3 in the upper bracket final, which is just unreal. It really is. But I think it's great to see a team like this work so hard and knuckle down on all their strategies and structure and their coordination to lead to this moment to take down the Arlington Major champions in such clean fashion. No one would have predicted this.
Nobody would have predicted it, including the fact that we also have a banger of a matchup coming your way next. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back, it's going to be Optic Gaming versus FaZe. This one you won't want to miss for the last one of the night, and we'll see you right after this.
The HCS London Major is presented by AMD and by Streamlabs. This is the world's most advanced processor. In entertainment, its rendering speeds render other processors obsolete. It drives the future of autonomous driving, powers cloud services for billions, helps change the course of climate change, connects communities of gamers anytime, anywhere, and uses AI to accelerate disease detection and cures. We make the world's most advanced processors, but only with your vision can we advance the world. AMD, together we advance.
Welcome to the stream, where our passions rule.
And communities get hyped. We don't just create, we create a scene.
Because when we go live, it matters. It defines culture.
We're not just changing the game. We're building a whole new arena.
We demand intuitive tools that make a powerful impact.
That keep our creativity streaming, vibes flowing, communities growing. Because in the stream,
every view, like,
follow,
chat,
sub
counts. Streamlabs, unleash your live.
Kicking things off at number 10 with Jaren over on the camouflage side, sniper rifle in hand, swinging a miss at the first, second one connects with the body, double kill with the DMR, repositions, lines up the camouflage player, his head gets ripped from his shoulders, is the overkill, lines up the kill tack, see you later fellas. In at number 9, Godzilla has climbed out of the sea to terrorize some players on live fire, gets a headshot for one, dinner for two, cancel, triple kill, locked in on that player over towards green, top middle, overkill, extermination, over to the man from San Antonio, Texas, Crewville, lands a pretty simple opener, spots the player over towards Ness, rips his face right off his shoulders, uses the lob wedge for the triple kill, connects with the body shot and a simple tap in for the overkill. In at number 7, on board with Mailman, through the eyes and ears, he's on Forbidden Capture the Flag, lands the no-scope onto one, lines up the second, body connects, double kill secured, triple kill, and the overkill, no-scope. Something tells me he's much like FedEx, he ships worldwide. In at number 6, it's Jaren back once again, this time with a little bit more quality. First kill, back tower, double kill, getting lined up, headshot onto Queen, lines up the triple kill, see you later friend, overkill extermination, and Jaren is the Money 8's menace. Number 5 now, and on board with Gambino. Let's see what he's whipping up as he kills the demon for one, double kill onto that player over towards Ness, the player in the hill, he's not safe either, triple kill as he heads up towards Ness, and the overkill to the player over towards Dice. See you later, Killtacular. Number 4 now, and it's Monster on a new input, deciding to use emailing equipment as his preferred method of murder. Playing the keys though, locks in a very quick double kill, triple kill onto Spartan, and the overkill, is it going to come? The answer is yes. Locked in onto Strikey, into the podium places now. Same monster, different map, a little bit of poke damage onto one, lines up that player onto Sewer, double kill, goes back for the player down low, he manages to evade for now, but only for now, as breaking shot, and the overkill onto June. Good night. In at number 2, on board with SLG the Frenchman, and this is definitely one from his archives as it's a battle rifle start. Gets in a pretty simple double kill, but the triple kill onto Rhino, the overkill onto Mental, absolutely sickening. What's that coming over the hill? It's Monster again, no scope on Argyle, captures the flag, double kill lined up, soaring in through the vent, triple kill for the latest victim, Sparty McFly in the ground, overkill, good night, sweet dreams.
Welcome back Halo fans, and welcome back to London in the UK. We're here for the Quadrant Major right now, and we've got a banger of a matchup coming your way on the main stage. It's Optic Gaming versus FaZe. This is a rivalry as old as time now, to be honest, because we've had quite a few seasons of Halo Infinite, and this one has always been a really, really good matchup. I cannot wait to talk all about it. And of course, they're getting ready, and I think they're probably feeling pretty comfortable right now, both teams. I think they're excited about this. I would be if I was on either of these rosters. They want to smoke one another right now. This is going to be a dominant performance with one of these teams going forward into that winners finals, and you already know the green wall want it. Optic Gaming, they've had a little bit of a trouble obviously in Arlington. They didn't quite get to that finish line. Space Station Gaming, they had the one up. How are you feeling about their performance right now in London?
So far, I think they've looked fantastic. Their oddball game is something I'm very appreciative of. I think they're setting the tone there, and especially going into this series, they're going to be ultra confident, having knocked FaZe not only into the elimination bracket, but out of the tournament as well in Arlington. So they beat them both times. They know they have FaZe's number. It's really, how does FaZe feel coming into this series?
That is a very good question. I do also feel like, in terms of Optic and the way that they're playing right now and performing, Tony, we haven't really seen any crazy pop-offs from any of these members. Not that that's a bad thing. It just shows me the teamwork has really been there. They've been grafting to make things happen as a team, and that's sometimes a really good strategy to have against a team like FaZe.
Yeah, like you said, we've seen less like pop-off performances and more consistency across the board. Great fundamentals, great teamwork, and unselfish gameplay from each and every one of these individuals, which honestly, that's probably Halo at its finest.
I don't think they've needed pop-off performances until now. This is a series against another top 3 team in the world where you are going to need the big players, the superstars on your team, the Lucids, the Formals to pick it up and have those special moments.
Certainly will indeed, and special moments are what FaZe are going to need going into this one. Considering it didn't go to plan for them back in Arlington, Optic Gaming knocked them out. It wasn't the result they wanted, a 3-0 sweep, although the tale didn't really quite get told in terms of those stats and those numbers. Clutch, tell it for us.
Those games were so close. 2-1 in Solitude King of the Hill. The CTF Fathom went into overtime. I said Fathom. It was, I can't think. The CTF went into overtime right now, back then. And it was honestly a game that FaZe should have won. So for FaZe to get an opportunity here to kind of redeem themselves from Arlington, that's got to be what they've been thinking about the past 2 months.
And it's sometimes those margins that can hurt the most. We're looking right now at the series rewind from that Olymp final.
There it is.
There it is, Forbidden, mate. All right, you're not expected to be the Halo database. Don't worry about it.
I should know that.
But I've got to say, in terms of the series rewind, you can see how close things got. But Optic Gaming just being able to edge out every single time. And Tony, looking back at that, what did it come down to? What do you think FaZe were missing in terms of the ice we know and love from them?
I mean, to me, it really came down to that capture the flag Forbidden. If it goes to overtime and FaZe aren't able to win that out, maybe we see a different story. Maybe we see a chance of a reverse sweep. Like you said, it went into overtime. They had to execute there. Optic closed it out in that game 3.
For me, when I look at this and I rewatch the series, I saw Optic get momentum and never let it go. The amount of ice that they show compared to the normal ice that we see from FaZe, it was not there in Arlington for FaZe. If you're FaZe, you have to figure out ways to gain momentum back, because when Optic get control of a series like they did, they felt so comfortable, especially at the end of those games.
Indeed. I also got to say, looking at series layouts, 2 teams who really do lean on what is going to be happening to them in this series. It is significant for both of these teams. And I will say with FaZe, they weren't very happy with their series layout going up against Optic. I think something that they've worked on is deepening that map and mode pool. That's been really important for them. Clutch, do you feel like you've seen enough this tournament to know that improvements have been made and adjustments have worked?
Not yet this tournament. I think the online scrim results would say otherwise, and they give me confidence that FaZe can hang with the big dogs, the SSGs, and the Optics of the world at this moment, but they're going to have to do it at the tournament. They're going to have to do it on lane under the bright lights, which is typically where these guys shine. The big game type, the map mode combination I'm looking at in this series is always going to be the oddball, because oddball has been FaZe's worst game type in my opinion, and Optic's strongest. So if FaZe can make the oddball competitive, this series could go the distance.
And Tony, it's going to be difficult. You're looking at objective excellence on the side of Optic here in our keys to victory, and Oddball 7-1 so far this year. They're looking very dominant on Oddball, so they will capitalize on this, and they will try to push that momentum into their favor, especially in a favorable mode.
They really are, and Optic obviously a very good oddball team, but I will say FaZe have, like you said, sneakily become a very good oddball team. Even going back to Season 2, same thing. Every time I looked at the stats, they've sneakily made one of their weaknesses their strength. I'm not going to count out FaZe just yet, even though I really think Optic have been looking very clean going into this matchup.
It's always very interesting to me when I see rivalry start to form. You look at the likes of Quadrant and Optic, etc. When you look at these two Clutch, what is it that creates this atmosphere around both of them? Why is it so close? Why is it so competitive? Why is it different from everyone else?
I think it's the talent in the series, the superstars on both sides of the stage. You could argue for all 8 players up there that they are capable of being the best player in the world today. SSG is going to obviously try to rival that, and then Shopify's individuals are great as well, as we just saw. But every player on that stage has the potential to take over in a series that means this much against this level and caliber of players. So it's all about who is on fire that day, who has the best series as an individual is going to give their team so much to work with as far as the results come through.
They certainly do indeed. Tony, in terms of Optic Gaming right now, who have you got your eye on? Who are you looking up to really step the game up? You know, we mentioned about nobody's really had a crazy pop-off moment yet, but Wes mentioned that we need this for this series. Who are you looking at?
Well, I was looking at Dead Zone before, but I'm actually going to go to his best buddy. I'm actually going to go over to Trippy, who has been consistently so big, especially in big games. There's a reason why we call him Big Game Trip. So I'll say Dead Zone definitely for that unselfish plays, but as far as consistent and maybe that pop-off game that might be needed, give me Big Game Trip all day.
All right, big Game Trip, excuse me, for a reason. We're looking at the series layout right now. Of course, we've got CTF Forbidden first map. That is going to be difficult. That's a mental battle, I think, for FaZe, but they're going to want some revenge on that first map.
Look at this. This is beautiful if you're a FaZe Clan fan. Not even an oddball in the series. You know what? We've been putting in a lot of work, but we don't even have to worry about oddball here. CTF Forbidden. This team, these two matched up in the elimination bracket, and then it went out into overtime. Optic Gaming ended up squeezing it out. But FaZe Clan looked like the better CTF Forbidden team the entire time. There was 4 or 5 caps that I think I could have argued FaZe should have been able to punch in. So I like that being game 1 for the series for FaZe. Optic not having an oddball and how strong they've looked at oddball, they're probably pretty bummed with the map suite, looking at how big of a series this is for their tournament.
Well, it can look promising all they like, but it comes down to who plays well on the day. We're going to be finding that out right now. We got FaZe going up against Optic. Let's meet your teams.
Ain't nowhere to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' run high when the sky fall, when the sky fall. You gon' live or die when the sky fall, when the sky fall. Ain't nowhere to run when the sky fall, when the sky fall.
Well, Europe has waited a long time for a Halo Championship Series event to land on our soil, and now is the opportunity for the European fans to be a part of one of the biggest series in all of Halo. You have Optic Gaming on one side of the stage, and you have FaZe Clan on the other. And I gotta tell you, there's a lot to talk about with these two teams.
That's right, it's been 6 years since the last major Halo event on UK or European soil, and here we are now back in London, and 2 of the biggest teams in the world going up against one another. Undoubtedly, many fans in the room seeing Optic and or FaZe for the very first time after decades of watching these two go up against each other across multiple titles. And game number 1 between these two will be CTF Forbidden. It's Optic versus FaZe.
And so much to talk about, right? FaZe kind of under-talked about coming into this event, maybe a little bit under-hyped for what this team can achieve. Just remember, everyone, these are the Halo
Halo World Champions that we're talking about. On the other side of the stage, the team who made that change, who got to the grand final at the first major of the year. This is the two teams who are steeped in history. They don't want to lose to the other. They want to come out victors, and we're going to start off with a man who people know better than most. It's, of course, your man Formal.
That's right, make some noise, London. We are underway with El Clasico. It's Optic Gaming versus FaZe Clan. And let's not forget, in Arlington, FaZe Clan was eliminated by just one team. They lost to Optic Gaming twice. Both of those were 3-0. This is their chance at redemption.
3-0 in scoreline, but extremely close games, each and every one of them. But off the rip here, a little bit of an advantage immediately going over to the side of FaZe. Good evening, Frosty. An overkill off the rip in game one.
An unbelievable start. We may have never even seen that at all on Forbidden CTF on the main stage. What a start here for FaZe Clan.
A great start, but you can see nothing really comes off the back of it. It seems like Optic managed to get a few trades themselves, managed to get back on the map, and Dead Zone's found himself a snipe to play with as well. Unfortunately for him, it looks like the ammo has disappeared before he can do some real damage, as now we see a 2v2 on the map. Renegade should be able to deal with it.
Ooh, nice little work. He manages to stay on as well. A very nice ledge there. And maybe, almost hits the full Dipsy Doodle. Renegade's grenade at the end takes him down.
Renegade with that kill. It looks like he's trying to pressure the snipe side here of the Optic base. 2 players for him to deal with. Has the sidekick if anyone tries to get too close, and he can hit the old pop, pop, pop. Get those shields dropping. Royal 2 elsewhere, managing to find a kill himself. And Renegade's just trying to buy time, just trying to allow the rest of FaZe Clan to do work on the other side of the map while he distracts the rest of Optic.
See what Frosty can do. Only one shot left. Does not connect in the end. We'll have to opt for the bandit here.
Flag is moving though. You can see the FaZe are kind of walking this one back. They've got it back to their hut now, and Snakebite is trying to be a little bit sneaky with this one. Knows they need another kill, and Frosty, well, there's a snake in the grass, and he's waiting for his opportunity to strike behind the respawners coming in from Optic.
Maybe a tough 1v2, potentially 1v3 in just a second. He does get taken down. Really good job by Optic to make sure they don't forfeit any kills there in the end. However, it will be a 3-for-2 trade for just a moment.
Overshield coming up as well. Formal is on it. Royal 2's trying to win the fight, but Formal will take him down. Overshield is still down, but in the meantime, Lucid can't stop this flag. And FaZe, who we questioned about their ability to be consistent in making the right decisions when running that flag back, especially after what we saw in Arlington, they made all the right decisions this time.
And they get the overshield as well. You talked there, Mark, about how Snakebite was delaying the run. He's going to hold it there. They're going to wait to see the battle stop. Maybe in the end, they get the overshield and the flag as well. FaZe Clan will lead 1-0.
So Optic on the back foot in our game number 1. A little bit of step jump coming in from Lucid. As Frosty re-challenges. And it will cost him his life this time. FaZe find themselves 2 dead. Optic with a little bit of top mid control.
FaZe looking so good off the opening. Of course, let's not forget it was also a Frosty overkill to start things. How fitting that he's also 7-3 this early on with 1 flag in. It's a good opportunity to get to an early listening with FaZe Clan.
No, he's our back UV and red.
Holy fuck!
Nice. UV and red, no one on hut.
Oh my god!
I'm here, red. You're good, red. You're good.
Wait, I see the flag.
Yeah, I'm gonna flank tunnel.
Someone watch across.
I'm trying to get to you, man. I'm trying to get to you. I'm gonna flank tunnel.
One's elbow. Oh, I said OE.
Hey, watch out, team.
Yo, the flag side's up.
They're hut.
He's our hut.
Almost on your corner right here. The back flag, one shot.
Nice, John.
Good.
One to hut.
Yeah, the back flag, Tommy.
The snipe's down there, PJ.
Yo, OB and 30 guys. So about OS. Yeah, he's on the play. He's on the play.
Nice. Someone at left.
Yeah, I'm gonna left.
OB in 20. We can get all this.
I'll push him out. One hit Lucid.
Yo, they're core.
Nice, Matthew. OB and 15 guys. They're from their core and their flag. Yo, routes for OB. OB and 10.
He's their flag. When did they're out?
He's their flag. OB and 5. They play. Our street in their hut.
I see looking at us.
I'm looking over there. Just kill the guy.
One's next to you, one's at the pistol.
OB's up now, guys. Yeah, watch out the red tunnel. He's their top red tunnel. Yeah, they're holding for the OB. Yo, he's going for it from their plat. They're gonna get it. Yeah. It's 2 damage.
Yeah, 2 our street.
Hitting our street.
I'm knocking there, all 1 hit, bro. I took his outside. In our flag. He's going our flag right now. Jumping our flag.
Watch our flag.
Don't be afraid of the tunnel, guys.
Will Optic get that overshield now? Of the listening, they might have an opportunity to push forward onto the FaZe base and get that flag moving. It's going to be 2 dead momentarily. Frosty just off spawn is trying to get the damage onto the flag to stop this run, but Optic have got this one moving.
Tries to get through as well, tries to go main ramp. Not going to be easy. You can tell he got the nade damage he needed, but no cleanups here. The crowd already loves to see this run coming in for Optic, and that flag has crossed the mid-map.
Lucid wins the 1v1 as well against Renegade. That means FaZe are going to be 2 down, and that flag is going to be moving home. This should be the tying flag coming in. It's 1-1, and Optic are back into this game.
And it feels like this room's a little bit louder for the Optic side, and as we said, many Optic fans across the pond here in the UK excited to see these guys on the main stage. We are all tied up at 1 flag apiece with 6:44 left on the clock.
Lucid's hunting as well. He wants Royal 2 to add to his collection. He gets it and stays alive as well. So Lucid having a pretty good start to this game himself. 8-5 at this point in the game, as the flag is now once again moving from the FaZe base back towards the Optic one. Look at this damage that's coming in from Lucid.
They will need kills here, though. Let's not forget, it's 8 up on the map right now, and this is going to be the FaZe push. This flag's going quick, though. Look how far Dead Zone already is. Might try to go. We'll see what the angles are.
Well, Frosty fell off the map, so he's not going to be able to stop this, and no one else from FaZe is going to be able to stop it as well, as Optic will go up 2-1. Their second flag will go home.
Wow, back-to-back caps coming in for them. So well executed just moments ago. It was 1-0 in favor of FaZe, but really well done there by the entire side of Optic Gaming to get not 1, but 2 flag caps on the board in just about 2 minutes of play. And the green wall chant begins.
Doesn't matter where you are in the world, there's always a green wall army ready to start the chance and get behind their boys. Renegade with the overshield, though, might be the difference maker here for FaZe. He's going to be trapped, though, and he might be baited in. He's trying to play his life, trying to do so much, and by doing so, has allowed the space for FaZe to tie the game up. It's 2-2, and it's next flag wins.
Second time we've seen FaZe with map control that allowed them both the overshield and the flag. They seem to be playing so well around the both of them together.
And look at the pressure. They still are inside of the base here. They're still putting pressure onto Optic respawners, and Optic have to be so careful.
Oh, you saw
and
it.
That is such an important kill to deal with Renegade inside of their base. Vital for their success.
Really big. Guess what? Formal gets the second kill as well. Formal with a big single-handed effort from that sneaky spot. You probably, ooh, nice little avoiding the splash damage there. Maybe going to get one more as well. And you can tell if Formal had not been in that corner, you just saw him in the corner of the observer view, that outline. If he hadn't been there, there's probably a FaZe flag running, and it's probably pretty far across the map.
Yeah, those are the small margins we're talking about, right? When we have these two teams on our main stage, every single decision, every fight has a consequence. It's going to be Lucid who picks up the beatdown, no trade again, and by keeping himself alive once more, now has the snipe to play with to try and find some heads of FaZe Clan members.
And just about 3 minutes ago, even less than that, maybe 2.5 minutes ago, it was a 1-0 game in favor of FaZe. How quickly things have been amped and ramped up here. Now 2-2, next flag will win.
Pressure. Here comes the pressure, though. Look at Lucid, he's getting flooded, and why? Because everybody else has fallen, and Snakebite has that flag moving. Lucid's still in the death screen. Everybody else from Optic has just come off the respawn as well, so unless Dead Zone and Formal can get in a position to stop this flag, then this might be the game. Formal sneaks through, though. He gets that flag away.
There was a gasp there in the audience. They thought Snake might fumble the flag. No, he knew exactly what he was doing. He was really going to stop on the flag. Both flags are out.
Overshield's coming up as well. Top middle. Keep your eyes on that. Optic look like they might be in position to stop this one. Both flags are away, and both flags, by the looks of things, are about to be sent home. Frosty gets the overshield, though, and now, all of a sudden, no touch came in, and FaZe might win this one. Royal 2's going to force it! And FaZe will win game number 1, 3-2.
Wow, down to the wire. You saw Renegade able to jump on the return. And how about the play from Snakebite? There was an audible gasp in the room here in London. They thought that Snakebite had fumbled the flag on the way up the back rat ramp. That was not the case. He knew the flag was being pulled, and had he not taken the immediate angle from the flag stand to stop the Formal flag run, that flag would have gone as well. We would have been in a flag standoff. Brilliant plays from FaZe to close it out in the end.
We talked about communication, decision-making, objective efficiency for FaZe, right? Take yourself back to probably one of the most talked about plays from the last event that summarized how we felt the event went for FaZe. It was that Royal 2 run where there was a little bit of miscommunication. Didn't run it in. Clutch was talking about it on the desk where there was opportunities to score and they didn't take it. The decision-making in that final run is what won them that game. It was superb decision-making from all of FaZe.
Really, so well done, so well timed, and I'm so impressed. Let's not forget, not even each time. I think all 3 flags, there was an overshield popping as well as the flag moving, and it just feels like FaZe is able to manage so much on the map at once to make sure that they not only come away with the flag cap, but also the overshield for the next push as well. As a result of that last flag, FaZe will go up 1-0 in the series.
If you're looking at players who had a standout game before we head into game number 2 as well, Renegade 18-8 and 14 for him, leading the lobby in kills. The next closest to him on the Optic side, 11 for both Formal and Trippy. So Renegade, we know he's a big series player. Well, that's a great start to this one.
And how about almost all of his positive stats come from a late game triple kill moments before that flag goes in. Unbelievable. We can even see just about exactly how far that was. It was less than 20 seconds prior to the flag going in. He records a triple kill. That's essentially what puts him at 18 and 14. And of course, it also puts the last flag in as well.
Well, let's talk about game number 2 then. FaZe up by 1 in this winners semi-final. Slayer is going to be the game type. Streets is going to be the map, and the conversation around Slayer has been consistent from everybody coming into this tournament, and even in this tournament up until this point. We said that, you know, FaZe historically, the big series they've won the Slayers. Even if they had to leave it to a game 5, they win the Slayers. But we've also seen from some of the stats we saw on the desk beforehand, they've been in a little bit of a Slayer rut, which is somewhat unsurprising. If they can get out of this against Optic, though, who have been on the opposite side of that superb, it's a huge opportunity for them now.
It really will be. And Slayer's been such a big topic, not only through the entire weekend, but really through all of Halo Infinite. We talked about Optic Gaming Slayers in Arlington as well. Let's not forget, had they won a few Slayers, even just 1 or 2 more games, let alone the games that they did win against SSG, they could have walked away as tournament champions. They've had a lot of time to work on the Slayers. This will be their biggest test since that event here on the main stage in game number 2.
And I think both of these teams, as much as they would not like to say, yeah, that's the case, they would have seen what happened in the previous series against Shopify and SSG. And for both these teams, seeing them fall down to that elimination side SSG probably just filled them with a little bit of hope. It's like, well, this could be a little bit more of a comfortable run than maybe what we thought. And I'm saying that with all due respect to Shopify Rebellion, right? Because we've seen some of the incredible series that SSG have had with both Optic and FaZe and how they've gone back and forth. And on the other side of things, Shopify Rebellion, they haven't shown that consistency. But, you know, keeping that in mind, I think FaZe are locked into this series. They look like they really want to come out this hot.
They really do. And that man on your screen, of course, Royal One, making sure that everything's managed on the map properly. Huge shout out to him for the management of the overshield, the flag runs, of course, making sure everything's on the same page. Snakebite, who was just on screen prior, not only did he get that last cap and the flag stop, it must be noted, Snakebite had a killing spree prior to the pull, then gets the flag stop, then ensures the last flag goes in. Time and time again, if Snakebite is making god-tier plays like that, they seem to win games, and he seems to be up to his usual tricks.
Speaking of god-tier plays, one we haven't even mentioned yet in the post-game, Frosty starting the series, starting the game with an overkill. And for a player like Frosty to start a game and a series, a big game and a big series against Optic, that is the perfect thing to put him in the right headspace to go forward and dominate.
It really was. And of course, you thought maybe for a moment, especially when the game got to 2-2, that it might be a different result. But it is once again late game composure that pays off for them. And
oh boy,
looks like we're also going to check in on a match here on the B stream as well. 2-2, Sentinels versus Cloud9. And based on other series you've seen this weekend, you might not have expected to see this in a game 5. It's 39-30 in favor of Sentinels.
One thing that Cloud9 is showing in the start to this HCS season, they are no joke. They will be in conversation to make it into Championship Sunday and late bracket runs because they are pushing every team they play right to the distance. However, this might look like they're going to come up a little bit short here. Sentinels up 43-31, and it's, again, thanks to that man, Precision and Falcate, the 2 Slayers putting up big numbers.
Yeah, big numbers. 24 kills across them, and they aren't even at the end of the game yet. You already know that's going to be probably more than the majority of the kills in the entire game recorded by those 2 alone.
Yeah, I think it actually did a little bit of a disservice to Boo Boo and Lethal there, who are both positive as well, so not really anything to complain about here on the Sentinel side of things. They're just 5 kills away from securing their place in the next round as well. Of course, this is going to be an elimination bracket game, so Cloud9, if they can't claw this one back, unfortunately, that'll be the end of the road for them in London.
That's right, we're going to wait for this, of course, next match on the main stage to start, but we'll stay with this for the last 5 if we can, just to see how this one closes out. And it looks like, as you say, maybe just the last few kills for Sentinels to record.
Lethal's going to get one of those kills that you talk about. Suspector trades it out, but as long as they trade in these situations, Sentinels will be comfortable in moving forward in the bracket. It would have to take somewhat of a catastrophic... I was going to say something that I can't say on broadcast, but it's going to be bad if it happens. Booby gets another one. Septify takes some damage. Falcate's almost there to get that trade. He's desperately looking for it, but also a little bit of respect being shown here by Sentinels. I think understandably so. This has been a tight series between the two. They don't want to throw this away.
They really, really don't here. 3 kills to go. And as we said, Falcate and Precision already clocking 25 of them. Lethal also joins the 12-kill club. He's 12-8.
Septify gets 1, just to make this a little bit more squeaky than it was a few moments ago. It's funny when you get to these situations in games, it's like, hey, we only need 3 to win. Surely this is just a case of closing out. And then couple slip through.
Yep.
Maybe you lose a power-up. Trust me, it gets a little bit funny.
It gets dicey. Also worth noting here, the winner of this series will play the loser of our main stage series ongoing. So either FaZe or Optic, depending on how the series goes, will match up against the winner of this one, which right now, as we said, statistically really should be Sentinels in just a few moments.
Well, Lethal finds one, Precision finds another. It's 1 kill to go now, and even though Cloud9 do manage to pick up 3 kills and put themselves within 11, it's just 1 to go here, and Precision, as you can see on your screen, he's got the camouflage. Don't want to get too loud, too proud about this, just in case somebody's listed in, but Precision has the game in his hands.
He does, and how fitting. The newcomer, the new addition, might go ahead and walk in right now. Here comes the push.
Okay, it says I'll go first, you clean it up, but they can't quite do it! Septify gets 2, and the Spike won't get the job done, but Lethal's experience certainly will. 50-41 is the final score in that series, and Sentinels will keep their run going.
Up against the wall yet again. It feels like Sentinels is one of those teams that is always going to be in a Game 5 Slayer. Doesn't matter the tournament, doesn't matter the roster, they are going to be there as we now resume on our main stage. Of course, Sentinels will be playing, as we said, the loser of this matchup, but we are most importantly focusing on who's going to take the win in this series here. If you're just joining us, welcome. It's El Clasico. Optic versus FaZe, a story as old as time, now taking place here in London, England, and now FaZe up 1-0 and a down to the wire 3-2 CTF Forbidden win. We now go to game number 2, Slayer on streets.
Keep your eyes on who controls that red gun, because it is so deadly in the hands of these players. It's so good for just locking down one lane of the map and getting you that opening pick in a 4v4. If you can lock that down early, then you have a pretty good opportunity of being able to double up and go for that camo off the respawn as well. But game number 2 is live here. FaZe find themselves up by 1. Optic got some questions to answer.
They do. They need to answer back. And one thing that must be said, this is FaZe's first time taking down Optic on LAN this year in a game. As we said earlier, 3-0 in both series in Arlington. FaZe Clan dropping to Optic. However, it's already a different story so far. They've taken game number 1.
3 dead. 4 FaZe. Lucid trying to put damage down onto the respawners who are going to be in and around the tram area, and with that camo coming up as well, being stuck on respawn, not the best of places to be. Renegade opening a little bit of space though, and Frosty going to be challenging onto Lucid as well. He wants that kill, he wants that Bulldog, and he wants to lock down that camo for FaZe.
Just like that, tied 4-4, camo now up. We'll see what they can do. Minor man advantage for just a second. They will also get the next pick as well. Now 2 dead. It was a momentary 3 dead. Should be a camo grab here for FaZe.
Yeah, really good control of the map there for FaZe. It's 4 dead for Optic, and Snakebite, he gets the camo off the back of it as well. But the way that they swarmed, they pushed ahead of Snakebite, allowed him to pick up that camo uncontested. So fantastic timing on the push from FaZe. It made Snakebite's life so easy picking up that camo.
Really impressed once again. This is not the first time we've seen it. We saw it all game. They also get 4 dead at the exact timing of the camo pop, and it just feels like FaZe is doing so well with game power up and weapon management, and now info management as well.
Optic trying to burn this camo, trying to get some time off the clock and make Snakebite make the play, and it's exactly what they've managed to do here. A little bit of damage is going to come in, but here comes Frosty. He flies in and manages to get a trade, but with everybody else, you can see just stuck together at the moment from Optic. It's about timing this push for FaZe to flush them out.
Let's see, Snakebite going to try to get this finish on formal. He should in the end. That will be 2 dead, but ooh, boy, what a trade. Reversal perfect. See it on screen live. Another one coming in and great shots. That will now bring the game to 14-9. It has to be said, Optic Gaming with a pretty good counter to the camo. It took so long that the next camo's already popped, and Lucid's able to grab the second one of the game. It's still just a 4-kill game.
So an exchange of the camos. Now, can Lucid and Optic Gaming use this to get back into the game? Bulldog going to be dropped off to him as well.
Ooh, so Royal 2. Eagle Eye.
Eagle Eye? That's ridiculous.
Lucid is just getting dinged from distance. Not too happy about that. Inevitably, here comes the push.
Snakebite will be taken down, however. Has to play his life a little bit here. Royal 2, you saw him earlier, but Lucid's coming back for more. He gets that kill, it certainly helps to contribute to it. And now you're going to see Frosty a little bit trapped here. Frosty gets taken down as well, and Optic bring themselves within 2.
Lucid going unconventional there. Camo dissipates at the exact time that he decides to pop back around. Eventually just wins it with a nade and a Bulldog as well. The green wall chant begins as they brought this game back.
Optic fans getting loud. As Optic now go into a lead. FaZe are going to find themselves 3 dead momentarily here. Trippy looking for those respawns. Everybody at the moment from FaZe Clan is trapped in the tram.
19-18 here, and the green mold chant sets off Optic Gaming into a lead. Let's get into a listen-in with Optic.
No, guys, listen. You guys should double up.
Two guys.
One shot pillars. Look that in.
Yeah, they're trying to push. One's Arcade with soccer right now.
Arcade's weak, and they got cuts. Could be flower.
Not pillars yet.
Laundry.
Pushing mid, they're pushing mid, guys.
One shot, blue gen, green gen, one shot, blue gen.
Cafe, 2 shot on me. Cafe, 2 shot. Cafe weak.
On DMR spawn. He's going green gen.
Sitting green, you're going blue gen now to tire. Zero full circle.
2 shot. One shot blue. There's 2 there now, guys. Blue gen, one shot. Blue gen 1. Still blue gen. Still blue gen.
I'm dying to shoddy. Look at spikes. Spikes Matt weak.
Yeah, turn around, Matt.
One shot P Street. 2 shot.
Yeah, guys, I'm one shot.
Two there. One side ATM.
Can't see that guy.
Green gen.
Dead. After you should die. You should die. Dead. Yo, drop anything?
Tires weak. I'm looking at PD Matt. PD Matt weak. PD weak. One shot. PD. Nice.
Stay down, guys. Stay down.
One shot Commando.
Can't help that. Nice.
Watch Hero.
Watching Joey. Cuts maybe.
Yo, big touch. He's trash. Commando with a repulsor.
Slow down for a second.
So Commando, arcade.
Look at arcade.
I can push this. Okay.
Tommy has camo.
Driveway weak. Driveway's 2 shot. Arcade. I'm watching arcade still.
Joey, watch your own back, Joey.
I'm good. Sitting Ivy.
I've death so one's arcade now.
Tommy,
I'm walking
cuts.
I'm getting Ivy weak.
Need a driveway.
I'm looking around.
2 guys here.
Driveway 2.
I'm walking into sub right now.
I'm dead end, guys.
Zane, I'm going.
Driveway.
Guys, I'm 1 shot here.
Driveway 1 shot. Roll 2. Red room. In B weak, guys. In B 1 shot. In B 1 shot. In B 1 shot. Absolute arcade. Absolute 2 1 shots in B. 2 1
above us.
One shot absolute driveway. Close right.
You want me to?
One shot Tommy. Tommy will kill him.
All good.
That's Fonder, Jay. Front sub, aping weak. Shot Ivy, dead. Watch this.
Now the comms back into the game, and I've got to say, how well did FaZe just play that situation? They have no camo, they burn it all, and they pick up all of the kills surrounding Lucid, who had that camo. By the time that the camo ran out, he was left on his own.
I couldn't agree more. It's been amazing to watch the power-up control and then the counterplay from East Side. It has been a chess match between these two. You don't always get to see that kind of counterplay, but at this level, you will see really intentional counters all game from both sides. And as a result, we are still just within 1 kill. FaZe up 31-30.
So camo wasn't the difference maker. Can the Stalker Rifle provide the DPS, the damage output, to give Optic an opportunity to push? Trippy, he's going to be the man with the responsibility of hitting these shots. Lucid's going to try and poke and create an opening. A stick's going to come in elsewhere, which keeps the score just 2 between the 2 teams. Royal 2 picks up a double as Trippy hits the perfect. It's a 1v1 at the moment.
1v1 for just a moment, as you say, between Royal 2 and Trippy, the last 2 players alive. Trippy, though, the big perfect kill, brings the game back within 1.
Camo's coming up. Trippy goes to tower to make sure that he can lane anyone. He's trying to get vision on it. On the FaZe side, Frosty having a little poke battle. Nobody really coming out on top of that one right now. Apart from, you could maybe argue, Frosty, because he's using that ammo up with the red gun.
Double push here coming and see stairs. Trippy wisely backs down as the pressure was coming in, but camo grab could be happening soon. Formal's the first to fall in the 4v4.
The last 2 camos have gone the side of Optic Gaming. FaZe need to get one if they want to have a little bit more of a comfortable ride at closing this out. But at the moment, look at Optic. They're all trapped inside of PD.
Based on positioning, they should have that camo. We'll make sure and see if someone has it.
There it is. Snakebite gets 2 by using that camo as well. Stays alive as well. Lucid last alive. First off, respawn maybe, and FaZe make another fantastic push. Like you said, based around the timing of that power.
Yeah, once again, I'm seeing incredible stuff here for the entire FaZe side. Royal 1 obviously included in that mix because they have just been on top of these power-ups and perfect map control once again. The second you saw all these players in PD, you knew that FaZe had to have that, not just map control, but the power-up as well. And as a result of the back of those plays and an early double from Snakebite off the rush, a killing spree is now 43-35 in favor of FaZe.
13-7, 13-8, unfortunately, as we read the stat line for Snakebite leading the way here for FaZe Clan, and now they find themselves within just 6 kills of going up by 2 in this series. Optic need to find not just 1 or 2 kills here. They need to cycle these spawns. They need to control the next 30 seconds to a minute, and they certainly need to get this camo.
Don't forget, it was just 34-32. This is a 10-4 run coming in, and guess what? Half of those kills, it goes without saying, from Snakebite after that killing spree. They now lead here by 8.
And now you've seen Optic realize they have to value every death so much more. No more wiggle room for them to play with. Royal 2 with some good shots coming in from the window. Trippy's trying to at least push the pace a little bit here, but every single FaZe Clan member who is having those shields broken, he's getting away and keeping themselves alive, and there's a trade from someone with no shields. Optic find themselves 3 dead, and the overshield isn't on the map. It's the camo that's going to be picked up on Rule 2.
Look at this play. Just going to probably look to trade here. He does trade 49 on the board, 1 to go for FaZe.
Frosty's going to get that final kill, and FaZe find themselves 2 up in the series. And that is the FaZe that we're used to seeing in Slayers. It was surgical, and the timing of those pushes around the camo, Andy, superb.
And what did everyone say? If there's one thing that's going to fire up FaZe, it is a disappointment like they had in Arlington, and I think everyone in the scene was ready for this team to come back, to fly to London with a completely different game plan and a completely different outlook at this tournament. They win Game 2 Slayer by 10 kills, and as you said, it is unbelievably disciplined. We have seen what this team does with scrim schedules, with VOD reviews. They are relentless, they are ruthless, they are now bringing this here into the series against Optic as we take a look at some highlights.
We certainly will look at the highlights, and look at this shot. Those shots coming in from Snakebite to pick up that double kill. So many players might have thought this is a situation where I go down, but he forces you to hit the perfect shots. He makes you work so hard for every single kill, and it was a situation towards the end of the game where you felt like, when we were talking about the counter plays with the camo, you saw the idea from Optic when FaZe got it to try and just group up, not give information away, but they weren't able to kind of just last long enough, survive long enough to then push off the back of it. Whereas when we saw it from FaZe, they were able to buy so much time before Lucy could get engaged. That's where that gap just started to open. And FaZe, you have to give all of the credit for them the way they played that.
I'm so impressed. I'm not kidding. Every time we cut to them, it feels like every single thing, right? There's these big moments, the tug-of-war kind of stalemate moments where you're unsure where it's going to go. Moments later, we cut to a Frosty, a Snakebite POV, and they have full control. They've gotten the power up, and they've either racked up a 4 dead or they have a flag on the board in the case of game number 1. Just so impressed. There's a lot to learn here. If you want rewatch these gameplays, if you want to get better at this game, you want to learn about the strategies across those opening 2 game types, because at times they have been perfect.
Well, speaking of players who played perfect, the one on the right was pretty much perfect in that last game. Snakebite, a fantastic performance from him in the Slayer, but when we talk about objective, you see his face again. He's smiling because he can do it all. 2.05 KD in London on King of the Hill. That is absolutely ridiculous.
It really is, and to rack up also, as you say, 8.3 hill time a minute as well, just putting up the objective time as well. Of course, Trippy with some impressive stats as well, but normally we'd be like, wow, great numbers here from Trippy, but to be honest, on the right side of your screen, Snakebite is just stealing the story with numbers like that.
Yeah, they're exceptional stats. They're stats you don't see very often. You know, going double positive when it comes to objective game types and having most of that time yourself it's very rare, it's special, it's unique, and I think you can say that about Snakebite as a player, right? There's not many players who can do it all in the way that he does, where he leads in pretty much everything that he does.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, the man just bleeds excellence, and I can only imagine the mindset of this team since Arlington. It would have been a very, very long 6 weeks since that event. As we said, there's one thing this team, we know about this team that they kind of hate more than anything would be losing. And the way that they lost, of course, they would have had a lot of time to think about 2 back-to-back 3-0 losses against the very team that they are sitting across from right now. However, as you can see, it's a different FaZe roster. They now lead 2-0. They're 1 game away from closing out the series.
Well, here we go. Game number 3 then. 1 game left for FaZe to chalk up to call the series their own. For Optic, it's the start of a very long road if they want to call this series their own. King of the Hill live fire is where we're going to find ourselves, and we're going to be focusing on who's going to hit them snipes.
Yeah, that's the question, and you got to think, Optic also going to be digging deep here. Green wall here in effect, already getting some chance going coming into game number 3, but going to be digging deep. They need to send this series the distance, but it's not going to be easy with the type of game and map management that we have seen from FaZe. We're starting things off with Lucid.
Well, here we go then. Game number 3 of the series in our winners semi-final. Optic very much on the back foot, and FaZe looking like the FaZe we talk about when they're playing some of their best Halo. Already inside of that hill is Snakebite. No surprise to see that as he wins his first individual fight. And FaZe with tower control as well. Frosty with a sniper. This is almost the perfect start for them.
It is. Let's see what they can do. They open up with a 3-1 lead.
Oh my God.
Hits the shot on dead zone before he can drop as well. Might even record another one. Those kills will be traded out. 3 dead at the moment for Optic Gaming. That means it's an early lead for FaZe Clan, 6-3 in terms of slays. And now Formal, though, as your last player alive for a moment, does have the camo.
Might be spotted out, though. However, Renegade has no idea where he went, and no surprise, because he's a camo player, and it's difficult to spot those. Frosty still not aware of the exact position of Formal. Dead Zone's going to fly in front of him, and the sniper rifle and the camo now in the hands of Optic. They have broken the FaZe Clan hold on this hill, and even though FaZe have done the majority of the work, They haven't done it all yet.
That's right, no room for error here. Optic would need to hold throughout this entire hill. They need to make sure they are focusing on slaying advantage, also while still being close to B and the hill. This is not going to be easy. We'll see if they can do it. Here's the hold.
Look how obnoxious Frosty's being on the cuts there, using those pillars, just shoulder peeking, jiggle peeking, to try and make Formal use some of that ammo to make it as difficult as possible for him to hit the shots. But he doesn't need to hit too many right now because Frosty is last alive. The rest of Optic Gaming have taken care of FaZe, and look at that hill time. Look at that hill time.
They've done it once. Can they do it again? Take a look at that bottom scoreboard. They might stop this first hill. They just need a few more slays here for a few more seconds.
2 shots left for Formal. Will 2's going to peek. He's going to get away with it, but elsewhere, Trade's coming in. Renegade flanking on the pillars, trying to break this hold. Formal trying to play his life right now, but look at the hill. Lucid's still inside of it. FaZe going to contest it. It's a hot contest coming in from FaZe at just the last second.
This is getting dicey here. If Lucid can hold, no, FaZe holds right now. FaZe might get the steal right now. We'll see if they can fly it.
But they get in the hill, and look at Formal go. He's trying to push them out. He's trying to force FaZe to make the play, but it's Snakebite once again, who is the coldest man in the venue, who makes the play to turn the first hill over to FaZe.
How many times do we see it time and time again? FaZe knows exactly how many seconds they have for a perfect push to steal it out from underneath Optic Gaming. There was 3 dead for FaZe. With just moments to go, they get the perfect big door push. They jump in the hill, they isolate those 1v1s, and at the very last second, the kills come in. It's Renegade and Snakebite specifically picking up kills to register that first hill for FaZe.
Unbelievable stuff. Timing is exceptional, and now Snakebite is continuing on this run as well. He's got Formal in front of him. Formal's no shields, but somehow survives for a little bit longer. Finally, he'll be cleared up, and look at this tower control now from Snakebite and the rest of FaZe. They have completely flipped not only a first hill into their advantage, but they have tower control, they have camo. Had camo as Trippy makes the play to shut that down.
Also must be mentioned here, Optic is outslaying 21-17, yet FaZe still steals that hill out from under them. And you have to start to also wonder for the Optic side, as Luce is going to pick up a free kill here on Mud. You have to wonder, a moment like that when you were just about to go up 1-0 in the kind of turning point game in this series, to lose that hill again might just be a little bit of a tough blow to register. They're now outslaying by 5, but they need to get the objective points on the board here and make sure they tie this one up.
Big push coming in from FaZe on the cut side as well, and I was going to give a lot of credit actually to Optic. Even though they found themselves without control, they did manage to break the setup, and you can see they have a good amount of time once again on this second hill. But if we've learned anything from watching FaZe here in London and over the last amount of time, it's you could be close, but if you're not perfect, if you're not converting, then they still have a chance of winning those hills.
Bodies Trippy in the angles as well. They're going to use some teamwork to get the kills on back tower. 2 dead for just a moment for Optic. Renegade doing everything he can to stay alive and fight off this nest push.
Push going in from top middle. Renegade not going to be able to get the shots away. Snakebite's on the flank as well. He'll take down Trippy in and around that hill. It's starting to get a little bit scrappy, a little bit dicey in and around this tower hill. A 2v2 momentarily, but FaZe lose yet another member. And that's going to turn the numbers back over now to Optic. Snakebite with yet another killing spree.
My goodness, how about that? Finally, not enough though in the end. Optic Gaming will tie it there. Snakebite wins a very nice battle in the back of the base, but he knew he wasn't going to be able to stop that entire hill. So instead, wisely plays his life. However, most importantly, we are tied 1-1. Optic Gaming answers back.
They answer back, and they've rotated so well towards the garage. Look, they have control of scoreboard. They're in a small window. They have someone in and around that hill. And early hill time on this third hill is now going to the side of Optic. However, a couple of kills are going to help FaZe have a bit of space to play with now.
See what Snakebite can do is alone at scoreboard again. Oh my goodness, almost gets another one. Not able to sneak that one out. Finally, he will be taken down now on board with Renegade here in the window. And Optic Gaming starting to get a little bit of form here. Once again, they're still outslaying, but more importantly for them, they've tied the game. They can breathe for just a moment.
I was going to say one thing that Optic have done so well last 2 times we've seen the camo pickup come from FaZe is they've traded it out immediately. I don't think the camo player has even registered 1 kill without response. It's been an immediate trade, which has made that camo almost useless on the map. So trading it out, absolutely fine if you don't have it yourself. However, you do pick it up, you want a little bit more from it. Optic Gaming, though, they're going to want a little bit more in these next few moments because FaZe have taken 3 members down and Snakebite is back in that hill.
He very narrowly stays alive there on that nade that was coming in, just barely stays alive in their scoreboard. Able to do so, though, and able to continue controlling. They also get the back A spawns, and now here comes the Optic push.
Big flood coming in from Optic. You see them flying over the A plat. They get 2 kills. They clean out most of Garage, and now you're going to see the sniper rifle coming up top middle, and Optic already up on the map. Look at the position here from Dead Zone. He's trying to block those back tower spawns. He's going to try and force all of FaZe to spawn together at green. And if he can do exactly that, which it looks like he's done, and get away with a snipe, then Optic are going to have the info they need.
Oh, here comes a 1v1. Snakebite's going to take that. Also probably going to grab Sniper on the push in. A double kill for him.
Oh my god, Snakebite somehow breaks through, and Snakebite, he's going to register yet more kills. A triple kill for him. He's 15 and 7. And if I'm Snakebite and I've just got a triple and get the snipe, I've got to be honest, I'm not handing it off to a teammate. That just shows the kind of player he is.
He's doing it all, and he's generous. He also dropped.
Oh, that's why.
He
That's why.
the sniper. Renegade picked up a double, making a double kill for Renegade. These guys are doing it all. He's finally taken down. Formal's your last player alive for Optic. Look at the board, though.
My mistake, Snakebite. You made the right decision. FaZe back inside of that hill. And at the last second, once again, Optic so close, but FaZe showing they will not rest until the very last moment. Renegade still inside of that hill, and FaZe will cap. They will go up 2-1.
An unbelievable sequence of events there for a triple kill followed up by a double kill, and then that hill to come down to the wire as well. FaZe Clan will strike. They now lead 2-1. 2:16 left on the game clock. Snakebite is 16 and 9 in this game.
Ridiculous numbers coming in from Snakebite. Renegade as well, not too far behind, 16 and 12. And like you said, a couple of those came a few moments ago. You might have noticed them. Camo's going to be popping up as well, which is why you're seeing a lot of control over on the Camo side for FaZe. But Renegade's repositioned to back green here as we go towards the mud hill. He has that sniper rifle, 3 shots still. And it actually looks like FaZe might give up the Camo for map control.
FaZe has been criticized in the past for their objective efficiency. However, they have looked so good in this game. Renegade picks up another one, and the two teams are tied at 50 kills apiece exactly right now.
Formal hits the shots, and he had to. Dead Zone comes through with a double kill himself, and Optic will break. But we've said that a few times now. With the Camo, with 1 bullet, a sniper rifle, this is the opportunity for them to pick up that first kill and lock down the hill.
See if they can do it. That's the big question. They narrowly go into a kill lead as well, and a significant lead here on this hill. They're going to look to tie it.
Camo's out. Great DPS coming in this time from Dead Zone on the nest. Renegade's managed to sneak up to the tower. Formal's trying to sniff him out, but Dead Zone's going to go on a killing spree himself. And someone needed to do this for Optic. Someone needed to take the game by the scruff of its neck. And maybe it's going to be Dead Zone as Optic tie things up at 2-2 off the back of the Dead Zone killing spree.
Big stuff there. 16 kills to his name. Also tied for the most assists with 9. As you said, it's really been a DPS story during that entire hill. We'll see now what Formal can do. We're tied up 2-2. Optic Gaming with their backs against the walls. Of course, if they lose this one, they will be out of the series, doing everything they can to hang on. This hill's so important. 2 dead for each side.
Snakebite trying to pressure the hill. Optic are inside of it at the moment, but it's a 2v2. Frosty's trying to flank, but Frosty gets taken down by Lucid. So Snakebite smartly plays his life, recognizes there's no chance I beat 2 Optic Gaming Bandit rifles in a 1-person challenge, and instead he's going to go for that flank. But Trippy might have just read this.
Was ready for it. Almost fortunate the jump gets missed. Take a look at the bottom, though. Optic Gaming about to close out this hill.
What a turnaround this would be for Optic, right? If they can turn this game on its head. Trippy with the body, but not enough to take him down. FaZe inside of the hill. And I've said it once in this game, and I'll say it many more times throughout this weekend. You cannot count FaZe out at any point on a hill until you lock it down. It's 3-2. Optic have turned this game around.
Unbelievable stuff. Once again, finally, Optic as they outslay. Nice no-scope as well. Bodyguard medal comes in as he just brains the opponent right next to a friendly. Now going to go ahead and reverse Santa Claus for Frosty as he pops back up. And now, just like that, all the pressure is on FaZe Clan with 1:37 left. Optic leading by 1 hill.
FaZe inside of that hill and locking it down, though. Look how much time they've already got on the board. They're halfway to tying this game up at 3-3 and sending us to a final hill. Camo's coming up as well in a few moments' time. Frosty finds another kill. Frosty sends Trippy back towards a teammate to clean up, and clean up Snakebite will. Frosty now moving down towards a teammate, cleans up Lucid. It's 4 dead for Optic, and it's a free Camo for Frosty.
Dead Zone as the last player alive almost shuts down the Camo play. He will get taken down at the end. Lucid almost gets to grab it just like that. How many times do we say it? If there's a power-up popping and an objective opportunity, FaZe is going to do both. They do it again for what feels like the 6th time in this series. And now, how perfectly fitting, 3-3 on the home stretch of this game. Optic fighting for their lives. FaZe looking to close it out here and now.
Next hill wins. Simple as that. A couple of kills go in the favor of Optic, but it's a 2v2. as Royal 2 tries to move in to clean up some damage. Frosty's going to beat him to the kill, though, as Optic now find themselves 3 dead. Tower control is all FaZe's. If there's one player you want from FaZe on this tower, probably the man on your screen.
This could be devastating. As you said, it was 3 dead. Now this is going to be quite a run here for FaZe. Optic, oh boy, Optic has to get a very good push coming up. However, Formal is the first to fall, and especially if you see another one, this could be even more time on the board. You do for FaZe Clan. It's a trade, but it's 2 dead for Optic. FaZe will continue scoring.
Optic have proven, though, in this game that they can break this tower setup. But time is a factor. Game clock is a factor. And knowing that there's only one opportunity to get things right is a factor as well. With 1 minute left on the game clock, FaZe find themselves over halfway to capping this hill, but here comes Formal, but here comes Royal 2 as well.
Royal 2 with a big kill there on the 1v1. Eventually those kills will be traded out. However, it does end up with Royal 2 getting the upper hand. 50 seconds left on the game clock. FaZe is 50% done on the hill.
Dead Zone going to be dropping down. He's weak. Renegade flies in, but is he going to be able to get the kill? No, Lucid arrives at just the right time. Lucid escapes from the clutches of Frosty as well. And FaZe now find themselves with just Frosty alive. Tries to take on Dead Zone here in the 1v1. Dead Zone's trying to flush him out of the tower, and Dead Zone will. FaZe will be broken on this hill.
Huge play from Dead Zone to stay alive there on Keydor. It's unbelievable here. Let's not forget, anytime a team is in the hill, that game clock, of course, will stop. So there's a lot of time left to play here at the Sea Hill. Optic Gaming will now continue scoring, and the pressure is on FaZe. They will need to construct a push here.
Formal gets taken down. He had the QT, but he wasn't able to survive long enough. Renegade gets one. With that kill, Frosty gets another. It's 2 dead for Optic. And this is looking like it might be Renegade running towards the final kills before they lock down this hill.
Look at this, all tied up on the scoreboard here. These 2 teams just neck and neck here on this final hill. 2 dead for Optic. FaZe will continue scoring.
Difference on the push here is the camo is there, and I'm sure that Optic will be thinking, how do we get that? But the problem is the lanes are being locked down by a man called Renegade. It's 2 for him, a double kill for him, as FaZe lock it down. FaZe will close out the series, and FaZe will deal Optic the 3-0.
What an unbelievable back and forth between these 2 across the entire series. In the end, FaZe Clan will not only win that game 4-3, they will also outslay 85-77 after being outslayed the entire game, and they will close out the series with a final score of 3-0.
Now that is a scary, scary looking FaZe. That is a FaZe on a mission. And I would say even the way that they've just left that main stage right now, they are not done this weekend. They know that the work is not done this weekend. They want to be here in that final, winning it and lifting a trophy. Here is a look at your series layout and how things went down.
I mean, once again, we said this is a game of margins. You're always going to see tight score lines between these 2 teams. Really the top 3, you could say top 4 now, with Shopify entering the top 3 here for the first time this weekend. But my goodness, what a response from FaZe. Once again, just in case you didn't catch it earlier, Optic Gaming in their last 2 outings has 3-0'd FaZe both times in Arlington. FaZe answers back in the biggest way possible for FaZe Clan fans across the world. It will be a 3-0 result, and they will move on to your winners final.
An absolutely breathtaking performance in that final game. And again, it's such a unique kind of property that FaZe have, Andy. The ability to play until the last pixel. It's, you know, it's a term that we've got to start coining, right? Because it's not playing to the last second, it's playing to the last pixel. When it comes to those hills, when it comes to that objective, FaZe are never done. When you think you've got a little bit of comfort on the map, you think you've got the hill locked down, you've done it before you know it. Yeah, you've lost the hill when you're fighting uphill.
I mean, it's amazing. You had Formal on Nest Bridge there with Snipe, right? 3 players dead for FaZe. They had to construct the perfect push coming in from pillars, from concrete, right? From Big Door. And somehow, in the end, they're able to do it. As you said, perfectly timed. The 2 players enter the hill at the last second, then they isolate those 1v1s. And that, from that game specifically, is just a perfect encapsulation of what that they can do in each game type. They did it again just now at the end of the game as well. So impressed with FaZe. Of course, as we said, though, Optic, a lot to be proud of from that series. And if we see them play each other again, the score lines tell the story. We could see a very close series once again.
We certainly could. Well, that's enough from us for the series. The series is done and dusted with FaZe feeling good, and another player who's probably feeling pretty good at the end of it is Renegade. Blaze has got him for an interview.
Thank you so much, Onset and Brob. Give it up for FaZe Clan and Renegade as they move on to the winners finals. And Renegade, just got to ask you off the rip, how does it feel to 3-0 Optic in front of this crowd and make it back to that winners finals?
This feels amazing. This is one of the best crowds I played with, so it's like, it's a really good vibe, you know?
I think they are some good vibes. London, are you guys having a good time? They are. Now, the last time you played Optic Gaming, it was a 3-0. Now, the first 2 maps was exactly the same. The first score was flipped in your favor, and the second was a 1-cap in your favor. What was the game plan as you guys went back to when you saw those maps to really make those adjustments against Optic to 3-0 them this time?
Well, yeah, we had to go back to the drawing board because last event they beat us 6-0. We didn't get a single map, so we had to go back and look at all those game types and kind of figure out where we made a mistake. And I think going into this event, we had really good scrims and we had really good game plans, especially on the maps that we lost, and we executed.
You guys definitely did execute for sure. Now, this crowd is in your favor. You're going to go play on Sunday. What do you want to tell these FaZe fans at home, these FaZe fans over here in London, as you guys get ready for tomorrow on Championship Sunday?
I want to say thank you for all the support, as always, much love. And I'm ready for Sunday. I'm ready to get this dub.
He's ready to get this dub, London. Show some more love to FaZe Clan. Lottie, let's break this down.
Thank you so much to Blaze there. Wow, what a series. Look, we said it would be close. It didn't go the distance, right, all the way to Game 5, but much like last time, it was very close indeed on those maps and modes, and it was very impressive to see both teams go at it. Tony, I'm coming to you very quickly first, because the results were slightly different this time around, but there are some similarities.
Yeah, things look the same, but obviously a lot different. And last time we saw it on Capture the Flag Forbidden, we did see a 3-2 score line, but clearly it went in favor of Optic Gaming. And even going into that King of the Hill live fire, that was game number 1 the last time these two matched up. And again, it was a 1-cap difference between the two. And again, it went to Optic, but this time it was FaZe making the difference. Forbidden and Livefire going their way, and an incredible Slayer. That was so fun to watch.
Clutch, there was one moment that you could tell where this series was going. When was that moment for you?
Yeah, when we go into a listen-in with FaZe, I can instantly tell how good this FaZe team is going to be. And when we went to a listen-in, I believe it was on Forbidden, you could tell how locked in these guys were. The intensity met the moment for FaZe this series. They knew how important this series is if they want to try and rebound after such a poor performance in Arlington. So when you're listening into FaZe's comms, you can tell the level and intensity that they are playing with, how strong of a team they're going to be. And the difference in this series for me was just getting momentum early on.